Chapter 381 Devil Fruit Capable Legion. I didn't expect you to betray the Navy and also became a spell warrior. Kaido was one of the 4 emperors who ruled the entire sea. At this moment his face can be said to be full of surprise. It can be said that the alliance between Kaido and Doflamingo is a fact recognized by the entire sea. If it is said that the previous 4 emperors were the strongest forces on the entire sea, so now only spell warriors dominate the entire sea. Even the 4 emperors must give the talisman warriors an alliance to continue to dominate the sea. 4 emperors red-haired Shanks and 4 emperors Whitebeard. They allied with the spell warrior Nico Robin. The 4 emperor ants allied with the kings Kaiwahei Khorasan. Kaido, the only 4 emperors and beasts, once again lost to Doflamingo in the confrontation with Doflamingo. From then on, Doflamingo and Kaido became an alliance. If you gain the power of a spell warrior, what's the first thing you want to do? Looking at the beast Kaido in front of him, the evil Aokiji raised his head and asked him such a sentence. After all, the power of the spell warrior is simply too powerful for everyone in this world who doesn't want to gain the power of a spell warrior and then have infinite wealth, status, and power. If I have the power of a spell warrior, then I will have the whole world. Kaido's ambition can also be said to be incomparably huge. If he really has the strength of a spell warrior, so the whole world can be said to be in turmoil. The talisman warrior has the power to conquer the whole world. The power of spells in the entire world is the strongest ability. 12 spell warriors do not have the strongest existence. For us, what we pursue is only the strongest power. The eyes of the evil Aokiji are full of desire for power. For all spell warriors, power is the only existence they pursue. What they pursue is the strongest power in the world. It makes people feel hopeless, the absolute power of the incomparably terrifying thing. At the same time, they are also proving that they are the strongest spell warriors. The strongest spell warrior can be said to be their strongest pursuit. 12 The only pursuit in the mind of the talisman warrior. To become the strongest spell warrior. I didn't expect you to have such an ambition. After hearing the words of the evil Aokiji, the corners of Kaido's mouth could be said to have a smile. If it is said that it is extremely difficult to dominate the whole world, then it is even more difficult to become the strongest spell warrior. Each of the talisman warriors possesses an incomparably terrifying power. They are powerful enough to make the entire world government despair. As long as it's a spell warrior who doesn't want to be the strongest spell warrior. The eyes of the evil Aokiji are full of naked ambition. The strongest spell warrior can be said to be the common dream pursued by all spell warriors. Brother Doflamingo didn't expect you to form an alliance with him. Kaido turned his head to look at Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo's grudges against the Navy and even the world government can be said to be well known. It can be said that Doflamingo, the world government and the Navy headquarters hates him to the core. If it weren't for the fact that the world government and the Navy headquarters had Sabo, a top-level spell warrior, at this time, Doflamingo has long since turned against the world government. 100 Beasts. Kaido, you know that I came here today not just to introduce Aokiji to you. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth, who was standing aside, was full of evil smiles. I saw that he gently raised his right hand, and on Doflamingo's right hand, a fruit with a strange picture and text appeared on his palm. Artificial devil fruit. Looking at the devil fruit on Doflamingo's right hand, Kaido's eyes can be said to be full of greed. For the beast Kaido, he wants to create an army of devil fruit powers entirely composed of devil fruit powers. And this evil, the king's devil fruit ability, can best be said to be animal type, because he, Kaido, the beast, is the one with the power of the phantom beast type dragon fruit. As the king of beasts, he certainly hopes that his subordinates will have a legion composed entirely of animals with the ability of devil fruit. One of the reasons why Kaido cooperated with Doflamingo is that Doflamingo promised to provide him with artificial animal type devil fruits. The experiment of man-made animal type devil fruit has been successful. Although eating this devil fruit cannot be 100% successful, it is enough to allow you to create a powerful army composed entirely of animal type devil fruit. Chapter 382 The ambition of the beast Kaido. Artificial animal type devil fruit. After hearing Doflamingo introduce the devil fruit in his hand, even the evil Aokiji's face could be said to be slightly discolored. After all, it is a devil fruit. Devil fruit is the most precious treasure in this world. To get the devil fruit is all about chance. I think it was because of chance and coincidence when he got the natural devil fruit. You must know that it is naturally a devil fruit ability, which is an extremely precious existence in the entire world government. Even if the world government really has that kind of super powerful nature type devil fruit, they will store it as a background and will not let others use it casually. Have you been able to find out that animals are devil fruits? There is a hint of disbelief in the words of the evil Aokiji. He never thought that Doflamingo already had such a powerful technology. Although I have heard that the world government is also researching devil devil fruits, and transferred the devil fruit to those objects, giving those objects the ability to possess devil fruit. But this is the first time I have heard of the artificially created devil fruit Aokiji. This ability can be said to be completely enough to make the world government fall into panic. I think there should be a difference between this and the real devil fruit. Aokiji frowned slightly and asked the doubts in his heart. If the ability of this devil fruit is not different from the real devil fruit, is his ability too perverted? Although JD is only a devil fruit of the animal system, his ability is beyond doubt, but it has a fatal flaw. That is, it is not 100% successful compared to the real devil fruit. In the face of the evil Aokiji's questioning Doflamingo, it can be said that he did not conceal the slightest, because this is something that doesn't need to be concealed at all. This man-made animal-type demon fruit does have fatal flaws. The artificial animal-type devil fruit is not easy to control, and not everyone can completely control it and transform it successfully. Doflamingo spoke out about the shortcomings of the artificial animal-type devil fruit. Beast Kaido, will you continue to trade with me? Doflamingo raised his head and looked at Kaido the beast. This is also one of the deals between Doflamingo and Kaido. Doflamingo created this artificial animal-based devil fruit to trade with the beast Kaido. No matter how many, I'll take it all in full. If those trash can't withstand the power of this devil fruit, what if they die? Beast Kaido's eyes can be said to be full of cruel words and even more naked disdain. If his subordinates can't bear the ability of these devil fruits, then even if they explode and die, it's just that they don't have the ability to enjoy this treatment. This is the cruelty of this world. Even if you take refuge in the four emperors and are loyal to him, in the eyes of the four emperors, there are only two kinds of people in this world. One is able to bring him benefits, and the other is not. For Kaido the beast, if his subordinates couldn't bear the power of this devil fruit and fell into madness, it would be a big deal for him to kill them all with his own hands. A group of trash is nothing to regret. As expected, they are a group of ruthless people from the four emperors. In the face of Kaido's answer, the evil Aokiji can be said to have no surprises at all. Which of the people who can become the four emperors of the pirates is a soft-hearted person? Even the red-haired Shanks stepped on the throne of the four emperors on the blood of countless pirates. The throne of the four emperors can be said to be full of slaughter and blood. What is the yield of this devil fruit? This can be said to be what Kaido is most concerned about. Even if the success rate is too low, just have a population base to experiment with. Even if only 1 of 10 people can fully bear this devil fruit, then he can use 10,000 to 100,000 people to create an army of devil fruit ability users entirely composed of devil fruit ability users. What if millions of people die because of this? I can provide you 50 devil fruits in a month. Looking at Kaido, the greedy beast in his eyes, this is what Doflamingo said. 50 devil fruits per month. If this is a real devil fruit, it will be enough to cause waves in the whole world. After all, how many devil fruit powers are there in the entire sea? Chapter 383 Liluo arrives. I didn't expect that you would dare to appear in front of me, my dear brother. After Doflamingo and Kaido made a deal for the artificial animal-type devil fruit, when Doflamingo returned to the kingdom of Derisa, brother Doflaming never thought that his own younger brother Corazon would be waiting for him here. The moment he saw Corazon, Doflamingo's eyes were already filled with hatred. He will never forget who brought him into that hell when he reached the peak of his life. Do you want to die here today? Doflamingo's words can be said to be full of hatred, and his ability to raise his right-hand thread fruit can be said to be activated instantly. Whoosh! But just when the string fruit with the power of crushing the fruit was about to hit Kalazan, Corazon just disappeared in front of everyone. Is this the speed of Corazon's so-called God's Thorn? Corazon, the rabbit charm warrior with a speed that is one of the 12 charm warriors of the Holy Master, following the evil Aokiji next to Doflamingo. At this time, he can truly understand the horror of the spell warrior. You damn bastard, you have the ability to fight me in an upright battle. After seeing Corazon disappear in front of him like this, Doflamingo's eyes can be said to be full of anger. But at this moment, several figures appeared in front of Doflamingo and the others. Bull spell warrior Nico Robin, Chicken charm warrior Tiger, Rabbit spell warrior Corazon, Sabo the monkey spell warrior. There is even a sheep spell warrior Doflamingo. When these 4 people appeared in front of Doflamingo, Doflamingo could already guess who the person who really came to his kingdom was. I didn't expect that you would come to me, the emperor of the first empire of the North Sea. Looking at the 5 spell warriors in front of him, Doflamingo's mouth suddenly brought a smile. As expected, he is a member of the Talisman Warriors. Whether it is courage or courage, it can be said that he has caught my attention. At this moment, a petite figure appeared in front of everyone. Lalo, dressed in a luxurious emperor costume, appeared in front of Doflamingo, the legendary rat Talisman Warrior, the emperor of the North Sea Empire. When this 8-year-old kid appeared in front of him, Doflamingo's eyes twitched slightly. 8-year-old is such a young age, but Lalo is by virtue of his 8-year-old age. Ling unified the entire Bahai and became the only emperor of the Bahai Empire. He controls the entire North Sea Empire with supreme power. The entire North Sea Empire is controlled by Lalo, who controls the life and death of hundreds of millions of people. I heard that after your North Sea Empire and the world government reached an alliance agreement, you disappeared. I didn't expect you to come to my Dracrosa kingdom. Although the person in front of him is the only emperor of the North Sea Empire, for Doflamingo, the only thing he cares about is Lalo's identity as a spell warrior. Since the last time I fought against Vice Admiral Sabo in the Navy headquarters, I have had the idea of going to the New World. Since I've come to the New World, then of course I want to see you who are also spell warriors. In the face of Doflamingo's questioning, Lalo raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Although he was only 8 years old and had a body, Lalo's domineering arrogance made everyone fear him. The new century is known as the paradise of the strong, and almost all the spell warriors are gathered. How could I not come here as a member of the spell warriors? The thunder dragon with golden thunder entwined all over his body appeared behind Lalo. The mighty thunder almost shone down on the entire Dracrosa kingdom. 0. At this time, under the background of this thunder, Reynald almost became the king of gods in this world. What a powerful aura! When the thunder dragon appeared behind Rainer, whether it is the evil green pheasant or even Doflamingo, their faces at this time can be said to be full of solemn expressions because they feel that the body of this thunder dragon contains a powerful force. This is the power of the rat charm warrior. It's really powerful. After feeling the strong sense of crisis given to him by the thunder dragon, Doflamingo also became a little more cautious at this time. After all, although the kid in front of him is only 8 years old, he has the power to make the whole world fear him. The power of the spell warrior is such fear. The dignified emperor of the Bahai Empire, I want to know that it's not as simple as meeting me when you come to me. Although the thunder dragon is extremely powerful, Doflamingo is not at all timid because of the strength he possesses, because he is also a perfect spell warrior. Chapter 384 Sniper the Lord. Nicole Robin is allied with the 4 Emperors Whitebeard and 4 Emperors Red Hair Shanks. 4th Emperor Ent has formed an alliance with King Kaiwohe Khorasan. Beast Kaido is allied with you, Doflamingo. The monkey spell warrior Sabo led the New World Navy to be stationed in the new base. At this time, the whole New World looks extremely peaceful, but the turbulent waves inside don't need me to describe. And most importantly, I heard that Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters became a tiger charm warrior. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the 610 evil clone of Admiral Aokiji Aoki of the Navy headquarters. As the only emperor of the North Sea Empire, Lalo's intelligence can also be said to be incomparably powerful. And the most important thing is that the world government and the Navy are vigorously promoting the kindness of Aokiji at this time. After all, for the world government and the Navy at this time, what they need is a complete spell warrior. Moreover, the strength of the good Aokiji must suppress the evil Aokiji, otherwise, when Aokiji becomes a complete spell warrior, the good Aokiji and the evil Aokiji merge into one. No one knows whether the spell warrior Aokiji will help or harm the entire world government at that time. The world government does not need an absolutely kind Aokiji, nor an absolutely evil Aokiji, because the world government itself is not absolute justice. Lalo, Emperor of the North Sea. There was a dignified look in his eyes, and he was extremely wary of the 8-year-old kid Doflamingo in front of him. After all, he possesses such a powerful power that Doflamingo is extremely jealous. As expected, he is the Emperor of the North Sea Empire, and he is extremely proficient in intelligence. This can be said to be a meeting between the world's top powerhouses, and they also represent the world's top powerhouses. The Holy Master has a total of 12 spell warriors. Nicole Robin, the Bull Charm Warrior. Chicken Spell Warrior Murloc Hero Tiger. Sabo, the Monkey Spell Warrior. Doflamingo, the Sheep Spell Warrior. The Rabbit Charm Warrior Khorasan. The Tiger Charm Warrior Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. In addition to me, the Rat Charm Warrior. At this time, there are 7 spell warriors under the Holy Master's command, but for the entire sea, the cake of the sea has been divided up. Lalo said something that no one dared to guess. There are only so many resources in the entire sea. The appearance of spell warriors one after another can be said to be constantly dividing up the few resources on the sea. One cake is enough for 5 people to eat, but now 7 people have appeared. But the next most frightening thing is that there will be another 5 people. Originally, the 7 people were already a little too full to eat. Are you going to snipe the remaining spell warriors? You intend to disobey the Lord's orders. As if thinking of something funny, the corners of Doflamingo's mouth can be said to be full of smiles. Are you planning to let the next spell warrior divide your territory? As if he heard something ridiculous, Lalo's words can be said to be full of blatant ridicule. For the overlord overlord of this world who wants to let their own territory be divided by others. However, the appearance of every spell warrior means that another overlord will be added to this world, and he is still an extremely powerful overlord. What are your thoughts? With a hint of curiosity, Doflamingo expressed the doubt in his heart. After all, the sniper spell is the enemy of the Holy Master. Although each of them has a terrifying power that is called invincible, there is no doubt that their power is bestowed by the Holy Master. The Holy Lord is their true master. Are you really willing to let the Holy Master come to this world? You must know that we only possess one of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master, and we already have such a powerful strength. If the Holy Lord really comes to this world, then who can stop him in the world today? Can we rely on the power of our spell warriors? The words were full of naked sarcasm. At this moment the talisman warriors seemed to be incomparably beautiful, but in the end they were nothing but the puppets of the Holy Master. Once the Holy Master came to this world, the first thing he had to do was to withdraw the power of those spell warriors from among the 12 spell warriors. After losing the power of the 12 spell warriors, can these spell warriors still have their current power and status? Snipe the next spell warrior to prevent the coming of the Holy Lord. Chapter 385 Barrett, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy Headquarters. Don't go too far, you man, like a mad dog. At this time, in the sea area in the first half of this great route, the reputation of Admiral Aokiji of the Navy Headquarters can be said to be resounding throughout the sea. Under the vigorous propaganda of the world government and the Navy Headquarters, it is well known that Admiral Aokiji of the Navy Headquarters became a tiger charm warrior. When all the people and the kingdom knew the news, their faces could be said to be filled with endless shock. The kings who belong to the allied countries under the world government are full of joy, because in this way the power of the world government has been strengthened, and the power of their blessings has also been strengthened. The evil in you makes me want to move. Let me destroy the evil in you. Under the propaganda of the world government and the Navy Headquarters, Admiral Aokiji's reputation spread far and wide across the world, and most importantly, with the constant wear and tear of the tiger charm seal by the power of all living beings. At this time, the strength of General Kingzi has reached the peak of the 4 emperors. Coupled with his peculiar ability of the tiger talisman, there are only a handful of people in the entire sea who can become opponents with him. In the first half of this great route, Admiral Aokiji continued to pursue those pirates, wiping out the evil in their hearts and strengthening their own strength. Let me devour the evil in your hearts and submit to the good Cam. He ignored these swearing pirates. With the strength of his 4 emperors, Aokai, the Navy Headquarters General, there were not many people who were his opponents even in the New World, not to mention those bounties in the first half of this great route. What about the pirates who just exceeded 100 million? A milky white light burst out from the body of Admiral Aokiji, covering the evil pirates of the sea. The evil power inside the pirates is constantly being swallowed up. Considering the command of the warring States Marshal, General Aokiji did not completely swallow the evil in the hearts of these pirates, but only changed their character from a completely evil pirate to a normal person with kindness in his heart. Once these pirates are transformed by Admiral Aokiji, they will not be imprisoned by the Navy, but will be brainwashed by the Navy. After all, for the current Navy, they also need a strong force. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. This is the current state of the Navy. Unless it's a pirate with heinous crimes, as long as ordinary pirates are willing to submit, the Navy Headquarters will accept them. It can be said that there are people in the Navy who are full of disgust for this kind of thing. After all, which of these people is not full of blood in his hands? But now the situation in the sea has caused the world government and the naval headquarters to lose control. The world government and the naval headquarters need the power of pirates. Beep beep beep. Just after Aokiji completely devoured most of the evil in the hearts of this group of pirates, the voice of a phone bug suddenly rang in his arms. I'm Admiral Aokiji of the Navy Headquarters. After getting on the phone, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy Headquarters directly reported to his home. Admiral Aokiji, I am the Admiral Sengoku of the Navy, and now there is something that needs to be urgently dealt with by you. After the warring States Marshal got the call from General Aokiji, his face and words were full of urgency. Did something happen? After feeling the urgency in the words of the warring States Marshal, General Aokiji also had a trace of worry in his heart. After all, as the warring states of the Navy Headquarters, he is generally, it can be said that it is rare to feel such a state. With his identity and strength in today's world, the only person who can make him feel so urgent is the spell warrior. Have you heard of Barrett from the original One Piece pirates? The warring States Marshal told what happened just before. When Doflamingo attacked the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, there were indeed countless strong men loyal to Doflamingo, and at the same time countless strong men died in the hands of Doflamingo, but this does not mean that there are no fish that slip through the net in the entire deep sea prison. Barrett, a former member of One Piece, escaped Doflamingo's attack with the power of his devil fruit. Taking advantage of the best time when the deep-sea prison was destroyed in Doflamingo, he escaped from the deep-sea prison and joined hands with Festo to hold the One Piece Expo. In the name of treasure, it has attracted countless pirates to gather here. The Warring States Marshal didn't believe that Barrett gathered countless pirates here just to dedicate the treasure to the destined person. Chapter 386. The Terrifying Barrett. Barrett was born in the Great Root and Nation of Endless War. He was abandoned by his mother and became an orphan at birth and was adopted by the enemy army. The badge GF on his arm is short for the army of the hostile country that adopted him. In his childhood, he served as a young soldier under the army commander Douglas Gray. His main task was to take the lead in stepping on landmines on the battlefield or open the way with bombs. The person who has made the greatest achievements on the battlefield will be awarded a medal. The young Barrett, who has only weapons since childhood, is eager to get it, but the medal will only be awarded to one person. Barrett was active by virtue of his powerful fighting power, but when he was about to succeed, he was betrayed by his companions. Not only was the medal robbed, but he was also seriously injured on the verge of death. Companions betrayed only because Barrett was too powerful. Since then, Barrett no longer believes in others, and everything is only for his own victory. Soon Barrett became the strongest young soldier. He felt more and more that power could bring him freedom. He ate the fruit of fusion when his life was on the line due to hunger and fatigue on the battlefield, and became stronger since then. 31 years ago, at the age of 14, he became a hero of the country, and the victory of the country was at hand. Captain Douglas was promoted to general because of Barrett's military exploits. He cared deeply for Barrett and promised to let him leave the battlefield and give him real freedom. Barrett believed it and wiped out the enemy in the last war. Douglas betrayed him and wanted to kill him. An angry Barrett destroyed his own country and army, was hunted by the world government and went to sea. 30 years ago, at the age of 15, the invincible, he met Roger. No matter how many times he challenged Barrett, he lost to Roger, so Barrett vowed, "I will defeat you one day and become the strongest in the world." Barrett joined the Roger pirates as a challenger. At that time, only Roger could beat him in the entire pirate group. Even the vice captain Rayleigh could only draw with him, but Barrett was not proud. On the contrary, strength and training. 28 years ago, at the age of 17, Barrett, known as the heir of the devil on Roger's ship, was shocked when he learned that Roger was terminally ill. 27 years ago, at the age of 18, he was worried that his vow would not be fulfilled, and at the same time began to doubt Roger's strength. After failing to challenge Roger one more time, Barrett quit the pirates and made a name for himself as a newcomer. 26 years ago, at the age of 19, Barrett, who was a rookie, met Crocodile, and the two sides had a showdown. 24 years ago, at the age of 21, Roger's crew secretly made a pointer to record Raftel, which was found by Roger and threw it into the sea, where it was eaten by the Sea Kings. In the same year, Roger was executed. After Barrett learned that Roger was executed, he thought that he would never have a chance to win against him. Barrett, who lost his goal, began to run wild at sea. 23 years ago, at the age of 22, the Navy issued a demon slaughter order to him. When Barrett's physical strength was gradually exhausted by the demon slaughter order, the pirates who had been defeated by him also launched a surprise attack, which eventually made him defeated and imprisoned in the Advanced City. In the more than 20 years of advancing the city, Barrett has made up his mind to become the world's strongest pirate king beyond Roger, that is, to kill all the strong men in the world and become the strongest being. Because Doflamingo attacked the deep-sea prison, and Barrett relied on the ability of his superhuman fusion fruit to integrate with the deep-sea prison and escape Doflamingo's investigation and escape. When Doflamingo left the deep-sea prison, Barrett also chose to leave. However, Barrett is determined to become the strongest person in the whole world, and he is not alone. He teamed up with Festo to hold this so-called Pirate Expo. Recapture Barrett alive. After hearing the order of the Warring States Marshal, General Aokiji's face could be said to be full of seriousness. As Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, of course he knows the horror of this Barrett. He is also known as the right-hand man of the Pirate King Rayleigh, a terrifying powerhouse with three-color domineering. If you can, I hope you can devour the evil in Barrett's heart and make him submit to my naval headquarters. The face of the Warring States Marshal can be said to be filled with a serious look. Wang Di Hao Jian. If Barrett can join their navy, then their navy will have a terrifying powerhouse at the peak of the four emperors. This can be said to be a rare top powerhouse. Although this world is respected by spell warriors, the power of the four emperors is also an existence that cannot be underestimated. After all, there are only 12 spell warriors at most. Can these 12 people completely devour the entire world? And at this time, there are 3 spell warriors that the world government can mobilize from the navy. Khorasan, one of the 7 seas under the King. Vice Admiral Sabo, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy Headquarters. Chapter 387 Pirate Expo. Pirate Expo. Do pirates still have the courage now? Who dares to hold a Pirate Expo? What qualifications does he have? I heard that in this Pirate Expo there is a permanent pointer to the end of the great route that Pirate King Roger reached. The news of the Pirate Expo can be said to have spread all over the world in an instant, especially when I heard that there is a permanent pointer to the end of the great route reached by Roger One Piece in this expo. All the pirates after that can be said to be completely excited. All the pirates galloped as fast as possible towards an island in the second half of this great route. It can be said that the top martial arts masters in this pirate world have gathered here. Dad, are we participating in this Pirate Expo? On the pirate ship of the 4 emperors with white beards in this new world. A member of the 4 emperors Whitebeard pirates who had just joined the 4 emperors Whitebeard pirates shouted to Whitebeard not far from 613 with a smile on his face full of excitement. After all, in his opinion, with the strength of the 4 emperors Whitebeard pirates, capturing the permanent pointer to the so-called end of the so-called Great Route at this Pirate Expo can be said to be an easy task. At that time, rely on this permanent pointer to reach the end of the Great Route to obtain the big secret treasure. So can't they get all the wealth that One Piece Roger has? Did you little guy just join our pirate group? Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, saw him come to the crew member with a smile on his face. He patted the crew member's shoulder with a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of seriousness. Is there any problem? The pirate's face was full of puzzled expressions. Don't the Whitebeard pirates have the slightest greed for One Piece's secret treasure? Doesn't Whitebeard want to be the pirate king? You must know that it is the king of the whole sea. One Piece. One Piece's secret treasure can be said to contain countless wealth that can make the whole world be moved by it. You'll know when you stay with my Whitebeard pirates for a long time. For this newcomer, Marco just shook his head and didn't say much. After all, at this time, he didn't know their Whitebeard pirates or their father Whitebeard. Oh, there was a look of regret on his face, but the pirate didn't continue to say anything because he knew that if Whitebeard really wanted to compete for the secret security, he would have left long ago. The permanent pointer of One Piece's great treasure. There are countless top pirates in this world. At this time, in the Dracrosa Kingdom, Doflamingo's mouth could be said to be full of smiles when he heard the news. You must know that it is the great secret treasure of One Piece, which has countless and inexhaustible treasures. Well, for Doflamingo, this can be said to be a huge temptation, while JD is a gluttonous feast for the evil green pheasant, because it can be said that there are countless evil pirates gathered there. For Aokiji, these people are the cornerstones of his growth path. When the power of the tiger talisman is completely unsealed and the good green pheasant and the evil green pheasant merge into one, if the power of the good green pheasant crushes the evil green pheasant, then the evil green pheasant has only one consequence, that is, it is destroyed by the good green pheasant. Control surrenders to him. Although both of them are Aokiji, they definitely don't want to submit to others like this, become a puppet of another person. In the end, it was only their respective strengths that were in the competition. At the same time, the energy of good and evil in their bodies can also be said to be extremely important. This time we sneaked in. Whether it's the treasure of the Pirate King or the good and evil in those pirates, they all belong to us. Doflamingo's eyes can be said to be full of naked ambition. You take One Piece's treasure and my target is those pirates. The evil Aokiji standing aside. At this moment his eyes can be said to be full of greed. The Pirate Expo can be said to attract countless pirates. It can be said that it is a rare opportunity for them to gather together. The most important thing is the fear in the heart of the evil Aokiji at this time, because she has already felt that the seal of the rat spell is constantly weakening. Once the seal of the tiger talisman is completely opened, the evil Aokiji and the good Aokiji will become one. The real Aokiji will appear. If they cannot be swallowed up by the Aokiji when they merge into one, then they will all become the puppets of the real Aokiji. This is something that the evil Aokiji can't bear at all. How could he allow himself to become Aokiji's puppet like this? Although they were the same person originally, but at this time, his heart can be said to be full of unwillingness. Chapter 388 Countless pirates gather. Pirate Expo. The permanent pointer of the great treasure of Roger One Piece. When these two news spread throughout the whole pirate world can be said to be shaken. After all, it belongs to the great secret treasure of One Piece, a target that all pirates are looking for. It can be said that it is getting more and more lively here. I didn't expect that even the secret treasure of One Piece would appear. Soaring above the back of the Thunder Dragon above the 9 heavens, Lalo, known as the Emperor of the North Sea, has a curious expression at the corner of his mouth. Although Lalo controls the entire North Sea Empire and possesses innumerable wealth, but for him who has lived in the world of One Piece since he was was a child. He can also be said to be full of curiosity about the secret treasures of the world of One Piece. After all, it is said to have the wealth of the whole world there. Since that's the case, then let me go over and take a look. I think there must be countless top powerhouses in the world there. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Lalo can also be said to have made up his mind to join in the fun. After all, the reason why he came to the New World was to meet the so-called powerhouses of the New World. One Piece's great treasure will definitely attract countless strong people to participate in this so-called Pirate Expo. At that time, he will give everyone a surprise that everyone can't expect. Is it the great secret treasure of One Piece? But when the real One Piece appears in front of everyone, I don't know what kind of faces you will show. At this time, Lilo was only an 8-year-old boy. Although it has a powerful force that makes the whole world fear it, but at heart he is only an 8-year-old child, and sometimes his thoughts can be said to make people laugh and cry. When everyone is vying for the great treasure of One Piece, when One Piece appears in front of everyone like this, their hearts can also be said to collapse. After all, how can it be compared to the real One Piece even if it is the great treasure of One Piece? I wonder if there will be spell warriors participating this time. Lalo even looked forward to the participation of spell warriors this time, otherwise it would not be fun. I didn't expect that Marshal of the Warring States period would ask me to lead them over to help you, but I think I'm the only one who can come. If Akainu came, I think he would have killed all those people long ago. Time flies by on the sea surface of an island not far from the New World Pirate Expo. It can be said that the Navy slaughtering Demon Order fleet is quietly docked here, and on the sea not far away, it can be said that there are countless pirate ships docked. The permanent pointer of One Piece's great secret treasure. How huge is his temptation and how many people can resist it? How many people can resist this temptation not to come here? At this time, on this large fleet, the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters can be said to be full of helplessness on his wretched face. But what made him most helpless was the soldiers on his warship who were wearing Navy soldiers. Although these soldiers are all wearing the costumes of naval soldiers, they are different from other soldiers in that there is a skull symbol on the chest of the soldiers' clothes, a head full of black skulls. Because these people were pirates before, it was only because of the power of Aokiji that the evil in their hearts was changed and they belonged to the Navy. This is the pirate transformation army negotiated by the Warring States Marshal, the Navy, and even the world government. I know that there are countless pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Even the Brigadier General level powerhouses are not rare. If Doflamingo hadn't attacked the deep sea prison before and released those terrifying monsters on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, it is not certain that because of the lack of combat power, the Navy headquarters and the world government will use the terrifying monsters in the deep sea prison. After all, the strength of each of those people can be said to be incomparably powerful. What should we do now? Do we just rush in like this or wait for those pirates to fight to the death and finish it off? When Aokiji came here, the command right of the entire warship could be said to belong to Aokiji because he was the most powerful being here. Even secretly some people think that Aokiji will become the next admiral. Although Sabo also has this qualification, Aokiji's qualifications are unmatched by Sabo. I think there should be a spell warrior here next. Although I can entangle with those perfect spell warriors with my current strength, at this time I am not the opponent of those perfect spell warriors. After hearing General Kizaru's words, General Aokiji shook his head helplessly. Chapter 389 Barrett's Ambition. It's really lively here. Barrett, this is the feast of my dreams. At this time, on the island where the Pirate Expo is located, Vesta, one of the organizers of this Pirate Expo, looking at the countless and endless pirate fleets in front of me, looking at the countless pirates in front of him, at this moment his heart can be said to be full of ambition. This can be said to be the pursuit of his life. The feast of a feast that makes all eyes look here. I really didn't expect that I could see such a scene in my lifetime. Vesta's June 17th is full of infinite pride and ambition. Everything in front of him completely merged with his heart and became his highest pursuit. The legendary spell warriors don't know how many of you will come here. Barrett, who was standing on the side, could be said to contain great power in his sturdy body, and his eyes were full of desire for power. When he was in the deep sea prison, he saw the horror of too much flamenco. How many people can One Piece's great treasure attract? How many spell warriors will come to compete for the great treasure of One Piece? Will he be able to fight against these spell warriors then? Barrett, our target is mainly that those ordinary pirate spell warriors are not the existences that we can compete with. It was as if he heard Barrett's ambitious words. Fiesta suddenly asked worriedly. The horror of spell warriors can be said to be well known. When Barrett wanted to challenge the spell warrior, he undoubtedly hit the stone with an egg. Fiesta was worried that Barrett's actions would disrupt his grand ceremony. Boom boom boom. A powerful aura erupted from Barrett's body and he came to Fiesta like a teleportation. Barrett are the strongest man in the world. His eyes were full of boundless confidence in himself. The terrifying overlord's domineering arrogance can be said to be shrouded in Fiesta's whole body. Fiesta is just an ordinary person. When Barrett's terrifying aura enveloped Fiesta's whole body, Fiesta felt as though staring into the abyss and filled him with endless fear. My words are to order you as long as you are responsible for the execution. Barrett's words were full of infinite majesty, and at this time Fiesta had no room for resistance at all. Fear enveloped Fiesta's whole body, and at this time he could be said to have completely lost the will to resist. Barrett's aura was something he couldn't resist at all. The unparalleled power is enough to make everyone fear it. Fiesta has no courage to resist Barrett at all, and the domineering arrogance possessed by a top powerhouse in the world is simply not something that ordinary people can resist. The powerful aura was enough to make Fiesta lose the courage to resist. According to my orders, if you dare to stop me from fighting those spell warriors, then I will let you know my ferocity. Barrett's face can be said to be full of endless hideousness. At this time, he is as frightening as the devil in hell. Don't worry, I will definitely not stop you from fighting those spell warriors. Although Fiesta was extremely respectful on the surface, in his heart he had already hoped that the spell warrior would kill Barrett. For Fiesta, all he wants is a huge feast that can attract the attention of everyone in the world. Whether or not Barrett dies has nothing to do with him. For both Fiesta and Barrett, it was nothing more than a partnership. The life and death of the two of them are of no importance to the two of them. I will kill all of you here, spell warriors, and I will prove to the world that Barrett is the strongest existence in the world. Raising his head and looking at the sky and sea in the distance, Barrett's heart can be said to be full of pride and ambition at this time. What if the spell warrior has the strongest power in the world? He, Barrett, will definitely become the strongest existence in this world. Defeat all spell warriors and prove to the world that Barrett is the strongest in the world. Whether it's an admiral of the Navy headquarters, or even the 4 emperors of pirates, or even the most powerful spell warrior, I, Barrett, swear here, I will definitely defeat you all to become the strongest existence. The words are full of infinite domineering. At this time, Barrett's ambition can be said to be full of infinite ambition. He will definitely defeat all the spell warriors and become the strongest existence. To actually try to defeat the spell warrior. Although Barrett's temperament is incomparably terrifying and makes everyone feel terrified, the power of the spell warrior can be said to be unparalleled terror. Chapter 390 Big Mom Pirates. Beast Pirates. I heard that the biggest prize of this competition is the permanent pointer of One Piece's great secret treasure. I don't know if it is true. I also heard that, you see, many big pirates in this world have come here. It can be said that there are countless people who have offered a reward of over 100 million. The top cotters under the 4 emperors can also be said to be gathered here. 4 generals under the 4 emperors, and Beast Kaido has 3 disasters under his command. These people are all top pirates. If there are no rare treasures that attract them, do you think they will come here? The Pirate Expo has not been officially held yet, but at this time, the entire island has already fallen into the heated discussion. There is only one thought in the hearts of all the pirates who come, and that is there really a permanent pointer that belongs to the great treasure of One Piece? You must know that is the great secret of One Piece treasure, claiming to have the wealth of the whole world. This can be said to be the fuse that opened the prelude to the entire voyage. Countless people from all over the world rushed to the sea for the sake of that great treasure. But now that this great treasure is just around the corner, who can hold back their inner excitement? All power can be said to be just around the corner. Although only the senior cotters who belonged to the 4 emperors arrived at this time, everyone believed that the 4 emperors at this time were also ready to snatch them at any time. I didn't expect you to come too, but this final prize must belong to our beast pirates. Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the 100 beast pirates, saw that the queen of the Big Mom pirates desert 4 stars came to him, and his words were full of infinite situation and domineering. The big secret treasure will definitely belong to our anti-pirates. In the face of Jack Drought's provocation, Charlotte Katakuri, the deputy of the Big Mom pirates, how could Charlotte Katakuri choose to back down in order to maintain the honor of the Big Mom pirates? Why do you plan to fight us here to decide the final winner? Drought Jack was originally a hot-tempered man. At this time, he even pulled out his weapon involuntarily. Are the Big Mom pirates and the 100 Beasts pirates both like this? At this moment, a mocking voice sounded in the ears of the 2 major forces. This voice sounds young. It should be the voice of a kid who is less than 10 years old, who dares to freely comment on my anti-pirates here. I think you are trying to court death. Charlotte Cricket, one of the grumpy desserts. He suddenly roared towards the place where the sound came from. A kid? Do you know where this place is? Do you know who we are? How dare you say such a thing? When Charlotte Cracker saw that it was an 8-year-old kid who made the sound. At this time he even pulled out the longsword in his hand involuntarily. It seemed that if the kid in front of him dared to say something that would make him unhappy, he would behead the kid in front of him. It's just the Big Mom pirates. What's so scary? The corners of Lilogo's mouth were full of naked mockery. He has been here for a few days, and here he can be said to have seen through all the pirates. After all, these pirates are all outlaws, and what they are after is nothing but gold and silver treasures. Lilogo, who originally thought he could meet some interesting pirates, was completely disappointed. If it wasn't for the fact that he would disturb Barrett and the others by killing him here, lest they destroy the permanent pointer of One Piece's great secret treasure, Lilogo would have already made a lot of trouble here. Lilogo, who had nothing to do, saw the Big Mom pirates and the Beast's pirates provoked and quarreled here. He could say that he couldn't help but sneered a few words. After all, with his strength he can say such words completely. The four emperors are indeed an incomparably powerful fighting force, but for the talisman warriors, the fighting power of the four emperors is no longer in 617 size. Even as long as Lilogo wants, he can completely carve the four emperors. Who are you? Charlotte Katakuri is the leader of the Big Mom pirates this time, and he is also extremely cautious. It is a very strange thing for an 8-year-old kid on this island full of countless vicious pirates. And most importantly, what kind of confidence does an 8-year-old kid have? Dare to provoke the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates at the same time. I'm your grandfather. Lalo, who was already full of naughty when he heard Charlotte Katakuri ask such a question, he suddenly had an idea to say such a sentence that made everyone vomit blood. Damn bastard, die for me. How dare you slander our Big Mom pirates like this? Charlotte Cricket can be said to be completely angry, and saw that he was holding a longsword and attacking Lilogo. Chapter 391. The permanent pointer belongs to me. Bump. At the moment when the longsword in Charlotte Snicker's hand was about to hit Lalo, an extremely slender longsword stood in front of Charlotte Snickers. What's the matter with you, Snickers? Why use your biscuit soldiers? Charlotte Katakuri had a puzzled look on her face, because the person blocking the Charlotte Snickers is the Charlotte Snickers himself. But as Charlotte Katakuri, the older brother of Charlotte Snickers, he knew that Snickers at this time was just a soldier in biscuit armor, and Snickers has the ability to use cookies as armored soldiers. This guy is not my cookie soldier. Charlotte Snickers had a serious look on her face, because he could clearly feel that the biscuit soldier in front of him, who looked exactly like him, had far more power than his own biscuit soldier. It was as if he was currently fighting against himself. If that's the case, then you should fight with yourselves. At this moment, under the terrifying gaze of all the pirates, the Desert Four Stars appeared in front of everyone. Your Majesty Laidlaw. After seeing the scene in front of him, Kaido the Beast, the next three disasters, immediately recognized who the 8-year-old kid in front of him was. A spell warrior who cooperated with Kaido of the Four Emperors and Beasts, and is also the only emperor of the North Sea Empire. Rat Charm Warrior Lalo. I saw that Kaido's three disasters came to Lalo's side with a respectful look and saluted him respectfully. What the hell is going on here? Is that guy the legendary Talisman Warrior, the only emperor of the North Sea? Lilogo. Charlotte Katakuri, who fought against himself, a carved warrior. At this time, he can also be said to have guessed Lilogo's identity in an instant. The few spell warriors in the whole world possess the power to make the whole world fear them. For the Big Mom pirates, it can be said that they have experienced the horror of spell warriors firsthand. You must know that the first spell warrior, Nico Robin, once defeated the entire Big Mom pirates by herself, and defeated their mother, who was known as invincible in their minds. Don't you think this is a bit too much? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside Lalo. On the opposite side of the table beside Lalo, Corazon appeared here at some point. At this moment, he was holding a bottle of red wine in his hand and looked at Lilogo with a smile on his face. The talisman warrior Corazon, known as the world's strongest assassin, came and went without a trace. Looking at Corazon, Reynolds sitting beside him can be said to be extremely alert. Among all the spell warriors, there is only one person that Lalo fears the most, and that is Corazon, the Thorn of the Gods. Even in the face of Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell warrior, Lalo would not have such a big sense of crisis. Unlike Nico Robin, who directly confronts him, Corazon's ability is what makes Lilogo a headache. The Rat Charm warrior Lilogo has an incomparably fatal weakness, that is, his own strength is not very strong. In other words, even in the face of an ordinary and vicious pirate, Lalo could not defeat him with his own strength. Unlike other spell warriors, they strengthen the power of spells on themselves. Rainer can only strengthen others with the power of a spell warrior. Considering the threat that Corazon gave him, Lalo let out an angry snort and saw that the four sculptured warriors who fought with Desert Four Stars instantly turned into mud. Lord Corazon. Charlotte Katakuri brought everyone from the Big Mom pirates to Corazon respectfully. respectfully. You must know that the Ant Zhao pirates and Khorasan are allies at this time. When Khorasan defeated his brother Doflamingo and gained control of the Doflamingo family in order to become the emperor of the entire underground dark world, Khorasan, who had not yet obtained the full power of a spell warrior at that time, formed an alliance with the Ant, and only with the help of the Ant did Khorasan truly control the entire underground world. Does she also want the permanent pointer of this One Piece treasure? There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, even if the person in front of him was a pirate who was famous and vicious in the whole new world. But in front of Khorasan, these people are all his little brothers after all. Mom is also interested in One Piece's great treasure. In the face of Khorasan's inquiry, Charlotte Katakuri also did not dare to conceal it at all. After all, there is no need to conceal this matter, and there is no need to conceal it. Whoever came here is not full of interest in the great secret treasure of One Piece, or even full of ambition. That big secret treasure belongs to me. Raising his head, Khorasan directly announced that the permanent pointer of the great secret treasure at the end of the great route belongs to him. This is the domineering power of a spell warrior. Chapter 392. The world's spell is respected. Lord Khorasan, is there really no room for relaxation? After hearing Khorasan's words, Charlotte Katakuri's eyes could be said to be full of helplessness. But when I think of my mother's orders, I think of his explosive temper. Charlotte Katakuri can only say that she frowned and said her request. I can give you a chance. If you can get the permanent pointer on this island, then I will no longer compete with you. Khorasan's eyes are full of boundless confidence. So what if this time gives you a chance? Do you think that with your strength you can snatch the permanent pointer of that great treasure from the hands of our spell warriors? Even your mother and aunt don't have the qualifications to say such a thing. Khorasan didn't expect you to be interested in that big secret treasure, but as far as I know, your brother Doflamingo is also on the way here. Leiluo, who was sitting beside him, could be said to have a slight smile on the corner of his mouth at this time. The feud between Doflamingo and Khorasan can be said to be well known throughout the sea. Doflamingo killed their father with his own hands in front of young Khorasan. Doflamingo was defeated by Khorasan at the most glorious time of his life, and let Khorasan take away all his honors and imprisoned him in the deep sea prison. Although the two of them are blood relatives, the hatred between them can be said to be as deep as the sea. Brother Doflamingo, I didn't expect him to come here too. Khorasan's eyes could be said to be flickering with a hint of solemnity after hearing Leiluo's remarks. With the continuous emergence of spell warriors JD in this world, the influence of spell warriors on this world is also getting stronger and stronger. I don't know since when the spell warrior seems to be related to those big events every time. The previous battle of the top gathered almost all the spell warriors. This time 4 known spell warriors have appeared. Rabbit Charm Warrior God Hidden Thorn Khorasan, the Rat Charm Warrior Leiluo, the Emperor of the North Sea Doflamingo, the Spirit Messenger of the Sheep Spell Warrior, the Tiger Charm Warrior Admiral Aoki of the Navy Headquarters. At this time, the entire sea was completely dominated by spell warriors. It's not fun now. After thinking of the next gathering of 4 spell warriors on this small island, at this time, everyone's heart can be said to be flickering with a trace of fear. At this time, the deterrence of the Talisman Warriors to the world is just like the former 4 emperors of pirates. No one could imagine how powerful it would be if the 4 emperors alliance had been formed at the beginning. But now, gathering here will be a terrifying powerhouse whose strength surpasses that of the 4 emperors. What if he came here in person? Do you think I would be afraid of his power? A trace of disdain flashed in Khorasan's eyes. For him, this kind of thing can't threaten him at all. I hope you can still be so calm when Doflamingo comes to you. As an ally of Doflamingo, of course he knew the terms of the covenant between him and Doflamingo. One of them is to work together to deal with Khorasan, the Thorn of the Gods. In other words, when Doflamingo and the evil Aokiji came to this island, then facing Khorasan is the siege of the 2 complete Talisman Warriors and the evil Aokiji. This power is enough to make the whole world government shudder. Although I don't know what the relationship between you and Doflamingo is, Khorasan, are not frightened. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. For Khorasan, he didn't believe that he would still die here with his own strength. As spell warriors, each of them has their own confidence. Then I'll wait and see when the time comes. Look at Khorasan, who is full of infinite confidence in his eyes. Leiluo just nodded with a smile on his face. When Khorasan resisted the 3 spell warriors with his own strength, he would only feel despair. No one in this world can fight against 3 spell fighters by herself. Even Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell fighter, does not have this strength. At that time, I will show you what real power is. Standing up, Khorasan turned and left. However, his words were so domineering that they were frightening. Could this be a battle between spell warriors? Even the 4 emperors can't be called a supporting role at this time. Standing on the side, the 3 disasters of Kaido, the 3 beasts beasts and the dessert star of the Big Mom pirates. Their hearts can also be said to be full of helplessness. Chapter 393. The seal of the spell warriors to be opened. Hurry up and report this to your mother because it's out of our control now. As the team leader this time, Charlotte Katakuri's eyes can be said to be full of helplessness. Originally, he could be said to be one of the top powerhouses in the entire world when the four emperors did not appear. With his domineering power, he can be said to have the power to fight even against the admiral of the navy. However, on the island of the Pirate Expo, there are several talisman warriors who are stronger than the four emperors. Here, the so-called Kaido 3 disasters of the beasts and the 4 desert generals under the Ant's command are just cannon fodder. Understood. It can be said that Desert 4 generals is full of helplessness in her heart. We will also report this matter to the boss. Kaido's 3 disasters also shook his head helplessly. No one knows how the next war will develop. Will it end with a spell warrior? No, this is impossible because according to the 2 of them, at least 3 spell warriors will appear next. Rabbit Charm Warrior God Hidden Thorn Khorasan, the Rat Charm Warrior Lilo, the Emperor of the North Sea, even Doflamingo, the Spirit Messenger of the Sheep Spell Warrior, appears. When 3 talisman warriors gathered on this island, even the 4 emperors had to retreat. Damn spell warriors! One day when I have the power of spell warriors, I will kill you all to become the strongest spell warriors. It's really getting more and more rampant. I say, I am also the former 4 emperors. When the 4 emperors and Kaido received the news of the 3 disasters and the Desert 3 generals respectively, the hearts of both of them can be said to be filled with infinite anger. Since the spell warriors appeared in this world, their status can be said to be more and more awkward. At the same time, it also makes people feel more and more desperate because the power of the spell warrior seems to be invincible. The terrifying force that everyone in this world is desperate for even lost the battle. Desire to fight. General Kingsley, I don't know how many spells you have unsealed. At this time, it was above the sea not far from the Pirate Expo. It can be said that the huge fleet of the Navy Slaughtering Order is quietly hiding here. There is one of the few generals here who is the peak powerhouse general. When he had nothing to do, he came to General Aokiji. He asked the doubts in his heart. For everyone, the most curious thing in their hearts is how much the latest spell warrior General Aokiji has released his spell seal. If its seal is completely lifted, it means that there will be new spell warriors to appear in the future. Everyone can be said to be full of yearning for the next talisman warrior. Whether it is an ordinary child or even the mighty 4 emperors, everyone who knows the power of a talisman fighter wants to become a talisman warrior. But what they didn't know was that almost all the spell warriors had an idea in their hearts at this time, and that was to curb the development of the spell warrior system because there are too many spell warriors now. The resources of the entire sea are not enough to divide the next spell warriors. The power of the spell warrior in my body has been unsealed for the most part. I want to completely unlock the seal of my spell warrior through this battle. Aokiji's face was full of dignified expressions. At this time, he could be said to be full of a sense of crisis for the next sea situation. Even with the blessing of Sabo, a spell warrior, the entire naval headquarters and the world government can also be said to be in a passive state. I will release the seal of the spell warrior in my body and become the spell warrior in the strongest state. At that time, the situation of our naval headquarters and the world government will not be passive. Aokiji said words that made Kizaru feel immense admiration. At this time, the Navy headquarters had lost control of the entire sea. The main reason is that the power of the spell warrior is too powerful. Although the world government and the Navy have countless top-level combat power, for the spell warrior, this level of combat power is nothing at all. I wonder if the next spell warrior will be me. After hearing that Aokiji was about to unlock the seal of the spell warrior and become the strongest spell warrior, General Kizaru suddenly had an idea in his heart that if he was also a spell warrior, what a good way to go. The chance of a spell warrior can be said to be unattainable, and we spell warriors will not know who will become a spell warrior next. Hearing the words of Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Aokiji shook his head regretfully. After all, the power of the talisman warriors can be said to be very difficult for the Navy headquarters. Chapter 394 Unrestricted Duel Competition. Welcome everyone to come here to participate in this Pirate Expo. I am Festo, the organizer of this Pirate Expo. Time passed by. When all the big pirates came to this island and saw Festo when the time was right, he used the huge horn on the island to announce this to the pirates on the whole island. The official start of the Pirate Expo. Hidden bastard, don't you dare to show your true face in front of us. Tell us where the big secret treasure of One Piece is. Hand over that permanent pointer. After listening to 617 to the voice of Festo at this event, all the pirates on the entire island can be said to be completely boiling. After all, there is only one reason for them to come here, and that is for the permanent pointer of the great secret treasure of One Piece Roger. But what they didn't expect was that Festoki didn't even have the courage to look directly at them. How could they be reconciled without seeing the real master? After all, Festo must know the position of the permanent pointer. It is not certain that the permanent pointer is in Festo's hands at this time. This is also the reason why Festo did not dare to appear. He was afraid that he would appear in front of these pirates, and these pirates with red eyes would kill him without hesitation, and then seize the permanent pointer to the end of the great route. Gentlemen, please calm down. I also know that the purpose of your visit this time is to be a permanent pointer to the end of the great route. I think there is also a little doubt in your heart. Is this permanent pointer of the great route real? Facing these red-eyed pirates, Festo can be said to express the biggest doubts in the hearts of these pirates. Although they also had some doubts in their hearts, they also believed that Festo did not have the courage to deceive all the pirates in this world alone. Have you heard of Barrett's name? Barrett, the left and right hand of the original One Piece Roger. In order to strengthen these people's belief in the existence of permanent pointers, Festo directly said Barrett's name. Barrett, one of the left and right hands of the former pirate king Roger, and the vice captain Rayleigh of Hades. Barrett, one of the left and right hands of One Piece. I heard that he wasn't imprisoned in the deep sea prison. The deep sea prison has long been destroyed by Doflamingo's hands, but what I didn't expect was that he was able to escape from the deep sea prison. According to what I heard, even the Red Earl died at the hands of Doflamingo. As expected, he is the left side of One Piece. Right hand. After hearing Barrett's name, all the pirates who knew Barrett's name immediately began to discuss. After all, as the right-hand man of One Piece, Barrett's strength can be said to be unquestionably powerful. An extremely powerful monster, a monster enough to make everyone fear. Which one of One Piece's right and left hands is not the most terrifying being? Barrett didn't expect him to be alive. When Doflamingo, who came here at an unknown time, heard Festo's words, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When Barrett was in the deep sea prison, he didn't know how to escape his awareness. Since I met him here again today, so many flamenco will settle the account with him in the deep sea prison. But in Doflamingo's heart, there is only one person he wants to settle accounts most, and that is his brother Corazon. Corazon can be said to be the eternal hatred in his heart. I know the purpose of everyone here today. All you want is a permanent pointer to the end of Roger's great route, for the big secret treasure that everyone dreams of. Since this is the case, then I will announce the requirements of this competition here again. One Piece is the only man among the overlords of this era. That is to say, if you want to obtain the permanent pointer of One Piece's great secret treasure, then you have to be 1 in 10,000 people. In the unlimited duel competition here, only 5 people can climb to the peak of this island and then fight with Barrett to win the permanent pointer of One Piece from Barrett's hands. Remember that there are only 5 people on the top of the island. If there is a 6th person on the top of the island, then Barrett will destroy the permanent pointer in his hand. Festo's words can be said to be full of endless killing intent, which means that from now on the pirates on this island must kill each other, and then only 5 people can climb to the top of the island. If a 6th person steps on the top of the island, Barrett will crush the permanent pointer in his hand. Chapter 395 On the Island Killing. Damn bastard, is this a violation of the rules to let us kill each other first? Damn Barrett, what if you were the right and left hand of One Piece? If you dare to destroy the permanent pointer of the great route, then no one in the whole world can bless you. After hearing Festo's words, all the pirates on this island can be said to be completely angry. They don't know that all this is just a conspiracy of Festo in the end, but this is totally a conspiracy. Their irresistible conspiracy. After all, it is the permanent pointer of One Piece's great secret treasure. How many people in today's world can resist this temptation? There are actually 5 places left. Lalo, who was on this island, had a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth when he heard these words. With the power of his spell Warrior 19, he is one of the top powerhouses in this world. 5 places are completely redundant for him. It's really getting more and more interesting. Brother Doflamingo, who was hiding next to him, had a wicked smile on his face at this time. This battle can be said to be more and more interesting for him, but at this time his eyes were searching everywhere on the entire island as if he was looking for a person's figure. His younger brother, Corazon, is also one of the spell warriors, but since the last time Corazon and Lalo met, he seemed to disappear on the island. Doflamingo knew that Corazon didn't actually leave the island, he just used the power of his devil fruit to make him disappear under everyone's attention. Corazon is known as the strongest assassin in the whole world, but I don't believe you can hold back when the final battle is over. Since you dare to come here, it means that you are also interested in the permanent pointer at the end of the great route. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. For the next battle, Doflamingo can also be said to be full of interest, but the first thing to do is to get rid of all these goddamn chops. Doflamingo raised his right hand and instantly activated the power to crush the fruit. Kakaka. When Doflamingo launched his own smashing fruit, the entire space of the island seemed to be shattered. Painful mourning resounded throughout the island, and under Doflamingo's blow, nearly 1,000 pirates were wrapped in the power of the crushed fruit. Damn Doflamingo! As a top-level powerhouse, you are so despicable and sneak attack. When Doflamingo made his move, everyone couldn't believe that Doflamingo, one of the top powerhouses in the world, actually chose to sneak attack. I didn't expect that. You have already started, so I should do it too. The evil admiral of the navy, Aokiji, is hiding on this island. The moment Doflamingo made his move, countless chills erupted from his body and swept the entire island. Ice Age. The ice instantly froze the entire island. The climate of the island has even changed, and it has become a real Iceland. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. Is there a navy involved? When the whole island was frozen by ice, as the world's top pirates, they knew the abilities of the admiral of the Navy headquarters. You come behind me. Here you are, just cannon fodder. Just when the 4 desert generals of the Big Mom pirates had a solemn look on their faces, they were preparing to face the next battle. Khorasan, who was hiding on this island, suddenly appeared behind them and the others. Lord Khorasan. After hearing Khorasan's words, these C-617 pirates of the Big Mom pirates can be said to be full of the feeling of after a catastrophe. As the big pirates in the whole new world, they never thought that one day they would appear so weak and need the protection of others. Wong buzzing. A layer of transparent light waves wrapped the entire Big Mom pirates desert. The 4 stars. At this moment they seem to have disappeared from this world. You 3 guys roll over for me. Just when the 3 plagues of the beasts Kaido fought against the pirates on these islands, Lalo, who was eating ice cream, slowly walked towards the 3 of them. Behind Lalo, a thunder dragon with a size of more than 100 meters stood there and strangled all the pirates who tried to get close to Lalo. As per your order, Lord Lalo. In the face of Lalo's order, how dare you refuse? They can be said to be very obedient and came to Lalo's side and guarded Lalo's back. Chapter 396 Island Killing. You damn bastard dare to attack me. For the sake of One Piece's great treasure, what if I kill you? As long as I get the permanent pointer of the great treasure, then I will be the pirate king. It can be said that the battle is going on all the time on this island. For the only 5 places, at this time the entire island can be said to have fallen into a frenzy. No one dares to make that kind of false battle at the cost of the destruction of the permanent pointer. The whole battle can be said to be from flesh to blood. At this time, the entire island can be said to have fallen into a madness, and there is only that endless killing. Everyone's eyes can be said to be full of blood red. Everyone almost lost their minds, and there was only the endless battle. The blood stained the entire island, and the sound of mourning became the only melody on the island. It's really a bloody battlefield, and hell on earth is just like that. Under the protection of Khorasan, the Desert 4 General's star at this time is like an outsider observing this battlefield that is like hell on earth. Tens of thousands of pirates are fighting here just to compete for the last 5 spots. But all the Desert stars know that these people in front of them are just cannon fodder. The real bosses who can control one side are Khorasan in front of them, these powerful spell warriors. But Mr. Khorasan, that Festo, said that only the last 5 people are allowed to reach the peak of this island's peak. If the number exceeds him, it will destroy the permanent pointer of the One Piece treasure in his hand. There was a hint of worry in the words. As the leader of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Katakuri asked the doubts in her heart. After all, there are already 5 people here. I'm just here to bless you as an alliance with the Big Mom pirates, as long as you don't end up on the peak of this island's peaks. Khorasan's words can be said to be full of randomness, even if Barrett destroys the permanent pointer in his hand in the end. After all, he wasn't here for that permanent pointer. And for Khorasan, wouldn't the destruction of the permanent pointer be a good thing? Once the great secret treasure of One Piece is really discovered and used, it will not be a devastating blow to the whole world. Whoever obtains the great secret treasure of One Piece is equivalent to obtaining innumerable wealth. Then his power is enough to swell in an instant, and his ambition is enough to devour the whole world. At that time, the whole world will face the explosion of the ambitions of countless powerful people, and the whole world will fall into turmoil. Yes, Lord Khorasan. The Desert 4 stars looked at each other. They are famous in the whole Big Mom pirates, and they are well-known Desert 4 stars in the whole new world. Here, they have actually become existences that need the protection of others. Here they can say that they truly felt the truth of the saying that strength represents everything. The Desert 4 stars, who are called monsters in the whole new world, are vulnerable here. Give me death, you bastards. Ha ha ha. This is killing. This is blood. At this time, Doflamingo can be said to be completely immersed in this killing. He can be said to enjoy this kind of killing. He is completely immersed in this killing. 100 times the Momo fruit plus the power to crush the fruit. At this moment he can be said to have transformed into a killing machine. A random killer here. No one is his Kaido's opponent. The only one who can compete with the only ones he can match are those perfect spell warriors. If the Doflamingo man is a killing machine, then the evil green pheasant can also be said to be comparable. He constantly devoured the good power of those people and constantly modified their will to turn them into puppet counties that he slaughtered. In this way, as the power of the tiger talisman continued to increase, the number of puppets controlled by the evil Aokiji also increased. In this short period of time, the number of puppets who followed the pro-self at this time had reached an astonishing 20 wangs. It's not that the evil Aokiji can only control these 20 puppets, it's just that these 20 people can be said to be top-notch beings above the pirates on the entire island. After all, there are more than 10,000 pirates on this island. But what's the use of those weak pirates in control? These people are all carefully selected by Doflamingo. 2 lunatics. Like Khorasan, there is also Lalo, who is watching the changes. He is sitting in the interior of an ice cream shop on this island, enjoying countless delicious ice creams here. At this time, the three disasters under Kaido's command are obediently guarding his side. Chapter 397. Sabo arrives. I didn't expect the whole island to turn into what it is now. Festo can be said to be a devil. At this time, it was docked on the warship of the Navy fleet not far from the island of the Pirate Expo. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, who already knew what happened on this island through naval spies. At this time, his wretched face can be said to be full of cruel smiles. I saw him shaking his head helplessly, as if sighing for these pirates. Everyone is ready to fight, and there will be a fierce battle next. Admiral Aoki, who was standing beside him, could even feel the power of the tiger charm in his body being continuously strengthened. But what worries him is that he can clearly feel that the power of the tiger talisman's evil green pheasant is also constantly increasing. Goodness and evil represent the character of his Aokiji himself. When the power of the tiger talisman is completely unsealed, the good Aokiji and the evil Aokiji will merge into one. The real Aokiji will wield the power of the tiger charm as a full-body charm warrior. By 620, the power possessed by the evil Aokiji and the good Aokiji will affect and restrain his true character. This is also something that the world government and even the Navy are worried about, because they don't want to have a devil who is an enemy of the world government and even the Navy headquarters. At this moment, the kind-hearted King Z suddenly turned his head and looked towards the sky, because at this moment he suddenly found an ice dragon with a length of 100 meters and full of cold air appearing in front of them. Sabo didn't expect you to come too. Looking at the ice dragon that suddenly appeared in front of him, General Kisaragi, who had a worried look on his face originally, still had a smile on the corner of his mouth at this time, and his wretched face could be said to be as bright as a chrysanthemum. Marshal of the Warring States period was a little worried that you were in the situation at this time, so he specially asked me to come and take a look. The ice dragon transformed into Sabo's body, and at this time he came to the two generals. Ever since he learned about the characteristics of the tiger charm power that Admiral Aokiji possesses, in the heart of the Warring States Marshal is endless worry. After all, they simply couldn't bear the consequences of Admiral Aokiji's fall into evil. At this time, the world government in the Navy headquarters was already very troubled by the problem of spell warriors. If there is one more spell warrior in this world who is the enemy of the world government and even the naval headquarters, this consequence is something that the world government and even the naval headquarters cannot bear at all. Marshal of the Warring States period asked you to come and monitor me, right? The kind Aokiji can be said to have guessed the thoughts of the Warring States Marshal in an instant. If Aokiji's kind thoughts can suppress evil and help the naval headquarters to help the world government, then all this is easy to say. But if Aokiji's evil suppresses his goodness, Aokiji becomes a devil. Then Sabo came here for only one purpose, that is, to kill Aokiji before he has fully grown up. That's right, everything in the end depends on your JD choice. Facing General Aokiji's questioning, Sabo can be said to have no hesitation at all. After all, this is not a matter that requires hesitation. The two of you can talk here, and I'll arrange the next attack. At this time, General Kizaru suddenly realized how annoying he was here. After all, the next battle is the Talisman Warrior. General Kizaru has an incomparable understanding of the power of the Talisman Warrior. After all, he almost died at the hands of the Talisman Warrior. General Kizaru, who had been clocking in for the Spell Warrior, didn't want to be involved so easily. I can't be bothered, can't I hide? I will ask you about the next attack of General Kizaru. In the face of General Kizaru's choice, General Aokiji didn't say much. Instead, he handed over the command of the entire fleet. After all, what he will fight next is the evil side of Admiral Aokiji himself. If he can't conquer evil, on the contrary, if it is suppressed by evil, it will be like a demon descending to the whole world. This is simply unbearable for the kind-hearted Aokiji. How could he, who represents Aokiji's kind side. Let the whole world fall into the bloody rain of constant fighting. Kill these damn bastards. One Piece's great secret treasure belongs to me. You bastards actually attacked me from behind. Ha ha ha. All of you have to die. My dear brother Khorasan, please come out for me. Just when the Navy was ready to go all out, the killing at the Pirate Expo was about to come to an end. Countless pirates died in this fight. As a spell warrior, Doflamingo, he can be said to have killed countless pirates here. Chapter 398. The war is about to break out. Doflamingo, how can you say that you are also a former world noble and now you are also enjoying the treatment of world nobles? Do you need such brutality? Lalo, who was holding ice cream in his hand, saw the bloody scene in front of him with a look of disgust on his face, but the ice cream in his hand did not stop at all. Instead, they continued to eat beautifully. As for the three disasters under Kaido's command, they were guarding Lalo's side like a guard, just like a little brother. That's incomparably good. Facing Lalo's words, Doflamingo snorted with disdain, and his words were full of disdain. Let's take advantage of the power of a fisherman. By the way, you wouldn't plan to bless these three guys, would you? Raised his head and looked at the three calamities of the beast pirates standing behind Lalo. Doflamingo frowned slightly. After all, he didn't want the permanent pointer at the end of the great route to be destroyed by Barrett like this. The beast Kaido is also our ally. Although the strength of these three guys doesn't look great, they are the right-hand man of that guy anyway. They even met them here. No matter what, you have to protect them, right? Lalo's words can be said to be full of naked sarcasm. The three plagues under Kaido, the beasts who have a great reputation in the whole new world, are vulnerable like ants in his eyes at this time. This is not a place where the three of you can be presumptuous. In the face of Kaido the beasts, we can bless you 1 or 2 times, but if you have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, even if Kaido of the beasts comes in person, it will not be able to bless you. Doflamingo's words were filled with endless killing intent. Here, the three plagues of Kaido are just ants, and they are the kind of ants that can be tortured to death at will. Knowing Lord Doflamingo, we know what to do and what not to do. It can be said that my heart is filled with endless grief for the three disasters of Kaido, the beasts. At this time, they can say that they came here with great regret. They never imagined that this place is so terrifying, making people feel hopeless. The three disasters under the dignified beast Kaido can be said to be so servile here at this time, like ants, letting others control their own destiny. This is something they never thought of. Their own destiny can be said to be so humble at this time, just like they bullied those weak guys and played with their destiny arbitrarily. Do you know where Khorasan is? His eyes were full of endless killing intent. Doflamingo raised his head and asked Lilo. Lilo has Khorasan's spell-carving warrior. The only estimate in this island that can find Khorasan is also. Lalo was the only one. You should know that he is a complete spell warrior. With his strength, if he really wants to hide from you, I can't find him at all. After all, that guy is the man known as the strongest assassin. Lilo shook his head helplessly. With Khorasan's strength, it was easy for him to hide himself. If Khorasan really wanted to hide his current position, well, in today's world, it can be said that no one can know his position at this time. Even Lalo, who has Khorasan, a sculpted warrior, can't know Khorasan's position at this time. A replica is always just a replica, and he can't match the true perfect spell warrior. Damn it, you have the ability to get out. Zero. What do you mean by hiding your head and showing your tail? A real spell warrior. Come out and have a real fight with me. Don't you have the courage to fight me, you damn coward? Doflamingo's words can be said to be filled with infinite anger. For him at this moment, his heart can be said to be full of anger towards Khorasan. My dear brother, you are still so irritable. At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly sounded behind Doflamingo. Khorasan appeared in front of everyone with dessert 4 stars. Sure enough, I was curious about where these 4 guys went, but I didn't expect that they were really blessed by you. Looking at the dessert 4 stars standing behind Khorasan, he was still full of the doubtful. Lilo at this time can be said to have completely resolved the doubts in his heart. After all, in the battle just now, he didn't see the dessert 4 stars. With the strength of the dessert 4 generals, he should be the star of the entire battlefield. Chapter 399. The Domineering Sabo. Just as I was curious about where those 3 guys were, didn't he accept your shelter? Facing Lalo's teasing words, Khorasan can be said to have not flinched in the slightest. Will Khorasan, a spell warrior who is also a perfect body, fear Lalo's power? You should know that the number of spell warriors you face here is beyond your imagination. Doflamingo and the evil Aokiji, they involuntarily surrounded Krasan. Doflamingo's words were filled with endless killing intent. His eyes were full of anger and anger. Looking at Lilo and the evil green pheasant standing beside him, Doflamingo's heart was full of arrogance, and this strength was enough. Represents the strongest force in the whole world. Assembled 2 full-body spell warriors plus a half-spell warrior. This power is enough to make the whole world government fear it. it. What should we do now? Standing next to Khorasan with the Desert 4 General Star, looking at the 3 talisman warriors around here, their hearts can be said to be full of helplessness. There is no mistake. Is this necessary? Counter them with 3 spell warriors. Could it be that the spell warriors in this world have reached such a point of worthlessness? Can be called at will. I didn't expect you to hate me so deeply, but you should know that with my strength, if I want to escape, you can't stop me at all. Khorasan's words can be said to be full of infinite confidence because he has this strength, this power that is invincible in this world. The Desert 4 Stars don't hold you back at all, but I want to know if you can really watch the eternal pointer of the Great Root fall into my hands like this. Doflamingo knew that with their strength they couldn't stop Khorasan, who wanted to escape, but Doflamingo also knew that it was impossible for Khorasan to watch the permanent pointer of the end of this Great Root fall into his hands like this, because Khorasan knew that once Doflamingo obtained this permanent pointer, no one in this world or anyone could stop him. Enough to claim to be absolutely invincible power coupled with terrifying financial power that surpasses the entire world. Then who else in this world can stop Doflamingo's ambition to devour the whole world? You guy, but do you think you've already held me tightly like this? There was a hint of disdain in his words. For Khorasan, he believed in his own strength. Really? Then let me try today if I can teach you to kill here. The words were filled with endless anger. Doflamingo's eyes were filled with a powerful killing intent, and everything burst out from his body. Today he planned to try to see if he could kill Khorasan right here. Doflamingo, are you planning to start a war between you and the world government? Just when Doflamingo was about to start, an angry voice sounded from behind them, and Sabo came here with Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. At this time, Sabo's face can be said to be full of endless killing intent. An astonishing killing intent erupted from his body and swept everything. I'll see today if you, Doflamingo, dare to touch the people of my world government. Sabo's aura is enough to sweep everything and make everyone fear. Lieutenant Admiral Sabo, the monkey charm warrior, did not expect that the world government would send you both here. Look at the monkey spell warrior Sabo and the kind-hearted General Aokiji. Doflamingo's face can be said to be full of gloom. Originally, they could be said to have an advantage, but when Sabo came here with the kind-hearted Aokiji, this advantage can be said to be instantly gone. 2 perfect spell warriors play against 2 perfect spell warriors. The good Aokiji fights the evil Aokiji. This kind of scene can be said to make everyone fall into a state of confusion, not knowing what to do. What do you see? Aren't you our opponent? The grumpy drought jack, after seeing Charlotte Snickers actually looking at him there, at this time, his anger can be said to have exploded completely. Spell warrior vs spell warrior. Then the only people who can stand here are the Big Mom Pirates Desert 4 Stars and the Beast Kaido's 3 Disasters. The Desert 4 Stars came together directly in the 3 Calamities War under the command of the Beast Kaido. Although the aftermath of their battles can't match the spell warriors, they are still the top combat power of the 4 emperors. On this island, he is also one of the top powerhouses. Chapter 400 Doflamingo's Ghost Domain. My dear brother, didn't you think that I already have the power of revenge today? The power of the Momo fruit was given to Dofran. Brother Ming is nearly 100 times faster. Wrapped in both hands is a powerful ability to crush fruit. At this time, Doflamingo's strength can be said to be incomparably terrifying, but he faced Khorasan, who was also a spell warrior. As a rabbit charm warrior, Khorasan's speed can be said to be enough to reverse time. Although Doflamingo possesses a terrifying power known as destroying the world, but if he can't hit Khorasan, all these powers can be said to have no effect at all. I didn't expect you to become a spell warrior. This can be said to be the thing I regret the most. 19 didn't kill you with my own hands. At this time, Khorasan can be said to be dodging Doflamingo's attack while talking about something he once felt extremely regretful. After all, Khorasan never imagined that Doflamingo could become a spell warrior like him, an existence that caused the entire world government and the naval headquarters to be extremely troublesome. All of this is your own fault. If you hadn't betrayed me, I would not have been imprisoned in the deep sea prison, nor would I have obtained the power of the sheep charm and absorbed all the dead in the deep sea prison. Soul. Doflamingo's words can be said to be full of endless madness. The torture of the deep sea prison at that time was also vivid to Doflamingo at this time. He will never forget the life that was as terrifying as hell. Then today I will end the regret I once had. Khorasan took out a dagger from his calf. At this time, his face was full of seriousness. At the same time, his powerful aura exploded in an instant and his figure disappeared in front of everyone. It's called absolute speed, but the power of my sheep charm is not vegetarian. I am the only ruler of this underworld, the emperor who controls all souls. When Khorasan's figure disappeared in front of him, Doflamingo's eyes could be said to be full of viciousness. The power of the sheep talisman can be said to be maximized. At this time, within 10 miles of Doflamingo, it was like like a ghost realm where countless ghosts wailed and roared in pain. This is Doflamingo's ability. This is the ultimate power of his sheep charm. Turned into a ghost realm in this mystical creature, he is the supreme emperor of all ghosts. And all the ghosts in this ghost realm were captured one by Doflamingo. Each of them can be said to be a once living creature. It's just that their souls can be said to have been enslaved by Doflamingo and became his slave at this time. Here they will be tortured by Doflamingo forever. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. At this moment Corazon's figure appeared in Doflamingo's ghost realm. Look at the tens of thousands of ghosts in this mythical creature. Corazon's eyes can be said to be full of cold. Although he knew that Doflamingo was an extremely cruel man, he did not expect that Doflamingo could be so cruel. This is a world where the strong eat the weak because I have power that you can't match. Countless souls can be said to be a source of energy that continuously supplies Doflamingo. In other words, as long as this ghost realm is not broken, there is any ghost in this ghost creature, so much flamenco's power will be continuously supplied. And this ghost realm has an even more terrifying ability, that is, as long as the souls in this ghost realm are not completely beheaded. 620. Even if Corazon cut off Doflamingo's head at this time, more flamenco can also be resurrected from these ghosts. This can be said to be an extremely perverted ability. Brother Doflamingo, today I will kill you here on behalf of the justice of this world. Seemingly feeling the mourning of these souls, Corazon's eyes can be said to be filled with endless coldness. All the souls in this mythical creature represent a creature that was beheaded by Doflamingo. The tens of thousands of souls here represent that Doflamingo killed tens of thousands of people with his cruel methods. Then you have to see whether you can kill me or I can kill you. It can be said that Doflamingo, who is full of infinite ferocious aura, exploded completely. His figure disappeared instantly and appeared in front of Corazon. The power of the crushed fruit wrapped on his right hand bombarded Corazon without hesitation. Chapter 401. The collision of good and evil. Do you and I need to kill each other like this? And I think you should have noticed that the power of the tiger charm in you and me is attracting each other at this time. It won't be long before the real Aokiji will appear on the world. You and I will be destroyed. Just when Corazon and Doflamingo were in a state of anxiety, the battle between the good Aokiji and the evil Aokiji can also be said to have just begun. With the help of the world government and the Navy headquarters, the increase in power of the good Aokiji cannot be compared with that of the evil Aokiji. The strength of the good green pheasant obviously exceeds that of the evil green pheasant. With its powerful strength, the good green pheasant constantly oppresses the evil green pheasant and seems to want to devour his power back. But at this time, the power of the tiger talisman, it has not been completely unblocked, and it can be said that it is extremely difficult to reunite two separate spells. After I felt that I was in a state of being suppressed at this time, the evil green pheasant, who didn't want to be swallowed by the good green pheasant, suddenly opened her mouth to bewitch. But how could the good Aokiji obey the bewitched by the evil Aokiji? The two of them represent two completely extreme beings, absolute justice and absolute evil. There is no room for relaxation between the two of them at all. There is only the endless competition. You damn bastard, are you willing to disappear from this world? Don't you want to really control this body and become an invincible spell warrior? Facing the continuous attack of the kind Aokiji, the evil Aokiji's heart can be said to be full of depression. He did not expect that the kind Aokiji would be so helpless. The ability of the two frozen fruits constantly stimulated the coldness in his body. The forces of justice and evil are constantly fighting within this ice. At this time, in the place where the good green pheasant and the evil green pheasant are located, within 10 miles, black and white auras are constantly competing. Black represents the evil thoughts of the evil Aokiji. White represents the kindness of the kind-hearted pheasants. There is no doubt that white is rolling over black at this time, but even the good Aokiji and the evil Aokiji don't know about it. When the white light and the black light collide, black and white are constantly merging, and a more powerful force is constantly growing. I didn't expect that we would become opponents again. The entire island of the Pirate Expo can be said to have become a mess at this time. The entire island can be said to be divided into 3 main battlefields. Although there are occasional wars on this island, the battle between the Desert Four Generals and the Beast Kaido 3 Plagues can also be said to be incomparably motivating. But the fiercest battle is only the battle between the spell warriors. At this time, Vice Admiral Sabo of the Navy headquarters, known as the strongest Navy man, looked at the 8-year-old Lalo with a smile on his face. The last battle in the North Sea, Lieutenant General Sabo's power can be said to be imprinted in my mind all the time. What I didn't expect was that we could have a good fight here again today. Looking at Vice Admiral Zabarello of the Navy headquarters in front of him, his eyes could be said to be filled with endless smiles, thinking that when he was in the North Sea, because he had not yet become a complete spell warrior, he could not match Sabo at all. At that time, in order to stabilize the rule of the North Sea Empire, Lilugo had to release all the high-level combat power of the naval headquarters. Now you have also become a full-body spell warrior, so let me see the power of your full-body spell warrior today. For Lilugo Sabo, he did not take it lightly, because each of the perfect spell warriors possessed incomparably terrifying power. Everyone's strength can be said to be incomparably terrifying, just like that abyss demon that makes people feel suffocated. I was fully prepared for this time. Everyone is just looking for the great treasure of One Piece, but when the real One Piece appears in front of everyone, I don't know what kind of look they will show. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The king is good. Lalo put his hand into his pocket and took out a statue of Roger the Pirate King made of gold. This arrow was created by One Piece. As a navy, don't you want to fight One Piece? He looked at the statue of Roger One Piece in his hand. Laidlaw looked at Sabo with a smile on his face. You must know that it was the only Emperor One Piece of the previous generation. One Piece Roger's strength can be said to be terrifyingly powerful for all to see in the entire world, but the current Roger will be stronger than the former Roger because he has the power garden of the spell warrior rat spell in his body. Chapter 402 Resurrection. One Piece Roger is the Pirate King Roger. Then let me see what kind of power this One Piece, who has fought with my old man countless times, has. Facing Lalo's threat, Sabo can be said to be without the slightest fear. They are also perfect spell warriors. Who are they afraid of? Then let me use my grandfather's power to fight him. Lato's fists were covered with a powerful domineering aura, and this time he only used the power of Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters. Lieutenant General Garp's domineering combined with Lieutenant General Garp's iron fist. Resurrection. Roger One Piece, let the whole world witness your horror. He gently threw the golden statue in his hand into the sky, and the power of the rat charm burst out from Lalo's hand and wrapped the golden statue in an instant. The size of the golden statue instantly expanded at a speed 623 visible to the naked eye. Bump. When the golden statue fell to the ground, the figure of One Piece Roger appeared in front of everyone. One Piece Roger. All the people who saw the scene in front of them through the phone, at this time, their hearts can be said to be filled with endless excitement. You must know that it was Roger One Piece, the overlord of the previous generation in this era. I didn't expect that I would came back to this world. The resurrected One Piece Roger raised his head and looked at his hands in disbelief. One Piece Roger, the overlord of the previous era, let everyone in the world witness the terror of your power today. Lalo, who was standing behind Roger, his words can be said to be full of infinite arrogance. Has this era become like this? JD, you already have such a powerful strength when you are only 8 years old. For Lalo, who ordered him at this time, Roger One Piece's heart can also be said to be full of emotion, because when he was resurrected, he already knew his current state. One of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Lord, with the ability to turn any dead object into a living one. One Piece Roger, you should be glad you didn't live in this era, otherwise it's uncertain whether you can become One Piece. Lilugo's words can be said to be full of arrogance. He seems to be questioning the ability of Roger One Piece. According to Lalo, if Roger the Pirate King lived in this era, he would not be able to become the overlord of this era. No matter where I am, I will always be the Pirate King. What about this era? Powerful domineering swept the world. One Piece Roger's aura is enough to make everyone fear him. Even the spell warrior Lilugo had a hint of hesitation in his heart at this time. As expected of the Pirate King, Sabo, who felt this amazing momentum, not only did he not have the slightest fear and worry, but his face was still full of smiles. You guy, don't forget that your power at this time was given to you by me. Lilugo was a little embarrassed. The real One Piece didn't have such a powerful strength at all. At this time, the Pirate King in front of him has combined the original strength of the Pirate King and then added the power of his spells. In other words, One Piece at this time is an enhanced version of One Piece. Strength is not the only yardstick that can be measured. Pirate King Roger shook his head and then turned to look at Sabo, who was standing in front of him. Who is that guy Carp from you? If I hadn't seen your age, I would have even suspected that you were that bastard Carp. After feeling that Sabo's armed arrogance is exactly the same as Lieutenant General Garp, Roger was also a little hesitant. That bastard is my grandfather, and my name is Monkey D. Sabo. Although Roger's aura was incomparably terrifying, Sabo, as a spell warrior, can be said to have no fear at all. Really? Didn't think that bastard Carp already has a grandson now. Thinking of the experience that he once fought with Garp, Roger's face can also be said to be full of emotion. Stop talking nonsense here. Kill him for me. Lilugo frowned. He could say that he directly invoked the power of the rat spell. One Piece Roger's will was instantly controlled by Lalo. In the end, Roger was just the product of the power of the rat spell, and he couldn't escape Lalo's control at all. Then today I will let you deal with the grandson of your old rival with your own hands. Lilugo's eyes were full of bloodthirsty killing intent. Whoosh. Whoosh! The figure of One Piece Roger disappeared instantly and came to Sabo, the powerful domineering over the longsword in his hand. My old man's iron fist is not a vegetarian. In the face of the attacking Pirate King Roger Sabo's fists, there is a powerful domineering armament. The iron fist and the longsword can be said to be constantly colliding. The domineering collision of armed colors can be said to have caused the entire island to sway. Chapter 403 The Change of the Green Pheasant. Is this a fateful confrontation? Lieutenant General Garp's battle with One Piece Roger. Those who saw the scene in front of them through the phone bug can also be said to be full of complaints, but Lieutenant General Garp and Pirate King Roger at this time can be said to be enhanced versions of One Piece and enhanced versions of naval heroes. The strength of the two of them surpassed the former One Piece Roger and the naval hero Garp. The powerful domineering collided constantly, and the powerful domineering collision can be said to make everyone look sideways. The swordsmanship of One Piece Roger and the boxing of Lieutenant General Garp also shocked everyone. This is Roger One Piece. I don't know whose swordsmanship is stronger than mine. Looking at the screen released by the phone bug in front of me, Hawkeye, who is known as the world's greatest swordsman, can be said to be boiling with fighting spirit at this time. After all, this is the terrifying man of Roger One Piece who represents the peak combat power in this world. And the most important thing is that Roger at this time was blessed with the power of the rat spell, a rat charm puppet warrior of Roger's power. Roger, I hope to have the time to fight with you in the future. Looking at Roger, the Pirate King holding a long sword in his hand, Hawkeye's fighting spirit can be said to be completely inspired. He doesn't care about the position of the world's greatest swordsman. He only cares about whether he can meet an opponent who can fight against him on his future road. The representative of the world's largest swordsman is also lonely and cold. One Piece Roger, I wonder how much worse my swordsmanship is compared to yours. The eagle-eyed pair of the world's greatest swordsmen, his eyes were filled with endless fighting intent. For him, he is not afraid that someone will take away his position as the world's greatest swordsman. What he was afraid of was that he would never have any opponents in his life. Sitting alone in the position of the world's greatest swordsman. It's really getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect my grandson to be able to fight Roger. Inside the office of Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters, Lieutenant General Garp, a naval hero, sitting on the sofa. After seeing his grandson and Pirate King Roger fighting here, the corners of his mouth can be said to be full of smiles. Different from others, for Garp at this time, he has a feeling that he has a successor. Garp's iron fist was finally inherited. There are also people in this navy who have inherited his justice and guarded his justice. Don't give me a smug smile here, you guy. Looking at Lieutenant General Garp, who was laughing, the Sengoku Marshal's face could be said to be full of helplessness. You must know that he is still a lonely man at this moment. Che, I just know that you are jealous that I have such a capable grandson. Facing the warring States Marshal with an angry look on his face, Lieutenant General Garp curled his lips with disdain. How did you, an old bachelor, know that it is fun to have grandchildren? Believe it or not, you bastard, I found you to fight. The blue veins on the brow wrinkled slightly. At this time, the Marshal of the Warring States period of Buddha could not wait to transform into a golden Buddha and give Lieutenant General Garp a slap. And it's a slap full of armed domineering. You wait for me. The face of the Warring States Marshal can be said to be full of helplessness, and he also knows that it is not so simple to defeat Lieutenant General Garp with his own strength. Lieutenant General Garp's strength can only be said to be lower than Sabo in the entire Navy. That is to say, in the entire Navy, the two members of the Monkey family occupy the first and second positions respectively. But there seems to be a problem with Aokiji. At this moment, the Warring States Marshal seemed to have discovered something, because he found out that the good Aokiji and the evil Aokiji suddenly stopped fighting. The bodies of the two of them were involuntarily approaching each other. There are too many people watching this battle. The seal of the talisman warrior in Aokiji's body. I don't think it will be long before it will be completely unsealed. I don't know when the real Aokiji appears. Will he be a savior or a danger to the world? After thinking of what King Z once explained, the Warring States Marshal's face can also be said to be full of sorrow. If it is said that General King Z is still the former General King Z, then everything is easy to say, because the Marshal of the Warring States period knew that the original King Z had justice in his heart, and at the same time, in the heart of the Marshal of the Warring States, General King Z was his most perfect successor. At that time, everything will be settled and easy to talk about. However, if Admiral Aokiji becomes extremely evil due to the influence of the spell warrior, so for this world, General Aokiji is a source of disaster, which is why the Warring States Marshal ordered Sabo to follow Aokiji this time. Chapter 404 The Fear and Expectation of Countless People. You bastard, now that the power of the talisman is about to be unsealed, you thought that the real Aokiji would appear when I was about to merge. At that time, you and I will be just his puppets. Are you so willing to be controlled by him and become his puppet? The two Aokiji clones were constantly merging at this time, and at the same time they could also say that they felt that the power of the talisman warriors in their bodies was about to be completely unsealed. Once the power of the tiger charm is completely unlocked, then the real Aokiji will wake up, and the power of the good Aokiji and the evil Aokiji will be controlled by the real Aokiji and become his puppet. 623 You and I are just his clones. No matter how much you resist, you can't change this fate. As long as the tiger talisman is unsealed, he will wake up, and you and I can't change the fate of being his puppet. Unlike the evil Aokiji who resisted there, the kind Aokiji seems to have adapted to this state. It seems that for him, this matter is their destiny. Since it is their destiny, why should they resist? They couldn't stop the real Aokiji's recovery at all, unless both of them would rather the spells in their bodies never be unsealed to suppress their reputations. But whether it is an evil Aokiji or even a kind Aokiji, they all want to gain powerful power. But unlike the evil Aokiji, the good Aokiji doesn't have the slightest desire to resist the fact that he has become a real Aokiji clone. After all, in his opinion, he is Aokiji, and Aokiji is them. What if it was controlled by Aokiji? Because that's who they are. You stupid idiot, do you just want to be controlled by him like this? As long as you and I join hands to get rid of his control, it can be said to be an easy task. The evil Aokiji can be said to be full of infinite anger. He simply couldn't understand why the kind-hearted Aokiji had such an idea. Don't you even have any selfish thoughts? You should know that for me, my heart can be said to be completely devoid of emotions. The kind Aokiji can be said to speed up the release of the spell warrior's seal, and the fusion speed of Aokiji's two clones is also increasing rapidly. Is the tiger talisman going to be completely unsealed? Then will a new spell warrior appear next? In this way, I should carry out my plan. I don't know if I have the chance to become a spell warrior. Aokiji's situation can be said to have attracted the attention of everyone on this island. Everyone can say that they are looking at this place, looking at the current situation here. After all, once the two Aokiji become one, it means that Aokiji has become a complete spell warrior. This also means that a new spell warrior will appear in this world. Everyone can say that they are full of expectations for the newly appeared spell warrior, hoping that they can become that new spell warrior. After all, with the continuous appearance of spell warriors, everyone can be said to know the unparalleled terrifying power of spell warriors. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, is his spell power almost completely unsealed? I don't know if I will become a new spell warrior with a terrifying power that can make the whole world fear. Everyone who saw the scene can be said to be full of expectations in their hearts, hoping that they can become a new spell warrior with a terrifying power that makes the whole world fear. I don't know if the evil Aokiji can capture Aokiji's body. At this time, Doflamingo did not continue to be entangled with Khorasan. After the battle just now, he also knew that with his own strength he couldn't kill Khorasan. At this time, the entire Pirate Expo can be said to have gathered 5 spell warriors. Lalo allies with Doflamingo. Khorasan and Sabo are allies again. At this time, the current situation of Aokiji can be said to determine the true future of the entire Pirate Expo. Aoki, don't let me down. Brother Doflamingo came to Lilo, and his words at this time can be said to be full of seriousness. After all, the future situation of Aokiji can be said to determine whether he can kill Khorasan here. Although the spell warrior can be tied with the spell warrior, it is absolutely impossible for the spell warrior to be able to match the two spell warriors. Even Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell warrior, can't fight against two perfect spell warriors at the same time. Damn bastard, why did you take everything I got so easily? Is it just because you are the main body that I am just a clone? The evil Aokiji's words were full of anger, but no matter how angry he roared, it couldn't change the fate of being swallowed up. Chapter 405 Green Pheasant Recovery. Damn bastard, I won't be controlled by you so easily. You bastard just chose to give in. The sound of angry roars can be said to be endless. The entire island of the Pirate Expo can be said to be filled with the roar of the evil Aokiji. But no matter how he struggled and resisted, with the continuous unblocking of the Tiger Talisman power, when the power of the Tiger Talisman is completely unsealed, this fusion can be said to have reached the extreme in an instant. The bodies of the evil Aokiji and the good Aokiji can be said to be completely integrated. Aoki, your current state. Sabo, who was standing on the side, had a solemn look on his face, because he didn't know whether the green pheasant represented evil and goodness at this time or what he was originally. Everything can be said to be like a dream. I didn't expect that my life would turn out like this after gaining the power of the spell. Raising his arms, Ching 19 Pheasant's words can be said to be full of infinite emotion. He didn't expect to pay such a price for the power of the tiger charm. However, the power of the tiger charm charm is indeed incomparably powerful. At this time, the power of the tiger talisman has been completely unsealed. The green pheasant has gained incomparably powerful power. What is good? What is evil? At this moment, a black light and a white light emerged from Aokiji's left and right hands. This represents the power of evil and good. Good and evil, black and white. But under everyone's attention, Aokiji's left and right hands actually merged together like this, and the black light and the white light merged together like this. There is no absolute justice and no absolute evil in this world. When white and black are completely fused, Aokiji's momentum can be said to be getting stronger and stronger. Crack. Under the circumstances that no one could hear it, the seal that sealed the power of the tiger talisman could be said to be completely broken. Looks like I'm going to look for the next spell warrior again. But don't think I don't know what you're thinking. After the power of the tiger talisman was completely unsealed, it can also be said that the holy master who was sleeping in Aokiji's body was completely awakened. As the master of all spell warriors, the holy lord can also be said to have felt this, the psychological changes in the hearts of these spell warriors. Not everyone will be loyal to him. Human hearts are fickle, and no one can estimate what a person's heart will look like. With the continuous growth of status, power, the ambitions in the hearts of these spell warriors can also be said to have become extremely arrogant. They feel that they already have invincible power in this world. Why should they let the Lord come to divide their power? It looks like the next talisman warrior will have a tough time. It is not necessary to imagine that the Holy Master already knows that the next spell warrior can almost be suppressed by several spell warriors. But isn't this a challenge for spell warriors? If you can't survive these oppressions, so how do you deserve to be called a spell warrior? Tell me, are you my ally or my enemy? Lailuo and Doflamingo came to Aokiji together. At this time, Doflamingo's face can be said to be full of dignified expression, because Aokiji's next choice can be said to be related to the future of this pirate expo. If they were allies, then the strength of the three of them was enough to defeat Sabo and Khorasan. However, if they are enemies, then Doflamingo can be said to be full of a sense of crisis for the next situation. I'm Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. Aokiji raised his head, and his words were filled with infinite seriousness and seriousness. For him, this is who he is. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters is an identity that will not be easily changed, because Aokiji will guard the justice he believes in. Damn bastard, I didn't expect you to fail like this. After hearing Aokiji's words, Doflamingo became angry because he was completely embarrassed. There is no doubt that the evil Aokiji finally failed and became the puppet of Aokiji General. In this way, the situation can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. If that's the case, then the three of us will join forces to keep both of them here. Sabo and Khorasan stood up, and they both came to the side of General Aokiji. Sabo's words can be said to be full of murderous intent. If possible, he really hopes to keep all these two spell warriors here. But is it true that the spell warrior was killed so easily? That is something that is simply impossible. 2 spell warriors are the minimum standard to kill a spell warrior. But if the spell warrior is determined to escape, the 2 spell warriors may not be able to keep her. And one of the talisman warriors had to prepare for the fate of being smashed by that talisman warrior. Chapter 406, Destroy the Permanent Pointer. My dear brother, didn't you think that your hard work and effort can be said to have completely fulfilled us at this time? Seeing Khorasan in the state in front of him, he came to Doflamingo with a smile on his face, and his words could be said to be full of smiles. You damn bastard, do you think that you have already decided on me at this time? At this moment, Doflamingo can be said to be extremely angry, and his heart is full of infinite anger. At the beginning, he vigorously cultivated the evil green pheasant in the hope that the evil green pheasant could take the lead and help him deal with Khorasan together. But all of this turned into a bubble with the complete unsealing of the Tiger Rune Axis and the return of the real Aokiji. At this time, the Navy side can be said to have the advantage. Just when Doflamingo was ready to die with Khorasan at any time, the whole island suddenly became swaying. You damned spell warriors, don't you really see me in your eyes? The words were filled with infinite anger, and Barrett at this time could be said to be in a state of madness. He never imagined that these talisman warriors would not even take him seriously and would fight with each other like no one else was here. It seems that with the end of their battle, who will lead the future of this pirate expo will be decided. The complete cloth put him in Barrett's eyes, but what made Barrett unbearable the most was that Lalo actually resurrected their captain. Controlling their captain, Pirate King Roger, treats him like a puppet. You must know that for Barrett, he is bent on surpassing Roger the Pirate King. Is this Barrett, the man who claims to have the permanent pointer of the great treasure of One Piece? Is this an awakened state? He intends to integrate with the entire island. Seeing that at this moment Barrett's whole body was bursting with a powerful tyrannical arrogance, the land of the entire island seems to be integrated with its body. In the blink of an eye, a werewolf roaring into the sky appeared in front of everyone. This is a werewolf composed entirely of island land. The height can be said to be incomparably huge, and the white clouds above the sky just reached his waist just now. Are the superhumans in the awakened state? Doflamingo, who also reached the awakened state of the thread fruit, was enough to see Barrett's state at a glance. The power of the awakened state is indeed incomparably powerful, but that is also compared to ordinary people. Compared to these spell warriors, Lighter's strength is still not enough to fear. Absolutely frozen just when Barrett roared up to the sky and manipulated this huge body, ready to trample Aokiji and the others to death. Aokiji, who has just become a complete spell warrior, can be said to have shown his terrifying power in front of the world. I saw Aokiji raised his right hand, and countless chills erupted instantly. In the blink of an eye, Barrett's huge body was instantly covered by ice, and this kind of ice is a huge ice sculpture that is enough to completely transform the entire body of the huge werewolf into ice. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. What a terrifying and powerful force this is. The giant werewolf was frozen in an instant. The fame resounded throughout the sea, and was called Barrett, one of the right and left hands of the Pirate King. In this way, he was instantly killed by Aokiji. You must know that Barrett has the combat power of the 4 emperors. It's really terrifying. The desert 4 stars standing aside, the beast Kaido has 3 disasters under his command. At this time, their hearts can be said to be full of speechlessness. Does it need to be so perverted? If all spell warriors have such strength, is there still a place for them to survive in the whole world? As expected of a spell warrior, his power is as terrifying as ever. The people from all the top forces who saw the scene in front of them through the phone bug looked at this huge ice sculpture soaring into the clouds. At this time, their hearts can also be said to be full of infinite horror. Did you make a mistake? This is too exaggerated. Did Barrett, one of the right-hand men of the dignified One Piece, die just like that? What about the permanent pointer of the Great Root? At this moment, everyone suddenly thought of this matter. What about the permanent pointer that represents the great secret treasure at the end of the Great Root? It has been destroyed by me. It was as if he felt the thoughts of countless people. An ice block in the body of the frozen giant werewolf suddenly moved. I saw this ice cube fell into the hands of General Aokiji. At this time, everyone can see that there is a broken permanent pointer inside this huge ice block. You actually destroyed it? After seeing General Aokiji destroying this permanent pointer, some people's hearts can be said to be filled with infinite indignation. Chapter 407. In the confrontation, everyone's eyes can be said to be full of disbelief. Damn, who allowed him to destroy this permanent pointer? Seeing this scene, the 5 old stars, the controllers of the world government at this time, they can be said to be incomparably angry growers who stood up immediately. His face was full of murderous intent. You must know that it is the great secret treasure of One Piece, and it almost condenses most of the wealth in this world. Even the 5 old stars who clearly control the entire world government can be said to be full of greed for this wealth. And once the world government controls this wealth, then they can completely use the power provided by this wealth to calm the whole world. If the great secret treasure of the Great Root is lost, this era of great sailing will also come to an end. But what they didn't expect was that Admiral Aokiji was destroyed like this permanent pointer. Is this influenced by the power of the spell? After the Warring States Marshal of the Navy headquarters looked at the image released by the phone bug, it could be said that there was a trace of doubt on his face at this moment. Could it be because the Talisman Warriors influenced Admiral Aokiji? It shouldn't be said that this is the real Green Pheasant, a green pheasant with his own justice in his heart. The Navy hero Garp was sitting next to him, but his mouth was still full of smiles at this time, because such a green pheasant was the green pheasant he knew. Are you going to fight us now? Standing there, Aokiji exuded an astonishing aura all over his body. This aura made people feel creepy and filled with an endless sense of crisis. Damn Aokiji, do you think you can threaten us with your strength? Doflamingo's words were full of anger. Stealing chickens is not a loss, and what me said was his current state. The one he carefully cultivated is actually an opponent. Now with the 3:2 situation, who do you think has the advantage among us? A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sabo looked at Doflamingo with a smile on his face. Leiluo, Emperor of the North Sea Empire, you don't want the North Sea Empire you created to be destroyed by us like this, right? At this time, the Navy and the world government already had 3 spell warriors. With these 3 talisman warriors, the naval headquarters and the world government have reached the point of self-protection and even counterattack. The cow spell warrior Nico Robin, she is just looking for the historical text. She can be said to be inseparable from each other, and for Nico Robin, who is known for her strength, all the spell warriors dare not provoke her easily. After all, the prestige of the first spell warrior was earned by defeating several spell warriors. The hero of Fishman Island, Tiger, at this time is just the Sea King Poseidon, who guards the entire Fishman Island and guards regards the mermaid princess Baxing, one of the 3 ancient gods. There are now 7 spell warriors. The Navy and the world government occupy 3 places. You should know that with our strength you have no ability to kill us easily. The big deal is that the fish dies, JD, and the net breaks. It's no problem for me to catch 1 or 2 pads before I die. Doflamingo can also be said to be an extremely fierce person. After knowing his current state, he could say that he did not flinch at all, because he knew that the weaker he was, the less the world government and the Navy headquarters would let him off easily. This is a world where the strong eat the weak, and whoever is fiercer gets richer rewards. Are the world government and the Navy headquarters ready to lose 2 spell warriors? Doflamingo's words can be said to be full of infinite arrogance. The loss of the 2 spell warriors is simply unbearable for the world government and the Navy headquarters. And most importantly, with the strength of the spell warriors, the world government and the Navy headquarters simply cannot command them, even if they are willing to kill Doflamingo and Lalo at the cost of 2 spell warriors. But Aokiji, Sabo, Corazon, and others are still unwilling to do this. After all, their allegiance in their hearts is not the world government. They just insist on the justice in their hearts. They will not be loyal to the world government, to those stupid Draco people. They are fighting here only for the justice in their hearts. It can be said that it is more and more interesting now. After seeing the 3 who were obviously a little hesitant, a triumphant smile appeared on Doflamingo's mouth, because Doflamingo knew that the 3 people in front of him would not give up their lives for the world government and for those celestial dragons. You and I both choose to take a step back. Since the permanent pointers of the Great Root have been destroyed by you, we have no use staying here. Doflamingo stepped back step by step. At the same time, Laidlaw summoned his Thunder Dragon. Chapter 408. Do you say I can become a spell warrior? I didn't expect you to really become a complete spell warrior. Do you know the next spell warrior? Who will he be? After the Pirate Expo ended, Admiral Aokiji quickly came to the Navy headquarters under the summons of the Warring States Marshal. When General Aokiji came to the front of the Warring States Marshal, the face of the Warring States Marshal can be said to be full of excitement, because from now on, there are 3 spell warriors in the Navy. His adopted son, the Rabbit Charm warrior Kanian Thorn Corazon, Lieutenant General Garp's grandson Sabo, a monkey spell warrior, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, warrior with Tiger Charm. Ever since the spell warrior appeared in this world, it can be said that the Navy has suffered a lot, but from now on the Navy will have 3 spell warriors. This can be said to be the largest force among all spell warriors. The Navy once again regained its mighty hegemony. I don't even know when the Holy Lord left my body, and I don't know who the next spell warrior will be. Facing the question from the Warring States Marshal, General Kingsley just shook his head helplessly, because the idea of the Holy Master is not something that these spell warriors can guess. And even if he became a spell warrior, Aokiji found that he didn't even notice how the Holy Master left. After thinking of this incident, General Aokiji was full of fear for the strength of the Holy Master. As expected, he is the master of the 12 charms, possesses a mighty power comparable to that of a god. It's getting more and more fun now. Lieutenant General Garp, who was sitting beside him, shook his head helplessly while eating senbei. Do you think it is possible for me to become a spell warrior? Lieutenant General Garp, who was eating senbei, suddenly opened his mouth and said such a sentence. If Lieutenant General Garp's strength is combined with the power of a spell warrior, then he can undoubtedly become the strongest spell warrior. I don't know about this either. After hearing Lieutenant General Garp's words, General Aokiji shook his head helplessly. I'll leave Garp's task of finding the next spell warrior to you. You guy, I have given you this task for a long time, and I have entrusted you many times, but you have only brought me one of your grandsons so far. In the face of Lieutenant General Garp's words, Marshal Sengoku can also be said to be full of helplessness. You guys already have such a powerful strength. It can be said that he is one of the top powerhouses under the spell warriors. If you are gaining the power of a spell warrior, how many people are your opponents in the world today? Moreover, the Holy Master should not hand over the drawing of the spell warrior to Garp, otherwise the balance of the spell warrior's power can be said to be completely broken. Is the easy spell battle you said so easy to find? After hearing the words of the Warring States Marshal, Lieutenant General Garp can be said to be full of helplessness. The population of the whole world is more than billions. However, there were only 7 spell warriors. It can be said how difficult it is to find the whereabouts of that spell warrior in this world. Anyway, you must find another spell warrior for me. Although I already have 3 spell warriors in my navy, but you should know that the Holy Master has a total of 12 spell warriors. If we say that in future battles we can't have enough spell warriors, then the situation of our navy will be greatly restrained. The heart of the Warring States Marshal can be said to be full of infinite emotion. Although their navy has an advantage at this time, there are still 5 spell warriors who will not appear in the future. Once Once these 5 talisman warriors appear in this world and they still belong to the opposing camps of the world government, it will be an irreparable loss for the world government and the Navy headquarters. For the next 5 talisman warriors, the Navy must acquire 2 in order to continue to dominate the sea. I will try my best. Lieutenant General Garp can also be said to be full of helplessness. After all, even if he really wanted to find a spell warrior, could he find a spell warrior easily? Moreover, once the spell warriors obtain the power of the spell warriors, their strength will increase rapidly. At that time, even he would not have the ability to easily restrain these spell warriors. I don't care about your remaining 5 spell warriors, I want you to bring 2 of them here. The Marshal of the Warring States period can also be said to be a complete shame. After all, for the future naval headquarters, they must have enough spell warriors to maintain the position of the naval headquarters in the entire sea. Overlord Horsecharm Whitebeard. Chapter 409 Whitebeard repeatedly modified. I don't know who my next target will be. Who can call me to be my spell warrior? At this time, the Holy Master floating in the void, he closed his eyes and seemed to feel the world, the call to himself in the hearts of those people. Found it, fate person. Just when the Holy Master closed his eyes and felt that someone in this world was calling him, the Holy Lord finally found the person whose call was extremely strong. The figure of the Holy Master disappeared in this void in an instant, and he appeared on a pirate ship like a giant whale in the New World. 627. I didn't expect that the person who called me was actually you. Look at the incomparably huge man on the huge whale pirate ship. The Holy Master's heart can also be said to be full of bitter laughter, and at the same time it can be said to have a trace of hope for the future. Because of this huge man in front of him, he was once the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard, a monster with extremely terrifying strength, the superhuman type who has the ability to shake the fruit, has the terrifying power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. I didn't expect you to be my spell warrior. For the situation in front of him, the Holy Master can also say that he did not expect it. After all, the powerhouses who once had spell warriors were just those weak children, such as Nico Robin, Khorasan, Tiger. They themselves don't have much power, they just rely on the power of spells to become the top powerhouses in this world. But Whitebeard is different. Whitebeard used to be known as the strongest man in the world with the terrifying power that destroys the world. If she has the power of a spell warrior, then his power can be said to be so terrifying that everyone will despair. But since you can resonate with my spell, it means that you are also a predestined person. No matter what your status is, as long as you can resonate with my spell, it's not a problem. Malox didn't care about Whitebeard's identity, nor did he care about the terrifying power he once possessed, because there is only one requirement for the Holy Master, and that is for the spell warrior to successfully unlock the spell seal. When all the spell seals are lifted, he can come to this world in his true form. Only then can he be said to be truly free. Since you have a fate with me, then I will give you my spell to make you a supreme spell warrior. The voice of the Holy Master suddenly sounded in Whitebeard's mind. It can be said that Whitebeard, who was sleeping soundly, woke up instantly. As the strongest man in the world once, his fighting experience can be said to be incomparably rich, and his sense of danger can also be said to be incomparably keen. Who are you? Looking at the huge golden dragon statue floating in front of him, Whitebeard could also say that he suddenly remembered the legend about the Holy Master. The legendary Holy Master is a statue of a dragon with golden rays of light shining from all over his body. After a spell warrior becomes a complete spell warrior, the Lord will appear in front of the next spell warrior and give him a spell with great power. So I'm the spell warrior chosen by you. The corner of Whitebeard's mouth brought a hint of a smile, and at the same time his eyes could be said to be incomparably calm. Although this kind of thing is enough to drive all the powerhouses in the world into madness, but he is one of the top powerhouses in the world of Whitebeard, who once named after himself a terrifying man of an era. The aura that Whitebeard possesses is not something that anyone can easily shake. Yes, neither did I. It occurred to me that you have a relationship with my spell warrior. Then are you willing to inherit the power of my spell, unlock the seal of the spell, and become the strongest spell warrior in the world? Facing the Whitebeard Holy Master in front of him can also be said to be extremely satisfied. The fame of Whitebeard can be said to be well known throughout the sea. Once the news of him becoming a spell warrior spreads out, the whole world will instantly know about it, and at this time, the power of all beings on Whitebeard's body is also enough to unlock the seal of most of the spell warriors. Give me your spell. I will use his power to protect my family. Whitebeard directly stretched out his right hand. Since the appearance of the spell warriors one after another, Whitebeard has also felt the lack of his own strength. Although the power of the shaking fruit is indeed extremely terrifying, but the power of the spell warrior is even more hopeless. Every spell warrior possesses a terrifying power that makes everyone despair. Whitebeard once also fought against spell warriors, but he he knew the terrifying power possessed by spell warriors. Chapter 410 The Spell Warrior Whitebeard. If that's the case, then I will give you my power. I hope you don't disappoint me. Once the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. After you gain the power of a spell warrior, I wonder if you will be able to regain your world's #1 throne. As for Whitebeard's ability to gain the power of a spell warrior, can he become #1 in the world? For this matter, the Holy Master can also be said to be extremely curious. What kind of destructive power can the combination of being the world's #1 and the power of the spell warriors produce? Then let me see which spell you can resonate with. At this time, there are still 5 sealed spells on the Lord's body. There is no doubt that these 519 spells can be said to have powerful powers. However, the Holy Master was also curious about which charm warrior Whitebeard resonated with. Close your eyes and feel the power of the spell. The words of the Lord are full of infinite solemnity, because only the spell that resonates with one's heart is the one belonging to Whitebeard. I didn't expect it to be you. A horse charm that is enough to heal any injuries and negative effects. The ability of the horse spell, enough to instantly heal any injury and erase all negative effects. Under the witness of the Holy Master, the power of the horse charm fell from the golden statue of his dragon. I saw it turned into a golden galloping horse. This incomparably handsome horse could be said to have crashed directly into Whitebeard's body. Boom boom boom. When the power of the horse charm entered the body of Whitebeard, a violent aura burst out from Whitebeard's body instantly. All the injuries on Whitebeard's body can be said to recover instantly. When he reached the peak of his life, all the injuries on the body can be said to be completely eliminated at this time, whether they are old injuries. At the same time, he also felt the powerful power emerging from his body. At the moment when the power of the horse talisman was combined, Whitebeard already knew that his strength at this moment had far surpassed the peak state of his youth. What happened? Dad, did someone assassinate you? The moment when Whitebeard burst out with his terrifying aura, it can be said that the members of the Whitebeard pirates rushed over quickly. The leader is Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, a phantom beast with phoenix fruit ability, possessing a terrifying combat power that temporarily rivals that of a naval headquarters admiral. Dad, what's going on? How did you become so young? Father, your injuries. When Marco came here, he saw in an instant that the Whitebeard in front of him had undergone earth-shaking changes. Although Whitebeard has not reached that very youthful state. After all, the horse charm is not a life charm. It can restore a person to a youthful state. And the horse charm is not an immortal charm. It's just that Marco, who has been following Whitebeard for a long time, seems to have seen Whitebeard 20 years ago. The Whitebeard who once fought for the throne of Pirate King Roger. But what scares Marco the most is that he can clearly feel that Whitebeard's aura has become more powerful. At this time, Whitebeard's strength has far surpassed his peak. What the hell is going on with all this? Dad, yeah, Dad, how did you become so young and feel even more terrifying? Those squad leaders of the Whitebeard pirates, at this time, their faces can also be said to be full of curiosity. They didn't understand why Whitebeard became this way. What the hell happened here? Ha ha ha. My dear children, because of your father, I have become a spell warrior. One of the 12 spell warriors under the Holy Lord's command, the horse spell warrior. Looking at these 627 children whose eyes are full of curiosity, Whitebeard said something they hadn't thought of at all. Whitebeard became one of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Lord. That is enough. The spell representing the strongest spell warrior in the world. Dad, you have become a spell warrior. The words can be said to be full of infinite surprises. Marco never thought that Whitebeard could become a spell warrior. Yes, I am a horse charm. My ability is enough to heal all injuries and eliminate all negative effects. In the face of Marco's inquiry, and in the face of his own child's inquiry, Whitebeard can be said to have no cover-up, because for Whitebeard, these pirates are his children and his family. It is an existence that he will protect even with his life. Otherwise, with Whitebeard's personality, how could he possibly accept the Lord's spell? Chapter 411 The excitement of the Whitebeard pirates. Treat all injuries and erase all negative effects. As expected of a spell, it is known as the strongest force in this world. After hearing Whitebeard say the power of the horse charm, then see Whitebeard's state at this time. Marco can also be said to instantly know what this so-called treatment of all injuries means. Dad, can you demonstrate the power of your spell? As for the power of the talisman warrior possessed by Whitebeard, Marco can also be said to be extremely curious. How powerful is this power? What does the so-called instant treatment of all injuries mean? You kid, do you think I don't know what you think? Whitebeard looked at Marco with a smile and shook his head. Does Marco really just want to see the power of his spell warrior? No, this is just to show the entire Whitebeard pirates the strength of his Whitebeard. Since the spell warrior appeared and Whitebeard fell from the world's #1 throne, the entire Whitebeard pirates can be said to have felt an inexplicable sadness. After all, before before the spell warriors appeared, the Whitebeard pirates were the strongest force in the world. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be full of pride in their hearts. They are proud of the Whitebeard pirates and honor this identity. But since the spell warrior appeared and Whitebeard was defeated by the spell warrior, the honor of the Whitebeard pirates was thus lost. Now that Whitebeard has become a spell warrior and Whitebeard was once the world's #1 strength, can Whitebeard, who possesses the power of a spell warrior, become the strongest in the world again? Will his Whitebeard pirates become the strongest force in the world again? Let everyone gather on the deck and I will let them know the power of my Whitebeard. Whitebeard also knows that this is an exciting time. In front of all the members, showing the power of a father to protect his children, it can be said that his Whitebeard pirates were too restrictive these days. He will put his children at ease. Dad, I'll let everyone gather. Marco's words were full of endless surprises. Once the strongest in the world has returned, the Whitebeard pirates, once the strongest pirate in the world, will once again rule the entire sea. The whole sea will once again feel the terror of his Whitebeard pirates. His Whitebeard pirates are the strongest force in the world. Everyone gathers on all decks. Everyone gathers on all decks. Countless captains can also be said to be running fast. They want to gather all the members of the Whitebeard pirates in the shortest possible time. They want all the members of the Whitebeard pirates to see the rise of their Whitebeard pirates again. The Whitebeard pirates will be the strongest force in the world. Did something happen? Is there a battle? Although their hearts are full of curiosity, the members of the Whitebeard pirates are all elites among the pirates. Countless pirates can be said to have come to the deck with weapons quickly and are ready to fight at any time. Ever since Whitebeard lost the world's strongest throne, the Whitebeard pirates can also be said to have been challenged by countless up-and-comers. During this time, they can also be said to have experienced countless battles. Although the power of Whitebeard is enough to deter one side, but if it is not the #1 in the world, someone will challenge it. What happened? What happened? But when these pirates came to the deck, they found that the captains looked very strange. The corners of the captain's mouth can be said to be full of smiles. It was as if there was something particularly exciting. Seeing this, the hearts of the members of the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be full of curiosity. What is it that these captains are so excited about? The hearts of these people can be said to be full of curiosity. I think you should also be wondering why we urgently summoned you all, when almost all the members of the Whitebeard pirates came to this deck. As Wang Hao is the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, he can be said to be in the position of one person below 10,000 people in the entire Whitebeard pirates. At this time, the corners of his mouth can be said to be full of smiles, but his eyes are full of seriousness, because what happens next will make the entire Whitebeard pirates fall into endless excitement, because the character, the appearance of the cursed warriors changed the atmosphere of the entire Whitebeard pirates into a trough. Then it's up to our father to appear. Marco's words were full of excitement. He believed that when Whitebeard appeared in front of everyone, he was a man. The entire Whitebeard pirates will become extremely excited. Chapter 412, Rebirth of the Broken Arm. Dad, does this matter have anything to do with Daddy? Could it be that something happened to Dad? The Whitebeard pirates who heard Marco's words had worried expressions on their faces. After all, Whitebeard is the backbone of the entire Whitebeard pirates. He is also the most respected captain in the hearts of these pirates. Don't guess here. You'll know when Dad comes out. After looking at the members of the Whitebeard pirates who were talking about it there, Marco suddenly scolded angrily. Ha ha ha, my dear children. At this time, the white-bearded man who looked only in his 40s appeared in front of everyone. How is this possible? How did Dad become so young? And Dad's aura actually became stronger. The moment when Whitebeard 630 appeared in front of all the pirates, everyone who saw Whitebeard's appearance at this time can be said to be full of shock in their hearts. Whitebeard's appearance returned to when he was in his 40s. At the same time, his aura became even more terrifying, making people tremble. What the hell is going on? Why did Dad become so young? Why is this momentum so powerful? It makes people desperate. Everyone's heart can be said to be full of surprises. Why did Whitebeard have such a change? My dear children, I think you should be full of curiosity when you see what I look like now. After seeing the surprised expressions on the faces of the children of his own pirate group, the corner of Whitebeard's mouth can also be said to have a hint of a smile. JD, what the hell is going on? Why did Whitebeard become what he is now? Blackbeard Tiki, who was hiding aside, was full of doubts even though there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth at this time. What the hell is going on in all of this? Why did Whitebeard return to his youthful appearance? The reason why Blackbeard Tiki is willing to join the Whitebeard pirates is just to get that natural dark fruit. After all, it is the devil fruit that Blackbeard dreams of, and the Whitebeard pirates, who used to be known as the strongest pirate group in the world, are most likely to get this devil fruit. Fix, come come here. At this moment Whitebeard suddenly raised his hand and called out to a pirate who looked to be in his 20s with a broken arm. Dad doesn't know what you ordered me to do. Although his heart was full of curiosity, the pirate named Fix came over with a clever face. Because Whitebeard is the father he respects the most. Raise your broken left hand. The corner of Whitebeard's mouth showed a slight smile. He stretched out his thick right hand and said to Fix, "Good Dad." Although he didn't know why Whitebeard did this, Fix, who was full of respect for Whitebeard in his heart, raised his left hand obediently. At this time, the split left hand can be said to have been completely lost from the joints. This was the last time Pirate Supernova challenged Whitebeard. The arm that Fix lost in that battle. Horse charm, I hope you won't let me down. He pinched his thick right hand on the broken left arm. Whitebeard directly used the power of the horse charm. A painful cry suddenly sounded under everyone's worried gazes. The broken hand named Fix Pirate suddenly grew numerous granulation buds below the speed visible to the naked eye. The broken arm can be said to recover instantly. Well, my arm is actually reborn. Fix looked at his shiny arm in disbelief. He never thought that his arm would actually grow back. Dad, what's going on? I didn't have a dream, did I? The words are full of disbelief. He even had a feeling that he was dreaming. It's nothing. I just treated your broken arm with the power of the horse charm. Facing Fix's unbelievable gaze, Whitebeard's face was filled with a father-like smile. Really? My broken arm has really grown back. At this moment Fix's eyes filled with tears. After all, how many people can bear the pain of a broken arm? Dad, you said you used the power of the horse charm. Have you become a spell warrior? The words were full of disbelief. After hearing Whitebeard say that he healed Fix's severed hand with the power of a spell warrior, the faces of these members of the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be full of infinite surprises. Chapter 413 Eliminate Devil Fruit Vice Effect. Yes, I have become a spell warrior, and I am a horse spell warrior with the ability to heal all injuries and erase all negative effects. Whitebeard's face was full of boundless confidence. He looked at the children in front of him with a smile on his face. At this time, he already has enough strength to bless this family. After all, his dear children, all of you who are injured, bring me here. I will treat all your injuries. As long as you still have a breath, then the power of my spell warrior is enough to revive you all with blood. Looking at these children who have endured countless wars during this period of time, it can also be said that there is a trace of sadness in Whitebeard's heart. But from now on the situation of all this will happen change, because he already has the ability to compete for the world #1. With the power of his spell, Whitebeard believes that he will one day regain the throne of the world's #1. Whitebeard is not greedy for the false name of the world #1. He just wants to use the name of the world #1 to protect his family and protect these children who regard him as their biological father. Dad, congratulations to you. I didn't expect you to become a spell warrior. Dad, all pirates can be said to be filled with endless joy in their hearts, because they know they won't be afraid of spell warriors anymore. The last time Marco was captured by the Navy, the tragic battle of the top made everyone see the horror of the spell warrior. Now Whitebeard has this ability to almost turn decay into magic. As long as they didn't die on the spot, Whitebeard could use his abilities to revive them all and reach their peak state. By the way, Marco, come here. At this moment Whitebeard suddenly waved to Marco. At this moment he suddenly remembered that the horse charm has the ability to heal all injuries and erase all negative effects. Devil fruits are afraid of sea towers and sea water, and even cannot swallow 2 devil fruits. Isn't this a negative effect? Can the horse charm remove the negative effects of devil fruits? For this ability, Whitebeard immediately decided to give it a try. If the devil fruit is really no longer afraid of sea towers and sea water, then the strength of his devil fruit ability of the Whitebeard pirates will be greatly enhanced. He would be extremely difficult to deal with if he didn't have the devil fruit ability to restrain hailstone and sea water at all. Dad doesn't know what your orders are. Although he didn't know why Whitebeard called him, Marco came to Whitebeard with a good-natured look. I'm going to try to see if I can remove the negative effects of devil fruit from your body, so that you will no longer be afraid of the sea property market and the restraint of sea water. It can even swallow 2 devil fruits. There was a serious look on Whitebeard's face. If the horse charm can really erase the side effects of the devil fruit in Marco, then his Whitebeard pirates can create a devil fruit legion without any devil fruit flaws. This can be said to be an extremely terrifying and desperate force. Erase the side effects of devil fruits. Marco's face can be said to be full of surprise. He didn't even dare to imagine such a thing. You must know that Marco is the fruit of the phantom beast. Reborn from ashes, he was already extremely difficult to deal with. If you lose the restrictions of sea towers and sea water, then, when the physical strength that he can do completely is not exhausted, he will be immortal, and immortal rebirth from ashes requires consuming Marco's stamina 0. When his physical strength was completely exhausted, Marco also lost this ability. But Marco is not a fool either. Knowing that he might be exhausted because of his physical strength, he is still there to fight with his opponents. Go in and get a pair of halostone handcuffs. Marco excitedly called out to a pirate beside him. If he really eliminated the shortcomings of devil fruits, then he completely possesses a combat power that rivals that of a Navy admiral. Even he can fight in close quarters with the admiral with halostone handcuffs. You must know that the admirals are all natural devil fruit users. The seafloor stone can only seal the devil fruit ability of these devil fruit ability users and will greatly weaken their physical strength. But if it is said that it is a strong person who has strong physical skills and has the ability of devil fruit, Hilushi will only restrict him from using the ability of devil fruit and his power will be reduced. When Luffy was in Wano Kingdom, he didn't wear Kailashi handcuffs with both hands, but he still showed amazing combat power with his powerful physical skills. Small. Chapter 414. Blackbeard's Ambition. I brought the halostone handcuffs you asked for, Captain Marco. The words were full of respect. Naming pirate came to Marco with Halashi handcuffs with a respectful look on his face. Bring me these halostone handcuffs. For Marco the Whitebeard, it can be said that there is absolutely no hesitation in his belief. Whitebeard is Marco's heart, the father inside is a god who guards them. Okay, Captain Marco. The pirate didn't say much, but quickly put the Halashi handcuffs on Marco's body. 6:30 When the Halashi handcuffs were placed on his body, Marco felt the limitation of Halashi's handcuffs on his devil fruit ability and the suppression of his own physical strength. Halashi has the ability to limit the ability of devil fruit and make him tired and powerless. Dad, I'm ready. Marco with Halashi handcuffs in his hands. At this time, he came to Whitebeard with a respectful face. Although he was just a guinea pig, Marco can be said to be a white-bearded guinea pig willingly. Since that's the case, then I'll see if the power of my horse charm can eliminate the shortcomings of your devil fruit. Look at Marco who came to him with Halashi handcuffs. Whitebeard's face can also be said to be full of seriousness because he also wants to know whether the horse charm can do this. Can the power of Whitebeard's charm warrior still eliminate the shortcomings of devil fruits? The words were filled with infinite seriousness, and at this moment the Blackbeard standing in the crowd had a gloomy glint in his eyes. You must know that the reason why he joined the Whitebeard pirates was just to get that natural dark fruit, but once Whitebeard really has such a powerful strength, it will be both a good thing and a bad thing for him. The good thing is that as the strength of the Whitebeard pirates increases, the probability of him obtaining the ability of the dark fruit will also increase. The bad thing is that once Whitebeard really has such a powerful strength, it will be extremely difficult for Blackbeard to challenge Whitebeard's status. Let me feel your power with the horse charm. Whitebeard's right hand gently touched the top of Marco's head, and the power of the talisman instantly washed Marco's whole body. Boom. At this moment, Marco felt that the ability of the devil fruit restrained by Halashi was instantly revived. The weakened power once again returned to his body. The blue flame of the phoenix was entangled in Marco's body. The green flame of Captain Marco's phoenix fruit. I didn't expect Dad's spell power to really eliminate the shortcomings of devil fruits. All the pirates who saw the scene had unbelievable expressions on their faces. There is no doubt about the power of devil fruit power users, but due to the shortcomings of devil fruit, there are many strong people in this world who resist the ability of devil fruit. Admiral Caput, a naval hero, is an obvious example. As a naval hero, it is not very difficult for Garp to obtain a devil fruit, even a natural devil fruit. Even if you can't get the animal type devil fruit like the natural type devil fruit, it can be said to be a very simple matter. With Garp's taijutsu and with the help of the animal type devil fruit ability, Garp's strength is enough to make earth-shaking changes. But for Garp, he was a little worried about the limitations of devil fruits. This is also the reason why he is extremely resistant to devil fruits. Devil fruit people are afraid of sea water and sea towers. This is also the reason why Garp and the others with strong physical skills are so resistant to devil fruits. Although devil fruit can enhance their strength, it will also weaken them at the same time, because the shortcomings of devil fruit abilities are too obvious, and this shortcoming is an extremely fatal shortcoming. If I get that dark fruit, then let my father help me eliminate the shortcomings of the dark fruit, then am I not invincible in the world? The words were full of endless surprises. At this time, Blackbeard's ambition can also be said to have been further improved. If he just wanted to get the dark fruit before, then what he wants to get now is the dark fruit without any flaws. The dark fruit was originally an extremely powerful devil fruit, but if Whitebeard completely eliminates the negative effects of the dark fruit, then this devil fruit is even more perfect in Blackbeard's heart. Chapter 415. The Rising Whitebeard Pirates. Boom boom boom. The blue flame of the phoenix can be said to be entangled in Marco's body. Then let me try whether I have restrained the weakness of sea water. There was that blue flame all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the figure warrior of the Phoenix Marco turned into a big bird with cyan flames wrapped around him. A person with the power of the phoenix fruit of the phantom beast species. A terrifying existence that is rarer than nature. Boom. Marco flying high in the sky. He waved his wings and slammed into the sea. Captain Marco. Seeing Marco smashed into the sea like this, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates were filled with worry. They quickly rushed to the side of the boat to watch Marco in the sea. But what they didn't expect was that Marco actually swam fast in the water in the form of a phoenix. No, it has been thought that his spell power can indeed eliminate the negative state of the devil fruit. Seeing the black beard in front of him, his heart can be said to be full of excitement. If you acquire the ability of the dark fruit and then eliminate the shortcomings of the devil fruit, isn't his strength invincible? I want to get the dark fruit, and I have to let Whitebeard eliminate the side effects of my dark fruit. I saw Marco, who was actually swimming in the sea in the form of an animal-type phantom beast at this time. At this time, the ambition in Blackbeard's heart can be said to have swelled in an instant. If the dark fruit without any flaws is the real perfect devil fruit in Blackbeard's heart, but the first thing I have to do now is to find that dark fruit, otherwise all my efforts will be in vain. Thinking that you have been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years just to find that dark fruit, father, your spell power can be said to be truly terrifying. Marco, who rushed out of the sea with Halishy handcuffs in his hands, came to Whitebeard excitedly. At this time, his face can be said to be full of excitement. Sure enough, the power of my horse charm is indeed to eliminate the weakness of your devil fruit. Since then, my Whitebeard pirates have once again possessed the ability to be number one in the world. Look at the children in front of you. It can be said that the ambition in Whitebeard's heart has been stimulated again. Since then, his Whitebeard pirates have completely possessed the power to compete for the number one in the world. His Whitebeard completely possesses the ability to become the world's number one again. The humiliation they once had can be found again. Dad, I think we should find more devil fruits first. Since the power of your spell can eliminate the shortcomings of the devil fruit, then our Whitebeard pirates can completely create a pirate group composed entirely of devil fruit people. Marco looked at Whitebeard excitedly. Since that's the case, then our Whitebeard pirates will start their full search for devil fruits. My dear children, I don't know if you have any favorite devil fruits that you like. Whitebeard, who was in joy, looked at the pirates in front of him with a smile on his face. It can be said to be the best thing if they can find a devil fruit that their children like. A devil fruit ability user who eliminates the shortcomings of devil fruit, his strength will increase several times. With the strength of our Whitebeard pirates, as long as we get more devil fruits, our Whitebeard pirates will have the power to be number one in the world. A pirate group composed entirely of devil fruit powers, and it's still the devil fruit pirates with no flaws. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates can be said to have fallen into that joy. At the same time, the devil fruit fighters who were members of the 630 Whitebeard pirates came to Whitebeard one by one. Whitebeard used the power of his spell warrior to eliminate all the weaknesses of these devil fruit power users. I want to create a glove made of seafloor stones. The person with the ability of diamond fruit is Diamond Joes, the captain of the third team of the Whitebeard pirates. After Whitebeard eliminated the shortcomings of his devil fruit, holding the Halishy handcuffs, he suddenly had an idea to create a Halishy glove made by Halishy. At this time, he has restrained the shortcomings of Halishy, but for other devil fruit users, Halishy is a weakness that they cannot ignore. I also want to build a weapon made of Halustone. Before, it was because we were afraid of the power of Halustone, so now we don't need to be afraid anymore. The devil fruit users of the previous Whitebeard pirates also had the idea of building sea tower weapons at this time. Chapter 416 World Fear. Do you know who the 8th Talisman Warrior is? Everyone gave me to look carefully for the 8th Talisman Warrior. Anyone who finds the 8th Talisman Warrior will be rewarded. The world government has offered a reward of 1 billion to find the whereabouts of the 8th Talisman Warrior. If the 8th Talisman Warrior is conceived to submit to the world government and devote himself to the Navy, then they can fully enjoy the status of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. When the world government knew that Aokiji had become a complete spell warrior, it also knew that the 8th spell would appear on this world. The world government immediately began to offer a reward to find the whereabouts of the 8th Talisman Warrior. I don't know which lucky person was able to become the 8th Talisman Warrior. Everyone's heart can be said to be full of expectations, hoping that they can become the 8th Talisman Warrior. Laidlaw can be said to be a good benchmark that makes people feel yearning. Just an 8-year-old child, he became the only emperor of the entire Baha'i Empire because he became a spell warrior, enjoying the worship of hundreds of millions of people in the entire Baha'i Empire. It can be said that there are countless beauties in gold and silver. Controlling the life and death of hundreds of millions of people in the world has an incomparably huge power. Everyone wants to be a character. The spell warrior became the supreme spell warrior. possessing the ability to make everyone envious. But the spell warrior is one in millions, and it is more precious than the so-called phantom devil fruit. However, he has the ability to surpass the ability of the magical beast devil fruit. Hey, have you heard about it? The 4 emperors Whitebeard became a spell warrior, and he's also a horse spell warrior. Time has passed, and the recent movements of the Whitebeard pirates can be said to have attracted the attention of the world government. Since Whitebeard lost the world's #1 throne, the Whitebeard pirates can be said to have become extremely disciplined. But at this time, the Whitebeard pirates can be said to have completely revealed the weapons in their hands, and they have only one target, the devil fruit. In this case, the world government can also be said to have sent spies to the Whitebeard pirates. Originally, in their opinion, the greatest luck of the Whitebeard pirates was that one of them became a spell warrior. But what they didn't expect was that the spy reported that Whitebeard had become a spell warrior. You must know that he was the strongest man in the world. The superhuman type has the ability to shake the fruit and has the powerful power to destroy the sky and the earth, which is called the terrifying power of natural disasters. Even if the world is respected by spell warriors, his 4 emperors Whitebeard is also the strongest existence under the spell warriors. What did you say? The 4 emperors Whitebeard became the 8th talisman warrior. Once the #1 in the world, he lost his status as the #1 in the world because of the appearance of the spell warrior. Now he has also become a spell warrior. Does that mean that he can continue to regain the world's #1 throne? After hearing that Whitebeard became the 8th talisman warrior, the whole sea was an instant sensation. Whitebeard was originally the strongest existence under the spell warrior. Does he now have the ability to regain the world's #1 throne? I didn't expect you to become a spell warrior. Just when Whitebeard was ready to meet other forces sniping, a figure that surprised him appeared on his pirate ship. Nicole Robin, known as the first spell warrior. When she knew that Whitebeard had become a spell warrior, it can be said that she came here quickly. Last time, in order to rescue Marco, the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired Shanks pirates even spent countless historical texts allying with Nico Robin to attack the Navy headquarters. It was also because of this battle that Nico Robin and the white-bearded and red-haired Shanks became true allies. Little girl, are you worried that I will challenge your status as the first spell warrior? So you came here on purpose today. Look at Nico Robin on his pirate ship. Whitebeard's face can also be said to be full of smiles. Wang Hao, I just want to think what kind of Whitebeard Nico Robin has. He didn't think Nico Robin would care about the status of the world's #1 spell warrior. The world's #1 spell warrior and the strongest in the world. This identity is simply insignificant to me. I came here today just to meet the Holy Master. Faced with Whitebeard's words, Nico Robin shook his head with disdain. She doesn't care about the status of the first spell warrior at all. For her, the status of the first spell warrior might as well give her 2 pieces of historical text. Man, but for Nico Robin, what she cares most about is the Lord's business. Chapter 417. The worries of the Navy headquarters. The Holy Lord does exist in my mind, but as a spell warrior, you should also know that it is impossible for the Holy Lord to look at people like this. After hearing Nico Robin's words, it can be said that the 4 emperors Whitebeard knew her intentions. The reason why Nico Robin came here was just to see the Holy Master, but everyone who is a spell warrior knows that the only way to meet the Whitebeard is when the Holy Master is second. As expected, it's still the same. I thought that the Holy Master had already unsealed the 7 spells, and the power enhancement would change. After hearing Whitebeard's words, Nico Robin's face could be said to be filled with a bitter smile. It has been almost 10 years since the last time the Holy Master left. In the past 10 years, Nicole Robin has also emerged as a beauty in her prime, has a perfect little face and a graceful figure. At the same time, with her powerful strength and the alliance with the red-haired pirates of the Whitebeard pirates during this period, Nicole 633 Robin has obtained countless historical texts. These historical texts can be said to be the treasures dreamed of by O'Hara scholars. Although Nico Robin's heart can be said to be full of joy when reading the history of these historical text seekers, but Nico Robin knows that in her heart she will never forget the Holy Master who gave her the power of the spell. If it weren't for the Lord, then there would be no Nico Robin now. Before, your Whitebeard pirates and I were just a verbal alliance. Now you have the qualification to form a complete alliance with me. Nico Robin looked up at Whitebeard. The white-bearded Nico Robin who became a spell warrior can be said to fully recognize his strength. Are you officially allied with me? There was a smile on the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, and now he can be said to be officially recognized by Nico Robin. If the previous alliance was just because the historical text attracted Nico Robin, then now it means that Nico Robin has recognized the strength of Whitebeard. This is the power of the spell warrior. What did you say that Whitebeard actually became a spell warrior? Did I make a mistake? I didn't think he could become a spell warrior, so why can't I be a spell warrior? warrior. In the office of Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp seemed to have a look of grievance on his face at this time. Under the repeated requests of the warring States Marshal, Garp finally embarked on a journey to find the whereabouts of the 8th Talisman warrior. But what everyone didn't expect was that not long after Garp's dog-headed warship left the naval headquarters, Garp received an order from the warring States Marshal saying that they already knew the whereabouts of the 8th Talisman warrior. When Lieutenant General Garp came to the office of the warring States Marshal, he saw the 3 admirals of the Navy sitting there with a solemn expression. The Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters, JD, Lieutenant General Crane. At this time, his face can also be said to be full of dignified and worried expression. However, what Garp didn't expect was that Sengoku's words completely stunned him. One of the original 4 emperors, Whitebeard, who was once known as the strongest man in the world, actually became a spell warrior. Lieutenant General Garp's face could be said to be full of indignation after hearing that Whitebeard, the man who used to be the world's #1 man, actually became a spell warrior. Lieutenant General Garp's strength and Whitebeard can be said to be completely indistinguishable. But why did Whitebeard become a spell warrior while Garp didn't have such a fate? Okay, I didn't ask you to come back this time to make you mess around here. Looking at Lieutenant General Garp, who looks like a jerk, can also be said to be full of helplessness on the face of Marshal Sengoku. You guy, I didn't let you go crazy here. The warring States Marshal glared at Lieutenant General Garp, then turned his head to look at the 3 admirals of the Navy, especially the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, who was also a top-level powerhouse as a spell warrior. After Whitebeard became a spell warrior, his power can be said to have been enhanced like never before. The Whitebeard pirates have received an unprecedented blow since Whitebeard lost his status as the world's #1. Now that Whitebeard has obtained the status of the world's #1 in the power of a spell warrior, it can also be said to be within his reach. And I think the next thing we will face is the expanding force of the Whitebeard pirates. Our mission is only one, and that is to keep suppressing the momentum of the Whitebeard pirates so that his strength cannot reach the peak. The eyes of the warring States Marshal can be said to be full of worry, because he knows that the next era is the era of gluttony belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. A gluttonous eater that is enough to devour all the people in the world. Chapter 418, The Meeting of Red-Haired Shanks and Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't expect you to become a spell warrior. Time passed, and on the 7th day, on the surface of the sea ruled by the Whitebeard pirates, the red-haired Shanks, who was also one of the 4 emperors, came here because Sabo challenged the 4 emperors to replicate the fighting power of the 4 emperors. The Navy headquarters executed Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, and the 4 emperors Whitebeard and the red-haired Shanks allied together to rescue Marco. In the face of this more severe sea situation, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks have long been allies. Red-haired Shanks, long time no see. When the red-haired Shanks led the members of the red-haired pirates to the Whitebeard pirate ship, Nico Robin also came here. I didn't expect Miss Nico Robin to come too. Looking at Nico Robin in front of him and the white-bearded and red-haired Shanks who had just become a spell warrior, he could say that he did not have the slightest timidity. What if he is the weakest here? Redhead, you should know that I have become a spell warrior, right? And you should also know what abilities I have. Looking at the approaching red-haired Shanks with a white beard, he looked at him with a serious face. The legendary horse talisman warrior has the ability to heal everything and erase all negative effects. Even the shortcomings of devil fruits can be erased. Red-haired Shanks' words were filled with infinite seriousness. After all, when he knew that Whitebeard had become a spell warrior, his face could be said to be full of infinite surprise. After all, that is one of the strongest forces in the world, representing the spell warrior. You should know why I came to you, right? Looking at the broken arm of the red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard's face can also be said to be full of dignified expressions. With the strength of the 4 emperors of the red-haired Shanks, how could he be easily lost in the East China Sea? What about an arm? I bet him on the new era. After seeing Whitebeard looking at his broken arm, the corner of the red-haired Shank's mouth brought a smile. With the strength of his 4 emperors, how could a mere offshore king be his right hand? He just wanted to use his arms to fly out of the sea. He believed that Luffy would be able to accomplish what he could not accomplish. Become the pirate king. I now have the strength to restore your broken arm, but I will respect your choice. You should also know that the situation in the sea at this time can be said to be extremely dangerous. With the strength of your 4 emperors, you can no longer protect your own safety. However, we are also allies. Whitebeard's face can be said to be full of seriousness. The current situation in the sea can be said to be extremely dangerous, and none of the 4 emperors can gain an advantage over the sea. The spell warrior became the only protagonist in this world. I appreciate your kindness. Red-haired Shanks also knew that at this time, with his strength, it could be said that it would be difficult to continue to protect his status as the 4 emperors. emperors. But even so what? He is the red-haired Shanks who used to be the 4th pirate emperor. Now there are 8 spell warriors above the sea. Every spell warrior can be said to possess incomparably terrifying strength. The 4 emperors have completely become stepping stones for the talisman warriors. You got. After seeing the determination in the red-haired Shanks' eyes, Whitebeard didn't force it. After all, this was the bet made by the red-haired Shanks himself. Use your own arm to block the opening of an era. In addition to preparing to restore your arm this time, I asked you to come here. The most important thing is that I want to become a full-body spell warrior. Only by becoming a complete talisman warrior can I maximize the power of this talisman. Whitebeard's face can also be said to be full of dignified expression. After becoming a spell warrior, it can be said that he knows the only condition for becoming a full-body spell warrior. At the same time, he also knew why those spell warriors were causing trouble everywhere, because only in this way can they obtain the power of all beings at the fastest speed and unlock the seal of the spell warrior. At the same time, in Whitebeard's heart he was also guessing what kind of person the Lord was. After all, these spell warriors can be said to be the source of cholera in the entire sea. Are you going to be a complete spell warrior? I didn't expect that spell warriors would have such harsh conditions. I also know why they made trouble everywhere in the first place. There was a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. After hearing that this is the only way to unlock the spell, red-haired Shanks shook his head with a bitter smile. Is this the condition for the spell warrior to unlock the seal? Small. Chapter 419 Challenge all spell warriors. There is only one way to completely unlock the seal of the talisman warrior, and that is to gain enormous prestige. But by virtue of your once world number 1 name, you can say that you already have a huge prestige. Red-haired Shanks looked up at Whitebeard curiously. As a former world number 1 who dominated an era in his own name, Whitebeard's reputation can be said to be enormous. I'm not the strongest in the world now. Moreover, the previous 7 talisman warriors can be said to have captured a lot of prestige. How many people in the world today can remember me? 633. Whitebeard's words can also be said to be full of helplessness. Since the appearance of Nico Robin, who represents the first spell warrior, the eyes of the whole world seem to be attracted by the spell warrior. It can be said that Whitebeard's reputation as the strongest in the world was captured by these spell warriors. Although with his former prestige, the power of this horse spell warrior can be said to have been unblocked a lot, but if you want to unblock more spell power, the prestige is far from enough at this time. He needs more prestige and more power of all beings to unlock the power of his spell warrior. You want to gain greater fame. What do you want to do? Red-haired Shanks looked at Whitebeard curiously. Are you going to make trouble like those spell warriors? Retake my title of number 1 in the world, and the only target I challenge is those spell warriors. Since those spell warriors once used me as a stepping stone to gain the fame of the whole world, then today I will use those spell warriors as a stepping stone to take back all these prestige. Whitebeard's words can be said to be full of infinite domineering. In this world, the spell warrior can be said to be the existence that everyone fears. Everyone is afraid of the power of the spell warrior. But Whitebeard did the opposite. Didn't you once climb to the top of this world by stepping on the prestige of the 4 emperors? So today is my 4 emperors Whitebeard stepping on you to regain my title of number 1 in the world. You are going to challenge all the spell warriors. The red-haired Shanks looked at the Whitebeard with a hellish look. Are all your ideas so peculiar? However, he still admires Whitebeard's courageous thoughts and his next role as red-haired Shanks. After all spell warriors claim to be the strongest. What Whitebeard wanted to do was to challenge the power that everyone feared. I'm Baihu's son. The words are full of infinite domineering. So what if the next challenge is incomparably difficult? As the strongest man in the world once, and a man who competed with Roger, the Pirate King, he believes that he has such strength. Next, I need the 2 of you to stand up for me. I want to challenge all the spell warriors in the whole world. Whitebeard's face was full of seriousness. What follows can be said to be full of incomparable danger. After all, the warriors knew that Whitebeard became a spell warrior. Their hearts can be said to be full of murderous intent. After all, there are only so many resources in the whole world. The appearance of every spell warrior is tantamount to a reshuffling of the forces in this world. It can be said that the sites under the world government are very few. The new world is also divided by the naval spell warriors and the 4 emperors. The former territory of Whitebeard was also occupied by spell warriors and the navy. It's just that the spell warriors were powerful back then, and the Whitebeard pirates were not opponents, so it could only be said that they swallowed their voices. The current Whitebeard has become a spell warrior, and at the same time, as the world number 1, he also wants to regain the pirate group that protects him with that name. In fact, there is only one thing Whitebeard wants to do most, and that is to burst out the grievances he once received from the spell warrior. You want to tell those spell warriors, Isn't this world they can easily be presumptuous. Red-haired Shanks can also be said to have sensed Whitebeard's thoughts. Many of these spell warriors used to be weak and they could be said to have been oppressed. But when they gained powerful power, their ambitions and desires can be said to have exploded completely. Do whatever you want with your powerful strength. Of course, not all spell warriors are like this, such as Nico Robin Corazon. They can be said to maintain their own nature. The rat charm warrior Liluo, who was only 8 years old, could not control such a powerful force at all. He even had the idea of sealing the Holy Lord, because he is not controlled by the power of the spell but is dominated by a powerful force. Unable to control the power of the spell with his own will, he became a slave to the power of the spell. Chapter 420th Doflamingo's Wrath. Since that's the case, then I'll accompany you to challenge the countless spell warriors on the entire sea. Red-haired Shanks can also be said to be a man with infinite courage. Although the next challenge can be said to be full of danger, after all, it is not someone else that they will challenge next. It is the talisman warrior who claims to have the most powerful force in the entire world. The spell warrior has the power to make everyone jealous, fearful, and envious. And what Whitebeard has to do is to challenge these terrifying spell warriors. Then who is the first spell warrior you plan to challenge? The red-haired Shank's face can be said to be full of curiosity. At this time, the spell warriors from the entire sea have gathered in the New World. Only Aokiji, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, was stationed at the Navy headquarters, and the rest of the spell warriors could be said to have come to the New World at this time. 19. But Whitebeard believed it. After he challenged the entire spell warrior thing to the naval headquarters, can Aokai, who is in the headquarters of the Navy, still sit firmly on the Diaotai in the headquarters of the Navy? Doflamingo. It can be said that his eyes are full of strong killing intent. Back then, Doflamingo also killed many members of the Whitebeard pirates during the Battle of the Top. Today is the time for his Whitebeard pirates to take revenge on Doflamingo. He will let Doflamingo know how regrettable his killing was. Doflamingo. After hearing that Whitebeard chose Doflamingo, red-haired Shanks didn't say much, because to the red-haired Shanks, he was just a foil. He was just helping Whitebeard out with Nico Robin. Then let's go to the Drake Rosa Kingdom next. Brother Doflamingo, today I will make you feel the wrath of my 4 emperors' anger. Whitebeard stood up. His huge body could be said to contain a powerful aura. With his body recovering from such an injury, Whitebeard's strength has surpassed his peak. The quake fruit is enough to develop to the point of awakening. With a roar from Whitebeard, the 100-meter radius of the Whitebeard pirate ship seemed to tremble. Is this the horror of spell warriors? Once the strongest man in the world possessed the power of spells, can he regain the strongest throne? The red-haired Shanks, who felt the horror of Whitebeard at this time, his face can also be said to be full of solemn expression. Although my strength is good, it's still a little distance to challenge me. Nico Robin standing aside. At this time, her face could also be said to be full of a smile. Although Whitebeard's aura is extremely terrifying, Nico Robin can also be said to have absolute confidence in his own strength. She believed that she could defeat Whitebeard with her own strength. This is the pride of the world's #1 spell warrior. As the world's #1 spell warrior and known as the strongest spell warrior, but Robin, she can be said to be extremely confident in her own strength. Although Whitebeard used to be the strongest being in the world, at this time he added the power of a spell warrior. But Nico Robin, the first spell warrior, as a bull spell representing a power spell, her strength is enough to make everyone fear him. What did you say that the Whitebeard pirates are marching towards our kingdom of Dracrosa? What exactly does Whitebeard want to do? Does he think that his strength is enough to challenge me? When the Whitebeard pirates set off for the kingdom of Dracrosa, at this time, Doflamingo, the king of the Dracrosa kingdom, hearing this news, his words can be said to be full of anger. You must know that he is a dignified spell warrior, possessing incomparably terrifying and powerful power. Whitebeard just became a spell warrior. Why did he have the courage to challenge his majesty? 633. Could it be that he, Doflamingo, is so easy to bully? Before he became a spell warrior, he was sent to the deep sea prison by his own younger brother. Now he has become a talisman warrior with incomparable power, but even so, he is still the first being provoked by others. Doflamingo's heart was full of anger. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He hasn't enjoyed such humiliation since he became a spell warrior. Anger filled Doflamingo's chest. His eyes were filled with infinite anger. Since Whitebeard dares to provoke me, I will let you die here today. I'll let everyone in the world know that I, Doflamingo, are not easy to provoke. The angry words resounded throughout the Dracrosa kingdom. The angry voice was enough to let the people of the entire Dracrosa kingdom know Doflamingo's anger at this time. Chapter 421. Little brother, be careful. Sister, I will spank you. Whitebeard, who just became a spell warrior, actually chose to challenge brother Doflamingo. As expected, he was the strongest strongest man in the world. Whitebeard is worthy of the man who used his own name to name an era. All the forces of the Whitebeard pirates of the Snoopers, when they learn that Whitebeard is actually allied with the red-haired Shanks and Nico Robin, who is known as the first spell warrior, and after Whitebeard intends to challenge the spell warrior Doflamingo. Those who know these news can also be said to be full of excitement in their hearts, because they wanted to see what would happen to the furious Whitebeard when he fought Doflamingo, a man who was once the strongest man in the world, a powerful spell warrior who represents the most terrifying power in the entire world. What was the result of their battle? Although Whitebeard is also a spell warrior, he is not a complete spell warrior. Daddy Doflamingo's boat stopped in front of us. Just when the Whitebeard pirates were about to arrive in the kingdom of Drake-Rosa, Doflamingo, the king of the kingdom of Drake-Rosa, led 8 of his own generals and strong men to come on a warship in front of the Whitebeard pirates. What exactly do you mean, Whitebeard? When I came to the Whitebeard pirates on a warship as a spell warrior, Doflamingo, his words can be said to be full of infinite anger. Brother Doflamingo, I think with your intelligence you should know why I'm here. Looking at Doflamingo standing in front of him with an angry face. Whitebeard's face can also be said to be full of gloomy expression. When Doflamingo appeared in the Battle of the Top, he killed many members of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, don't deceive people too much. Are you going to step on my reputation and completely unlock your spell warrior's seal? His face was full of anger, and his eyes were full of infinite killing intent. As a complete spell warrior, Doflamingo has his pride. What Whitebeard did at this time was to provoke him. Doflamingo, brother Doflamingo, today I will use your complete body spell warrior as a stepping stone for my Whitebeard to become a complete body spell warrior. When you were in the Navy headquarters, you killed a lot of my children, and today I will let you know my Whitebeard's anger. After thinking of the members of the Whitebeard pirates who died at the hands of Doflamingo in the Battle of the Top, Whitebeard's face can be said to be full of infinite anger. As the father of these children, Whitebeard already felt very sorry that he didn't have the strength to avenge them for them. Now Whitebeard has become a spell warrior, and his strength has surpassed his peak. For the current Whitebeard, it can be said that the new hatred and the old hatred can be said to be forgotten together at this time. Doflamingo, are you ready to bear my wrath? Whitebeard came to the front of the deck of the pirate ship. At this moment he raised his right hand, which was covered with a layer of milky white light. This is the power of the shake fruit that belongs to Whitebeard. At this time, the power of Whitebeard's shaking fruit can be said to be developed to the extreme. When the shaking fruit was launched, the entire sea instantly became shaken by the ground, the waves were even faulted. Give me death, Doflamingo. The power of the right hand to shake the fruit was instantly activated. The powerful shock force instantly attacked Doflamingo. I'm not a vegetarian with Whitebeard. However, I am also a dignified and complete spell warrior. You have the power to shake the fruit, but I have the power to crush the fruit. Facing the power of the shocking fruit from this attack, Doflamingo can be said to have no fear at all. I saw that he also raised his right hand at the same time, and the power to crush the fruit was activated instantly. This is a terrifying force that can shatter everything. Boom, boom, boom. The power of crushing the fruit collided with the power of shaking the fruit. The intertwined collision of smashing and shaking. Whitebeard, then let you fight your former opponent. At this time, the rat charm warrior Lalo is temporarily living in the kingdom of Drake-Rosa. When he saw Whitebeard fighting with Doflamingo, he involuntarily took out the statue of Roger of the Sea, Wang Hao, Thief King. In the blink of an eye, the statue of Kung Fu One Piece Roger appeared here in human form. If you're smarter, I hope you can stand here and be obedient. Otherwise, my sister, I'll be welcome. Just when Roger was about to follow Lalo's order and prepare to set off, Nico Robin's voice suddenly rang in Lalo's ear. I don't know when Nico Robin appeared less than 5 meters behind Lalo. Is Nico Robin, known as the first spell warrior. Seeing Nico Robin, Lalo's face appearing behind him can also be said to be full of dignified expressions. You must know that it is Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell warrior. Chapter 422. The terrifying Doflamingo. Little brother and sister, I really don't want to shoot with you. If you are willing to wait here obediently for the challenge of Whitebeard, then you and I will wait here obediently. But if you dare to intervene in this battle easily, then sister, I'm going to spank you. Nico Robin looked at the 8-year-old kid in front of her with a smile. Although her eyes are full of smiles, Nico Robin's words can be said to be full of mockery. But Nico Robin is also ready to start at any time. After all, although this kid in front of him is only 8 years old, he is also a complete spell warrior. Nico Robin, who is a full-body spell warrior, knows the horror of a full-body spell warrior. Nicole Robin, known as the strongest spell warrior. I didn't think of you. I could meet here today. Lilo's face can also be said to be full of dignified expression. You must know that at this time he is facing Nico Robin, who is known as the first spell warrior. warrior. But I also want to see the first spell warrior. How powerful you 633 are. Lalo put away the statue of Roger the Pirate King and took out a statue of a golden dragon made of gold. Nicole Robin, let me see your strength today. There was a solemn look on his face. Lalo instilled the energy of the mouse-free spell into the golden statue in his hand. The golden statue blooms with dazzling light. It can be said that the entire Dracrosa kingdom was stabbed in the eyes by this dazzling light. Has that guy also encountered a strong enemy? After Doflamingo, who fought against Whitebeard, noticed what was happening in the Dracrosa kingdom. At this moment his face could also be said to have a trace of worry flashing. I'm sorry, your opponent is me. Just when the 8 generals and strong men loyal to JD Doflamingo were ready to fight, red-haired Shanks led the Whitebeard pirates and senior officers of the red-haired pirates to stop them. Red-haired Shanks, have you become a white-bearded lackey? As one of the 4 dignified emperors, did you just become Whitebeard's thug? After seeing the red-haired Shanks leading countless experts to stop in front of him, 8 strong generals under Doflamingo's command, their faces can also be said to be full of solemn expressions. Although these 8 generals and powerhouses all possess the terrifying combat power of the peak of the generals, however, the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired Shanks pirates can also be said to have countless masters. And the most important thing is that the red-haired Shanks, who has the peak fighting power of the 4 emperors, is taking the lead at this time. One of the top combat powers in the world. Don't be too complacent, Whitebeard. Do you think this is my true strength? With the power of crushing fruit and momo fruit, Doflamingo is good enough to fight against Whitebeard. But this does not mean that Doflamingo just possesses such power. You must know that he is a complete spell warrior. A perfect spell warrior possesses all the power of spells. What if you are a complete spell warrior? I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard's words are full of infinite arrogance. With the power of the spell he just controlled, Whitebeard dared to challenge the perfect spell warrior, and he can also be said to be full of confidence in his own strength. What if you, Doflamingo, were a complete spell warrior? I was the strongest man in the world with Whitebeard. Really? Then today I'll show you the state of my strongest spell warrior. At this time, Doflamingo could be said to be completely annoyed. An endless aura erupted from his body. A golden goat suddenly jumped out of Doflamingo's body, and a golden light shrouded Doflamingo's whole body. Whitebeard, today you will know what is the strongest spell warrior and what is the most terrifying existence. Doflamingo's body can be said to be constantly transforming. The terrifying momentum was like the billowing wolf smoke sweeping the entire Dracrosa palace. It can be said that there is a terrifying coercion over the minds and bodies of all the citizens of the entire Dracrosa kingdom. They even fell on the ground because they couldn't bear the terrifying aura. Is this the power of Doflamingo? People in the Dracrosa kingdom who are full of hatred for Doflamingo can be said to be full of deep despair in their hearts at this time. Can Doflamingo with such strength really be defeated by them? Can the original Lika family really overthrow Doflamingo's rule? 420th chapters. Lilo's wailing. Whitebeard, do you now know how huge the gap between you and me is? The power possessed by a real perfect spell warrior is simply beyond your imagination. At this time, Doflamingo, who has entered a state of complete body spell, can be said to be full of infinite arrogance, making people surrender. But at this time he was facing Whitebeard, the man who used to be known as the strongest man in the world. The courage of being the world's number 1 Whitebeard is simply not something that others can imagine. Is this the perfect spell warrior? Sure enough, it has an incomparably terrifying aura. Facing Doflamingo's Whitebeard, at this moment his heart can be said to be full of emotion. Doflamingo, who has entered a complete state, his aura can be said to be extremely terrifying, even to the point of making people despair. But even so, don't you think I'd be afraid of Dash? Whitebeard picked up the big sword in his hand, and the power of the shaking fruit was wrapped around the big sword in his hand. Brother Doflaming, I'll let you know, even if I'm not a complete spell warrior at this time, I still have the strength to defeat you. The mighty overlord burst out from Whitebeard's body. The overlord's domineering arrogance swept everything, enough to make everyone terrified. Boom boom boom. While the white-bearded outburst is domineering and domineering, Doflamingo, who also has domineering, also bursts out with his amazing aura. The two powerful overlords collided in this way. Give me death, Doflamingo. The big knife wrapped in the shaking fruit quickly slashed towards Doflamingo. With the power of my complete body, do you think you will be my opponent? Doflamingo's mouth filled with a disdainful smile. At this time, Doflamingo, who has entered the state of the golden sheep, has his body as if he can directly attack a person's soul through the void. Brother Doflamingo, who was in the state of the divine sheep, directly ignored the attack of the four emperors Whitebeard, and the golden divine sheep directly penetrated the body of Whitebeard. But when the Shenyang penetrated Whitebeard's body, there was not the slightest scar on Whitebeard's body, only the pain of the soul being torn apart. That's right, Doflamingo's sheep sleep state attacks a person's soul. What he ripped apart was a person's soul. After Doflamingo Shenyang's body penetrated Whitebeard's body, blood spurted out from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, but in the blink of an eye, white light enveloped Whitebeard's entire body. Blood spurted from the corners of his mouth just now, and his whole body was like a torn Whitebeard. The injury in his body can be said to have recovered in an instant. Is this the ability of your spell? It can instantly restore all your injuries. Doflamingo in Shenyang state. At this time, his face can also be said to be full of solemn expression. If it is said that according to the state of ordinary people, the person whose soul is torn by himself can be said to have died long ago. However, although Whitebeard was indeed injured before, he recovered in an instant. That's right, I'm a horse talisman warrior. I have the ability to heal all injuries in an instant. In other words, if you can't kill me in an instant, then I'm an immortal existence. Whitebeard's face was full of infinite confidence. No one in the world today can instantly kill him. Even Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell warrior, doesn't have such strength. In other words, in a sense, his Whitebeard is an immortal existence. Sure enough, every spell warrior, they are all extremely perverted beings. In the face of Whitebeard's ability, Doflamingo can also be said to be full of helplessness. For the power of the spell warrior, Doflamingo can be said to be both fortunate and helpless. Fortunately, the spell warrior has such a powerful strength because he is also a spell warrior. The helpless thing is that the spell warrior has such a powerful combat power. For him, being an enemy of the spell warrior can only be said to be a win-win situation. Damn Khorasan, you actually attacked me. Just when Doflamingo's face was full of gloom, he didn't know how to deal with Whitebeard. A wailing full of pain suddenly sounded in the kingdom of Dracrosa. This is the cry of pain belonging to Lilugo. In these words, it can even be said that it is full of despairing mourning. Even if I die, I will hold you back. The words were full of anger. It can even be said to be full of infinite despair. Chapter 424. Power Spell. What happened? After hearing Lilugo's angry words, Doflamingo's heart can also be said to be full of worry. Lilugo, why did he let out such a painful wailing sound? Did Khorasan also appear here? Get out of here for me. At this time, Doflamingo no longer had the idea of continuing to entangle with Whitebeard. He wanted to know what happened behind him. Is all of this just a trick? As a top powerhouse, Doflamingo can also be said to know his fatal weakness with the rat spell. Although the strength of the carved warriors who said the 637 spell was extremely terrifying, but Lilugo's Achilles heel can be said to be extremely terrifying. It was enough to kill him. Want to leave my hands? Do you think this is possible? The words were full of naked disdain. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. The big sword in his hand is wrapped with the power of a powerful shaking fruit. It can be said that Whitebeard directly stopped Doflamingo. Fuck me, damn bastard. At this time, Doflamingo has no time to entangle with Whitebeard here. His words were filled with boundless anger. The power of the sheep talisman can be said to be urged to the extreme. Unless you can kill me, you don't want to break through me. Whitebeard can also be said to have his arrogance. As the strongest man in the world, he won't give in easily. Although Doflamingo's strength far exceeds Whitebeard's, but with the instant healing power of the Whitebeard horse charm, as long as there is no ability to instantly kill Whitebeard, then Whitebeard is like an immortal existence. Even Doflamingo didn't want to easily repel Whitebeard and get rid of his entanglement. Damn bastard, get out of here. Facing the entangled white-bearded Doflamingo, it can be said that he struggled quickly, but Doflamingo didn't expect Whitebeard to be so difficult. It's so difficult that even he can say that he feels an incomparable headache. Damn Khorasan. At this time in the kingdom of Dracrosa, Lilugo turned his head in disbelief and looked behind him. At this time, Khorasan appeared here at an unknown time behind him. The dagger in Khorasan's hand could be said to have directly penetrated Lalo's heart. Don't forget that I'm a man called a Shinayan assassin. Seeing that he turned his head, the corners of his mouth were full of blood, and his eyes were full of unbelievable Lalo. Khorasan looked at him with a mocking smile. Shinayan Thorn Khorasan is known as the most dangerous man on the sea. There is no one in the world that he cannot assassinate. But just today, Khorasan did something that no one could imagine. The so-called absolutely invincible spell warrior died in the hands of Khorasan. You wait for me. Even if I'm a ghost, I won't let you go. The words were filled with boundless anger, but the heart has already been pierced unless Whitebeard, who is a horse spell warrior, does it himself. Otherwise, no one in the world could save Lalo's life. Khorasan withdrew the dagger in his hand. The blood spurted out quickly. When the dagger was withdrawn, Lilugo's eyes were already full of ashes. The biggest disadvantage of the rat charm is that he cannot strengthen his body. What he strengthens is only the power of those carved warriors. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from Lalo's dead body and rolled up the whole world. A golden mouse struggled out of Lalo's body. What is this? Is this the power of the spell? When this golden mouse appeared in front of everyone, the hearts of the people who saw this can be said to be be full of excitement. Whizzing, the golden light burst out instantly. This golden mouse actually turned into a small golden charm. This is the power of the spell. Look at the moment of the golden spell. Corazon and Nico Robin can be said to be instant hands-on. As spell warriors, they know the power possessed by the spell of the knower, and the shape and state of the spell at the beginning. Whoosh. As a rabbit spell warrior, Corazon's speed can even surpass time, and Lilo died at his feet. Like a burst of light, Corazon left the place instantly with the mouse spell. Boom boom boom. A sound like a meteorite impact resounded on the island. Nico Robin punched where Corazon had just stood. A huge circular pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared instantly at the place where Corazon stood. Hand over the rat spell, otherwise I will kill you. With endless killing intent on his face, Nico Robin pressed Corazon. Chapter 425. Double Spell Warrior Corazon. It turns out that when the spell warrior dies, the spell power in the spell warrior's body will be turned into a spell again. Looking at the rat spell in his hand, Corazon's face can be said to be full of endless surprises, because he found that the power of the rat spell was not sealed and could be controlled by him. In other words, as long as he holds the spell in his hand, he can use the power of the rat charm warrior. I really didn't expect. Wow. It turns out that I can control the power of 2 spells, but this talisman can't be fused into other people's bodies. Corazon, who controls all the information of the rat charm knower, the rat charm, has a look of regret on his face at this time, because only a spell warrior who truly fuses spells can be called a real spell warrior. If it is said that integrating the spell into the human body becomes a spell warrior, then the spell will only become the source of your motivation to fight yourself. But at this time, Corazon, who was in charge of the rat spell, found that the rat spell could only be used as a tool with peculiar abilities. If we say that the spell warriors who are given the spell by the Lord are called the first generation of spell warriors, then the current spell warriors who use spells as their power are the second generation spell warriors. The first generation of spell warriors has full power. The second generation of spell warriors is just holding a spell and has the ability to control the power of the spell. Hand over the spell in your hand. At this time, Nico Robin's face can be said to be full of anger. You, the so-called first spell warrior, do you think you can fight me with the power of 2 spells? At this time, he possesses the power of the rabbit charm in his body. At this time, the power of the rat spell is in control of the hand. At this time, Corazon was absolutely confident in his own strength. Just possessing the power of the rabbit charm, Corazon is not sure if he can have the power to defeat Nico Robin, but now he already has the power of double spells. The rabbit charm in the body is combined with the rat charm. What exactly is going on? Lalo, you actually killed Lalo. And you damn Corazon, when did you show up here? Back to Doflamingo in the kingdom of Drake Rosa. When he saw Lalo lying in a pool of blood, his eyes could be said to be full of disbelief. You know, this is the first spell warrior to die. Since the Holy Master bestowed the power of the spell warrior to Nico Robin, the spell warriors represented by Nico Robin represent the invincible power in this world. No one ever thought that spell warriors would die, but today, Lalo, who represented the rat charm warrior, died here. What happened? It can be said that Whitebeard came here after him. After seeing everything in front of him, he immediately came to Nico Robin's side and asked, I originally came here to hold Lalo as agreed to prevent him from disturbing the battle between you and Doflamingo, but what I didn't expect was when I was fighting with Lalo's puppet with all my strength, Corazon appeared and he attacked Laidlaw and killed him. The power of the rat charm in Lalo's body was returned into a spell, and this spell was controlled by Corazon. Nicole Robin's face can be said to be full of dignified expression. She told everything that happened here before. After the spell warrior dies, the spell power in the spell warrior will be transformed into a spell again, and the person who holds the spell can have the power of a spell warrior. Doflamingo and Whitebeard looked at each other. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. Everything in front of them can be said to be completely beyond their control. Hand over the rat spell or don't blame me for killing you. After hearing that Corazon actually controlled the power of Lalo's rat charm. 637. Doflamingo's eyes can be said to be filled with endless killing intent. This is enough killing intent to set everything on fire. Do you all want this spell? Corazon, who holds a dagger in his left hand and a rat spell in his right. I saw that he opened his right hand to reveal the spell in his hand. Corazon, the talisman in his hand, glowed with golden light, and the powerful force could be said to attract everyone's attention. Is this the spell transformed by the power of the spell warrior? Looking at the spell on Corazon's right hand, everyone could say that they were attracted by his power. This is the spell that the spell warrior turns into when he dies. And the most important thing is that as long as you control this spell, you have the power of this spell, and it's the power of a complete body. The corners of Corazon's mouth can be said to be full of a smug smile. He is the only warrior in this world with the power of double spells. Chapter 420. It's hard to do now. He has the power of two kinds of spells. Whitebeard's face can also be said to be full of dignified expression. It can also be said that this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. A spell warrior possesses the power of two kinds of spells, so how powerful will his strength be? Whitebeard, you and I will join forces to kill the lackeys of this world government first. At that time, the two spells will be divided equally between you and me. Doflamingo's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. This was his killing intent for Khorasan, and at the same time he turned his head to look at Whitebeard and Nico Robin. The current Khorasan has already controlled the power of two kinds of spells, and he is no longer in existence that he can defeat alone. There are a total of 4 spell warriors present. Although Khorasan possesses the power of 2 spells, Doflamingo believes that as long as the 3 of them work together, Khorasan can be killed here. Nico Robin is a bull talisman warrior, and what he has is absolute power and absolutely incomparable physical destruction power. And he, Doflamingo, is a sheep spell warrior. What he controls is the power of the soul spirit. Whitebeard is a horse spell warrior. He has the ability to eliminate all negative effects and even any injuries. In other words, as long as the 3 of them join forces, then the 3 of them already have physical damage, mental damage, and a nurse. The dignified Whitebeard of the 4 emperors has now become a nurse. This can also be said to be the most helpless thing for Whitebeard. In terms of physical attack ability, who can compare to Nico Robin? Who can compare to Doflamingo in terms of spiritual and soul attack? The Whitebeard horse spell can be said to be an absolutely invincible nurse. Regarding his identity as a nanny, Whitebeard can also be said to be full of bitterness. Its shocking fruit used to have the terrifying title of destroying the world, but now it can only be a nanny. All of this can be said to be incomprehensible to Whitebeard. We can solve this matter by ourselves. We are Doflamingo who will not cooperate with you. Whitebeard's words are full of infinite domineering. Even if Khorasan really became a double spell warrior, unconsciously, Whitebeard, Nico Robindo Flamenco surrounded Khorasan. However, this kind of encirclement can also be said to be absolute encirclement. Nico Robin and Whitebeard can be said to be one side. Khorasan belongs to another camp. Doflamingo, whose eyes were full of infinite anger, was at the same time another camp. From this point of view, Doflamingo's power can be said to be the weakest existence. But considering the situation at this time, it can be said to be particularly worrying, and no one intends to deal with Doflamingo. Do you think you can keep me here with your current thoughts? Don't forget to talk about speed. Who dares to say second when I say first? Khorasan's words were full of infinite domineering. As a complete spell warrior, he can be said to have this confidence completely. And the most important thing is that he already has the power of 2 kinds of spells at this time. The power of 2 incomparably terrifying spells. Now you can't stop me at all. The confident words came out of Khorasan's mouth. The current situation can be said to be extremely delicate. Although Khorasan possesses the power of 2 spells, he cannot defeat the 3 spell warriors. But these 3 talisman warriors did not work together. At least for Doflamingo, he couldn't trust Whitebeard and Nico Robin at all. Also for Whitebeard and Nico Robin, they wouldn't trust Doflamingo. After all, this joint battle cannot continue at all. It's okay if you want us to let you go, but you have to surrender the power of the spell in your hand. Otherwise, do you think I won't let you go easily? Nico Robin's words were full of endless killing intent. The spell in Khorasan's hand is the only point of conflict this time around. Nico Robin, Whitebeard, and brother Doflamingo are unlikely to let Wang Hazeo Khorasan leave with this spell, but it can be said to be extremely difficult to get Khorasan to hand over the spell in his hand. After all, Khorasan couldn't guarantee that if he really handed over the spell, the 3 of them would kill him. With the rat charm, at least Khorasan has the courage to protect himself. After losing this spell, Khorasan couldn't believe how he faced the attacks of these 3 spell warriors. At that time, it is really human beings for knives, and I am a little bit against fish and meat. There is no resistance left. At the very least, he has the power of several spells. If he swears to the death, he is not sure that he will be able to escape from here. Chapter 427, The Charm of the Spell. What's going on with all this? The red-haired Shanks also came here with a curious look on his face, especially after seeing Lalo, who had completely lost his breath in a pool of blood. At this time, there was a trace of horror in his eyes. You must know that it was a talisman warrior, but what I didn't expect was that a talisman warrior died here today. Khorasan sneaked up on Lilogo and killed him. The power of Lilogo's rat spell was directly transformed into a rat spell. At this time, he can be said to have the power of 2 kinds of spells. Whitebeard's eyes can also be said to be full of solemn expressions. It turns out that the talisman warriors can also be beheaded. A spell warrior doesn't mean absolute invincibility. Previously, the invincibility of spell warriors was only compared with ordinary people, but the fighting between real spell warriors warriors and spell warriors can also be said to have death. Laidlaw was just the first spell warrior to die. 637 But his death means that more spell warriors will die in the future, because his death means that the legend of the invincible talisman warrior has been shattered. The power of the rat spell is turned into a spell, and controlling him is equivalent to controlling the power of the complete body spell. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the red-haired Shank's eyes flashed with a trace of fire, because that represents the power beyond the four emperors. As long as you have that spell, you have the power beyond the four emperors. I really didn't expect that the original spell warrior would die, and at the same time, I didn't expect that after the spell warrior died, the power of the spell warrior turned into a spell and could be controlled by others at will. Red-haired Shanks's words can be said to be filled with endless emotions. Hand over the spell in your hand, otherwise we won't let you go today. Nico Robin's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. The powerful momentum continued to erupt. If you don't want to die here, try to see if you can leave here. It can also be said that Doflamingo the Whitebeard and others burst out with astonishing momentum. After all, it is impossible for them to tolerate Khorasan taking this spell out of here so easily. It's going to be troublesome now. The words were filled with endless worries. At this time, Khorasan didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of him. It can be said to be extremely difficult to make him give up the spell in his hand, but he also knew that if he refused to give up the spell in his hand, then Whitebeard, Nico Robindo, Flamenco and others would not let him go easily. But if I give up so easily, will they let me go? Khorasan can also be said to be in a state of entanglement at this time. If it really angered Nico Robin and others, even if he has the power of double spells, he will not be the opponent of the three spell warriors. Hand over the spell in your hand, JD, or next year's day will be your sacrificial day. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Doflamingo's hands were even wrapped in the power of crushing fruit involuntarily. He is ready to fight at any time. Moreover, he was ready to kill Khorasan here at any time. It seems that all you want is the spell in my hand. Gently unfolded his right hand and showed the spell in his hand in front of everyone. Is this the power of the spell? I really didn't expect that after the spell warrior dies, his power will be turned into a spell. The eyes of countless people can be said to be full of infinite greed. Looking at the spell in Khorasan's hand, everyone can be said to be moved by it. If it wasn't for the fact that Khorasan's strength was simply too powerful, these people couldn't help rushing in to compete with Khorasan for the spell, especially the 8 strong generals standing behind Doflamingo. They can also be said to have felt the power of the sheep charm, but after looking at the mouse charm in Khorasan's hands, their eyes can be said to be full of greed. How many people in the world today can resist the power of spells? Resist the incomparably powerful magic power of the spell. There is a powerful force wrapped around the spell. This force can be said to attract everyone, and it can be said that the desire in their hearts can be said to be completely detonated. If I can have that spell, doesn't it mean that I also have the power to rival a spell warrior? That's a spell warrior. You must know that Leyluk controlled the entire North Sea with the power of the spell and became the emperor of the North Sea. Everyone's eyes can be said to be full of greed, and it's the endless greed. It can be said that their hearts could not help but be moved. Chapter 428 Spell Battle. Damn Khorasan, hand over the spell in your hand. If you don't hand over the spell in your hand, then don't blame us for being rude. If we can get 2 charms, we will be very happy. It can be said that everyone surrounded Khorasan. Look, with the spell in Khorasan's hand, their eyes can be said to be full of infinite ambition. You must know that to control that spell is to control a huge amount of power, a force that terrifies everyone. Even as long as anyone can control the spell and go to the North Sea Empire, then he can control the entire North Sea Empire and enjoy the glory and wealth. The establishment of the North Sea Empire was entirely due to the strength of the spell warrior Leyluk. Now that Lelo is dead here, will the world government easily let the North Sea Empire become independent? It won't be long before the world government will send Bihai to bring Bihai back to the world government. At this time, the entire Vinsmoko family can also be said to be full of worries. After all, the Vinsmoko family controlled the entire North Sea because of their dependence on Lelo. Now that their biggest supporter, Lelo, died here, the Vinsmoko family can also be said to have become a target of public criticism. After all, with the strength of the Vinsmoko family, it is impossible to control the entire North Sea. There are also countless powerful empires in the North Sea, but it was only because of the strength of the feared Leyluk that he chose to surrender. When they knew that Lelo died here, the first thing they faced with the Vinsmoko family was the rebellion of these empires. Coupled with the attack of the world government, the Vinsmoko family could not control the entire North Sea Empire at all. Strength, wealth, status, and beauty can be said to come one after another. As long as they control that spell, then everything can be said to be theirs. Damn Khorasan, hand over the spell in your hand, or today is your time to die. Everyone immediately looked at Khorasan with a wary expression on their faces. He can be said to have become the first target of everyone's attack. Did you make a mistake? As for this, seeing that he was actually hated by everyone, looking at the spell in his hand, Khorasan suddenly had a feeling that he had taken a hot potato. Hand over the spell in your hand. I can guarantee that you can leave here safely. I swear here by my name, Nico Robin. Nico Robin stood up and assured Khorasan, you should be in the situation at this time. If you don't hand over this spell, it's impossible for you to leave here. At the same time, Nico Robin's mouth can also be said to be full of threats. This is almost everyone's biggest bottom line. It looks like you all want this spell. Since that's the case, then I'll see who of you has the strength to compete for this spell. At this moment, under everyone's unbelievable gaze, Khorasan actually threw the spell in his hand, and the direction he recognized was actually the sea near the kingdom of Drakelisa. You damn bastard, who allowed you to do such a thing? Momo's fruit's power was activated instantly, and Doflamingo quickly chased the spell above the sky like a teleportation. Stay with me. Just then Nico Robin appeared in front of Doflamingo. Her tightly clasped right hand hit Doflamingo with a punch. 100 times the power to crush the fruit. Faced with Doflamingo who was attacking him, it can be said that he was angry. The power of Momo's fruit and the power of crushing the fruit, Doflamingo bombarded with the same punch. Boom. But Nico Robin represents the bull spell of power. 0. Doflamingo's strength is his soul. Under the competition of power, how could Doflamingo be Nico Robin's opponent? With one punch, Doflamingo's body could be said to fly upside down in an instant. You also stay here for me. Whitebeard came to Khorasan. The power of the shaking fruit can also be said to be an instant activation. The space of 100 meters in front of Khorasan seemed to be shattered. We'll give you the red-haired Shanks spell. Nico Robin dragged Doflamingo, and Whitebeard dragged Khorasan. At this time, the strongest person here was only the red-haired Zionks, who was a strong man of the 4 emperors. Thank you for your kindness. You can rest assured that I will definitely capture that spell. Red-haired Shanks can also be said to instantly know the kindness of Nico Robin and Whitebeard. After all, they also wanted to entrust the power of this spell warrior to him. Apart from the Si Ming talisman warriors here, the red-haired Shanks can be said to be the strongest existence, and it can also be said that he is the person who has the best chance to compete for this talisman. Chapter 429 Blackbeard's Ambition. Red-haired Shanks, don't try to compete with me for this spell. The 8 of us are strong enough to kill you. 8 strong generals under Doflamingo's command. At this time, how could they resist the temptation of the spell? In the face of the spell that flew out quickly, they could be said to be catching up quickly. At the same time, they did not forget to threaten the red-haired Shanks. After all, the strength of the red-haired Shanks here can be said to be the strongest existence. My Whitebeard pirates, the red-hair pirates, are not vegetarian. Senior officers of the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates, 640. They can say he fought with the 8 strong generals without showing any signs of weakness. Because the competition for the spell was at this time, the entire Dracrosa kingdom could be said to be caught in a great war. Rebecca looked at the charm in her hand in disbelief. She never thought that this talisman would land on her hand from the sky. Is this because God gave me the power to take revenge? Rebecca looked at the spell in her hand. Her eyes could be said to be full of hatred. She would never forget when Doflamingo came to the kingdom of Drakerosa. With her powerful strength, Doflamingo directly attacked the entire royal family of King Liku. Her father Cyrus also died at the hands of Doflamingo to protect her and her mother. At this time, Rebecca's heart can be said to be full of hatred for Doflamingo. But with Rebecca's strength, how could she have the strength to defeat Doflamingo? Have the ability to resurrect the dead. So can I use it to resurrect my parents? After feeling the message of the mouse spell in his hand, Rebecca's eyes can be said to have a trace of hope in her eyes. Because for Rebecca at this time, what she wants to resurrect the most is her parents. Just now, the spell seems to have fallen in this position. We're looking for it here. Even if we turn the entire Dracrosa kingdom over, we'll have to look for it. Anyone who dares to cast this spell is our enemy. The 8 strong generals and the members of the red-haired pirates of the Whitebeard pirates who came after him, while they were fighting here, they were looking for the whereabouts of the spell. But how did they know that the spell had already fallen into the hands of a little girl? And this little girl is running towards the arena of the Drakerosa kingdom at this time. Because there is a man who claims to be undefeated in 3,000 games in the arena of the Drakerosa kingdom. This man is Rebecca's father Cyrus, the undefeated male god in the Dracrosa kingdom arena. He was also the former army commander of the Drakerosa kingdom. However, when facing Doflamingo's invasion, he died in battle at the hands of Doflamingo. It was because he refused to be loyal to Doflamingo and submit to him. In the end, he died at the hands of Doflamingo. In the original book, Cyrus did not die, but was turned into a toy soldier by Sugar. But now, because of the appearance of the spell warrior, it can also be said that the people following Doflamingo have undergone drastic changes. When Khorasan defeated Doflamingo and seized control of the Doflamingo family, the former members of the Doflamingo family can be said to be loyal to Khorasan. It also includes Sugar. This Superman is a person with childlike fruit ability. Little girl, what are you running for? The running Rebecca can also be said to have attracted everyone's attention, and the most important thing is that the place where the spell dropped is where Rebecca just left. This made one wonder if Rebecca took the spell. Just in case, these pirates chased Rebecca without any hesitation. Little girl, stop for me. Did you take away the spell? The words can also be said to be filled with infinite anger. These pirates who followed closely behind, their eyes can be said to be full of killing intent, because the temptation of spells is too great. How many people in today's world can resist the temptation of spells? Possessing a spell is equal to possessing all wealth, status, and beauty. For this spell that is about to be at your fingertips, everyone can be said to be fighting. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. What if Rebecca was just a weak little girl? Anyone who dares to stand in front of him to obtain a spell, these people can be said to be their enemies. Well, spells. Can I also have a spell one day? Blackbeard with a dagger. At this time, his eyes can be said to be full of naked ambition. Chapter 430, Resurrection of Cyrus. Little girl, hand over the spell in your hand, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. Blackbeard holding a dagger. His eyes can be said to be full of naked ambition, and he did not expect the power of the spell to be in front of him at this time. Although the power of the dark fruit is what Blackbeard dreams of, the power of the spell is beyond the existence of the devil fruit. If he can obtain the power of spells, then Blackbeard certainly hopes that he can also be a spell warrior. It's impossible for me to hand over the spell. At this time, the statue of Cyrus can be said to be close at hand, and Blackbeard holding a dagger can also be said to be imposing and about to catch up to Rebecca. Charm, if you really have such power, then please resurrect the statue in front of me. The dagger in Blackbeard's hand seemed to be about to stab Rebecca 19's neck. Feeling the fear of the imminent death, Rebecca held the spell in her hands with both hands and called out in her heart. She is calling the spell in her hand. He hoped that the spell really had such power to bring her father Cyrus back to life. Bump! The sound of steel colliding suddenly sounded. The dagger in Blackbeard's hand seemed to be stabbed into steel. A force that made him unable to resist instantly spread from the dagger to his body. Blackbeard's body smashed backward heavily. Are you chasing my daughter? Cyrus, who was 2 meters tall and held a giant sword, stopped in front of Blackbeard. You are really resurrected. The words were full of disbelief. Blackbeard looked at the strong man in front of him with disbelief. Could it be that Cyrus was resurrected in front of him like this? You used the power of the rat charm. Fear flashed in his eyes, and Blackbeard finally looked at Rebecca, this pitiful little girl, but she held a powerful force in her hands that made everyone fearful. Apparently, Rebecca used the power of the rat charm to resurrect Cyrus. What happened to Blackbeard? Did you catch that little girl? At this moment of hesitation, the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired Shanks pirates can be said to have quickly surrounded him. At this time, they looked at Cyrus and Rebecca with wary expressions on their faces. The spell was in the little girl's hands, and he used the spell to resurrect the man. But you have to be careful. This man already has the power of the rat spell. There was even a look of fear in the words. After thinking of the unparalleled terrifying power just now, Blackbeard's heart can be said to be full of fear. It can be said that he felt a fatal danger just now. The long sword in Cyrus' hand seemed to be enough to chop off his head. After recalling what just happened, Blackbeard's heart can be said to be full of fear at this time. The crisis of death can be said to be shrouded in his entire body in an instant. Is that girl already using the power of the spell? I don't know how much spell power it can use. After hearing Whitebeard's words, all the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates felt that their hearts were full of vigilance. Captain Shanks with red hair. The spell is here. When the red-haired Shanks appeared here, everyone seemed to have a backbone in their hearts. The senior officers of the red-hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates all went to stop the 8 generals under Doflamingo's command. I didn't expect the spell to fall into your hands. If you can, I hope you can give me the spell. With your strength, you can't protect the spell at all. Looking at Rebecca, who was holding a spell in her hand at this time, the red-haired Shanks couldn't do any excessive persecution. After all, Rebecca only looked like a teenage 640 girl. The red-haired Shanks, couldn't rob a teenage girl. I can't possibly give it to you. If I lose him, my father will die too, and I'm going to seek revenge for Doflamingo. Rebecca's face was full of seriousness. At this time, the spell can be said to have become his only support. Only with the power of spells can he have the ability to take revenge. It seems that Doflamingo has done a lot of stupid things in the entire Dracrosa kingdom. Looking at the stubborn Rebecca, the red-haired Shanks shook his head helplessly. Have you asked about the sword in my hand if you want to hurt Rebecca? Cyrus, who was standing aside, stood in front of Rebecca with a long sword in hand. After obtaining the power of the rat charm, his strength can be said to have been greatly improved. Even in the face of the 4 emperors, he did not have the slightest timidity. Chapter 431 Blackbeard's Assassination. Although it means to bully the little girl, but this spell is extremely important to me. Although I'm sorry, I still hope you can give me the spell. The red-haired Shank's face can also be said to be full of helplessness. His behavior is equivalent to bullying a little girl to steal a spell from a little girl's hands, which is also a headache for him. But the power of the spell is very important. If it weren't for the fact that this power is too powerful and that Shanks, the red-haired, desperately needs this power, he wouldn't be like this little girl. Your enemy is Doflamingo. I can assure you here that as long as you are willing to give me this spell, I will help you eradicate Doflamingo and drive him out of Drake's kingdom. The 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks, held a long sword and said to Rebecca with a serious face, "No, this spell is mine." Looking at his father standing in front of him protecting him, Rebecca has never felt so safe. If that's the case, then I'm very sorry, but I promise you that even if I take back the spell, I'll keep my previous promise. The red-haired Shanks had a helpless look on his face, but he still made up his mind. He suddenly raised the long sword in his hand. After all, in order for him to capture this spell, Nico Robin and Whitebeard were currently fighting against 2 other spell warriors not far away. Time cannot be delayed. After all, Whitebeard is not a real perfect spell warrior. He is still a little different from Doflamingo, and at this time, the senior officers of the red-haired pirates of the Whitebeard pirates who fought against the 8 powerful generals of the Doflamingo family can also be said to be in danger. After all, those 8 people are all terrifying powerhouses at the peak of the generals, and it is very difficult for them to drag them down until now. Rebecca, don't worry, I will definitely protect your safety. Cyrus stood in front of the red-haired Shanks with a long sword in hand. At this time, he had never felt that he possessed such a powerful strength. The power of the rat charm not only resurrected Cyrus, but also gave him great power. Of course, this kind of resurrection is not a real resurrection, and Cyrus is only because the stone statue can move. There is still a big difference between the two. He is no longer flesh and blood. At the same time, I don't feel any pain, but the belief in Cyrus' heart can be said to have not slowed down in the slightest. He will definitely protect the safety of his precious daughter. I'm very sorry, but this spell is very important to me. With apology in his heart, the red-haired Shanks still attacks Cyrus. I'm the undefeated man in the Drake Rosa Kingdom's 3000 games. In order to protect her precious daughter, protect her honor, and protect the honor of the Drake Rosa Kingdom. At this time, Cyrus can also be said to have raised the long sword in his hand without any hesitation in his heart. Boom 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 boom. It can be said that the 2 long swords are wrapped with powerful armament and domineering. The constant collision of the long swords swept the entire field. At this time, Cyrus was actually able to tie with the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Is this the power of a spell? How can a sculpture possess such a powerful power? I saw that it was just a stone statue before, but at this time, she already had Queen Cyrus, who was comparable to the 4 emperors. Seeing the Blackbeard here, his eyes can be said to be full of greed. This can be said to be more terrifying and powerful than the dark fruit. If he has the power of this spell, what kind of dark fruit does he need? Damn, little devil taught me the spell. While Cyrus was at war with the red-haired Shanks, Blackbeard slowly walked towards Rebecca, holding a dagger tightly in his hands, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Damn little girl, give me the spell. When Blackbeard slowly came to Rebecca, the king's Blackbeard, whose eyes were full of bloodthirsty intent, suddenly raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed Rebecca. Blackbeard's attack can be said to be full of killing intent without the slightest hesitation. You damn bastard! Cyrus' eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Blackbeard, stop me! The red-haired Shanks could also be said to let out a roar. Damn uncle! Rebecca at this time could also be said to be completely stunned. Blackbeard's dagger is inside. Boom! Just then, just as Blackbeard's dagger was about to pierce Rebecca's chest. Chapter 432 The Redhead's Abandonment. So am I going to die here today? The words were filled with endless worries. There was a look of fear in his eyes. At this time, Rebecca can be said to have fallen into a state of complete daze. The dagger in Blackbeard's hand was about to pierce his heart. Asshole! Cyrus and the red-haired Shanks who fought together. At this time, their faces can be said to be full of anger. Whoosh! Just when the 2 stopped at the same time and charged towards Blackbeard. But with their current distance, they couldn't rescue Rebecca at all. Could Rebecca die here? Whoosh! But at this moment, a silent sigh sounded. A small figure suddenly hit 640 directly on the dagger in Blackbeard's hand. The dagger in Blackbeard's hand was directly knocked out. Damn bastard! A big man actually bullied a little girl here. The milk that caught everyone's eyes at this time was a small human race the size of a palm. This is the little people belonging to the dragon Dracrosa kingdom, and they are also called fairies. And the little human warrior who knocked the dagger out of Blackbeard's hand was named Leo. Superman is a person with the ability to sow fruit. You damn bastard. The red-haired Shanks rushed up quickly and kicked Blackbeard out. Are you violating my bottom line? Cyrus also rushed in front of Rebecca quickly. At this time, his eyes could be said to be full of infinite killing intent. Cyrus, who once saw JD, his wife, die in front of him, now he almost saw his only daughter die in front of him. For the current Gilu, as far as the scholar was concerned, all he felt was the boundless anger, an anger that is enough to burn through the whole world. I'm very sorry, Your Excellency, this matter is indeed our fault. Red-haired Shanks can also be said to be shaking his head with guilt on his face. If it is said that he has no regrets even if he is killed in a battle against such a strong man, but he still couldn't do it against the kind of unarmed and defenseless child who would attack the red-haired Shanks. Blackbeard, although you are a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and I have no right to educate you, but I believe that even Whitebeard would not allow you to do such a thing. Since the spell can fall into your hands, it means that you and him are also destined to hope that you can use its power correctly. The red-haired Shanks had a solemn look in his eyes. At this time, he had given up on continuing to fight for the spell. Captain Shanks, did we just give up? Yes, you must know that it is a spell. Seeing the red-haired Shanks who was about to give up, the members of the red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard pirates immediately began to discuss. The red-haired pirates will leave here with me, and the Whitebeard pirates, I hope you will do your best. Without saying much, the red-haired Shanks directly led his crew out of here and killed the 8 strong generals under Doflamingo's command. Let's get out of here too. Looking at Cyrus standing in front of Rebecca, the members of the Whitebeard pirates finally chose to leave. After all, with their strength they couldn't defeat Cyrus at all, and then stole the spell from Rebecca, who was sheltered by the big bear. At this time, they no longer have the power to capture the spell. Rebecca, who controls the power of the spell, is no longer someone they can easily provoke. Father, what should we do now? After the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates left, Rebecca's eyes could be said to be full of worry, doubt, and confusion. When he was young, he didn't know what to do next. At this time, Rebecca didn't know what the spell in her hand represented. Rebecca can completely use the spell in her hand to go to the North Sea Empire and control the entire North Sea Empire. Has a terrifying power that surpasses hundreds of millions of people, able to possess innumerable wealth and power status. This small charm in Rebecca's hand represents an amazing power, a powerful force that he couldn't even imagine. It's only a coin-sized spell, but it has the power to make the whole world swoosh. Now we can say it's not a good time. Cyrus was once the captain of the guard of the Dracrosa kingdom. He can be said to be very knowledgeable. After knowing the powerful power of the spell in Rebecca's hand, at this time, his words can also be said to be full of worry. When Doflamingo still ruled the Dracrosa kingdom, as the commander of the Dracrosa kingdom's army, he also heard of my reputation as a spell warrior. Chapter 433, Heading to the North Sea Empire. I didn't expect that spell to fall into the hands of a little girl. It turns out that spell warriors also die. It can be said that the words are full of infinite emotions. At this time on the pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirates, it can be said that the white-bearded red-haired Shanks and Nico Robin have all come here. Cyrus, on the other hand, took Rebecca and quickly escaped from the Dracrosa kingdom. Although Rebecca is indeed the owner of the spell, she has the power to rival a spell warrior, but Doflamingo's combat experience is simply not comparable to Rebecca. Although the state of Cyrus is busy, but Rebecca won't be the opponent of Dofran Ming. Father, where are we going next? After driving a small boat away from the kingdom of Dracrosa, on the boat, Rebecca looked at her father Cyrus curiously. Do you know that this is the first time she has left the Dracrosa kingdom? For the outside world, he can be said to be full of curiosity, worry, and even a trace of fear. After all, Doflamingo came from outside the Dracrosa kingdom. Let's go to the Baha'i Empire. With the power of the spell, we will control the entire Baha'i Empire. Cyrus' eyes were full of seriousness. Since Lilo's death, the North Sea Empire can be said to have lost its supreme leader. The entire Baha'i Empire can be said to be in a precarious state. No one can control the situation in the North Sea Empire now. On the bright side, the Vinsmoke family controls the entire North Sea Empire. With the strength of the Vinsmoke family, they were simply unable to suppress the entire North Sea Empire. Go to the North Sea to control the entire North Sea Empire. Rebecca's little face can also be said to be full of curiosity. Can she really control such a huge empire? You have to believe in your own strength. With the spell in your hand, you completely possess the power to control the North Sea Empire. At that time, with the strength of the entire North Sea Empire, we will have the strength to rival Doflamingo. Cyrus' eyes were filled with seriousness. In addition to the spell warrior himself, he still possesses the power of 8 generals and countless combat powers. Rebecca is just a spell warrior who has just just mastered the mouse spell. The combat power of the two can be said to be completely incomparable. It can be said that it is extremely difficult for Rebecca to defeat Doflamingo, but once Rebecca controls the entire North Sea Empire, then she can use the resources of the North Sea Empire, constantly increasing her own strength. You said that the descendant of King Liku got the spell. At this time, on the high ground of the king of the Dracrosa kingdom, Doflamingo's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He looked at the 8 strong generals in front of him with murderous intent. That little girl got the power of the spell and used the power of the spell to resurrect Cyrus. Although he saw the killing intent in Brother Doflamingo's eyes, this general and strong man could only say that he had to bite the bullet and tell everything he knew. The damn bastard actually gave him the power of a spell, so am I not another enemy? Infinite killing intent erupted instantly, and at this time Doflamingo could be said to be completely annoyed. What time is it now? He still has so many enemies, and these enemies are all powerful spell warriors. I didn't expect that guy Lilogo to die so easily, and what I didn't expect was that the power of the dead spell warrior would turn into a spell once again. With an angry look on his face, 0. At this time, Doflamingo can be said to be extremely annoyed. After all, he can be said to have made many enemies at this time, having countless opponents and even countless enemies who want his life. Even as a spell warrior, he possesses a terrifying combat power that surpasses that of the 4 emperors. But at this time, Doflamingo can also be said to feel extremely dangerous. The talisman warrior is no longer an immortal terror. Lalo's death also means that the spell warrior is not an invincible existence. And know that the power of the spell warrior will be transformed into the spell after the death of the spell warrior. At that time, how many people will assassinate the talisman warriors for this talisman? It can really be said to be more and more interesting. Then I'll wait here to see how brave you guys are to challenge me. Want to gain the power of my spell? So are you ready to be beheaded by me at any time? Die at my hands, and I will enslave your soul. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and the powerful aura was enough to swept away all the small. Chapter 434 Panic of the North Sea Empire. Lord Father, something is wrong. Lord Lalo died in the New World. At this time, the entire North Sea can be said to be full of turmoil. When the news of Lalo's death in the Dracrosa kingdom reached the North Sea Empire, the entire Baha'i Empire can be said to be caught in a turbulent undercurrent. What did you say? Lord Lalo died in the New World at the hands of Khorasan, who is also a spell warrior. It can be said that the words of Wensmagaj are full of disbelief. You must know that Lilogo is the only pillar of the entire North Sea Empire. If the North Sea Empire lost the support of Lilogo, a top-level powerhouse, then the entire North Sea Empire could be said to be vulnerable to a single blow. What about 19 now? Could it be that my Vinsmoke family's rule over the entire North Sea will fall to the bottom again? And will he be beaten back to his original shape again because of this catastrophe? It can be said that the words of Wensmagaj are full of fear. If the Baha'i loses Lilogo, it will represent the destruction of the entire Baha'i Empire. No, I can't just watch the Vinsmoke family fall into a state of being suppressed again, or even perish because of it. The words were filled with endless fear, and Wensmagaj didn't even know how to say his next words. For the entire Vinsmoke family, this is a catastrophe, and an imminent catastrophe. Many forces in the North Sea Empire that once surrendered will fight back this time. At that time, what will face the entire Vinsmoke family is the resistance of the entire North Sea Empire. After the spell warrior dies, the power of the spell in the spell warrior's body will be converted into a spell, and this spell can be easily manipulated by its holder and has the power to match the full spell warrior. At this time, in the office of the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. At this time, Marshal Sengoku of the Navy Headquarters could also be said to have a curious look on his face, because he was hearing a report from his adopted son, Klassen. It's really hard for you, Krasen, but what I didn't expect is that the spell warrior is actually in your hands. The Warring States Marshal did not expect to pay attention to the fact that the so-called world invincible talisman warrior is now the first to die. This can be said to defeat the myth of undefeated immortal and immortal magic warriors. And the most important thing is that after the death of the spell warrior, the power of the spell in the spell warrior can actually be converted into a spell. Although the rat spell is powerful, its disadvantages the end is, but it's too huge. Krasen also shook his head with a look of joy. If it wasn't for Nico Robin's words that dragged Lalo off and distracted Lalo, it can be said that it is extremely difficult for him to kill a spell warrior. The main reason is that Nico Robin's strength is too strong, and Lalo can't use all his energy to deal with Nico Robin. But the myth that you have to take care of yourself recently, the spell warrior, can be said to be destroyed by you in your hands. I think when someone knows that the power of a spell warrior can be extracted like this, you spell warriors will be targeted by everyone. The Warring States Marshal can already think of the endless challenges facing the spell warriors. force. Because as long as you have a spell, you have the strongest power in the world. Any family or any force wants to have this powerful power, because this power is equivalent to hereditary. After any family controls this power, they can continue to inherit this power. By then his family will be prosperous and immortal. To control the spell is to control a whole card that controls the world of 640. I know, but I believe that with my strength, no one in today's world can easily kill me, even if he claims to be Nico Robin at the first stop. Khorasan's words can be said to be full of boundless confidence. Of course, this is also a one-on-one situation. If many talisman warriors besieged him, he would not be able to withstand this attack. Even Nico Robin could not defeat the two spell warriors by herself. But you have to be prepared. If you feel that you are invincible, then go back to the Navy headquarters. The eyes of the Warring States Marshal can be said to be full of pampering. Khorasan was his adopted son. He couldn't just watch Khorasan die outside. Although in this world, spell warriors also possess incomparably terrifying strength, but the current number of spell warriors is simply too many. Chapter 435 The Boiling Sea. Hunting spell warriors controls the power of spells. The talisman warrior is not an immortal existence. When Liloto died and turned into a spell, the whole sea shook and countless people were ready to hunt and kill the spell warriors. After all, as long as you control the spell, you have the power of a spell warrior, and this power can be passed down. In other words, as long as a family has a spell, it means that there is a spell warrior in this family. At that time, that family will be enough to become one of the strongest families in the world, surpassing the terrifying existence of Tianlong people. Although he is not a Tianlong person, he will enjoy the same treatment as a Tianlong person. If it is said that 100% profit is enough to make a person die, so who can easily give up the struggle that is enough to last the entire family for thousands of years? Even if you know that the power of the talisman warrior is extremely powerful and has a power that makes people desperate, but don't forget that Liloto is dead. Although Liloto died at the hands of the spell warriors, it was nothing to them. The big deal is death, but your own death can make your family last for 10,000 years. How many people can resist this temptation? All the top players can be said to be just around the corner. At this time, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters can also be said to have felt the strange attitude of the world government. After all, the world government would rather the Admiral Aokiji's spell power be turned into a spell and then be controlled by the naval headquarters. Of course, the world government is not stupid. They would rather wait and wait for the day when Aokiji will die of old age. After all, the world government has been passed down for more than 800 years. In so many years, the world government can be said to have faced countless challenges. Every challenge can be said to be incomparably severe, but with its own profound strength, these people were eventually destroyed by the world government. Marshal of the Warring States period doesn't know what you have to do with me. His face was filled with a frosty look. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters came here with a cold face. At this time, he has completely integrated the power of the spell to become a complete spell warrior. I think you should know about the Dracrosa Kingdom. The death of the spell warrior represents the end of the myth of the immortality of the spell warrior, and everyone in the world already knows that after the spell warrior dies, the power of the spell in his body will be transformed into a real spell. I don't need to explain. I think you should know what's going on here. Next, even if you have invincible strength, you will accept countless challenges. Indeed, I didn't expect the spell warrior Lelo to die like this in the kingdom of Dracrosa. It can also be said that General Kingzi shook his head helplessly. The impact of Lelo's death can be said to be incomparably huge for the entire world, because he changed the perception of spell warriors in everyone's minds. The charm warrior is no longer an unkillable being. The power of the spell warrior can be plundered of, but in our Navy headquarters, with the strength of our Navy, I don't believe it. Who would dare to come here to fight you? The eyes of the Warring States Marshal can be said to be full of infinite domineering, because he is the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. He holds the supreme position in this Navy, and he believed that with the strength of the Navy, he could even face the attack of 3 spell warriors at this time. The Navy is also fully capable of repelling it. This is the confidence of the current Navy. Has absolute power. During this time, the whole sea will be extremely lively. The once high-ranking talisman warrior will become the target of all hunting. But a giant dragon is always a giant dragon. A giant dragon can die in the hands of a giant dragon, but a giant dragon will never be killed by ants. The words are full of boundless confidence. The spell warrior did have a death, but this spell warrior was beheaded by another spell warrior. Okay, we have to watch their performance next. I don't know if they have the ability to kill 1 or 2 spell warriors. Wang is good. Marshal of Warring States also shook his head helplessly. Sometimes people don't need real guns to kill people. Soft knives are actually more deadly. Fishman Island. I think Yoshima Island at this time should be the most most dangerous. Aokiji shook his head. He knew that among all the spell warriors there were only two most dangerous people. One was Doflamingo and the other was Tiger from Fishman Island. Of course, the most dangerous is Rebecca, even though she is the first second-generation spell warrior. But no one believed that he could maximize the power of service. And don't forget that the first-generation spell warrior to die was the rat spell. Chapter 436 Hunting Spell Warriors. Boss Tiger, now there are more and more pirates trying to break into our Fishman Island. At this time in this Fishman Island, Tiger can be said to have become the highest military commander in the entire Fishman Island, and he controls almost all the military forces of the entire Fishman Island. The power of the entire Fishman Island is divided into two parts. One is a pirate force headed by the Sun Pirates. The other is the garrison force formed by the garrison army of Fishman Island. However, the garrison of the entire Fishman Island can be said to be extremely busy, because at this time the forces of countless human pirates continued to set off towards Fishman Island, and the strength of these pirate groups can be said to be stronger than each other. If it weren't for these murlocs in the sea, maybe they really weren't their opponents. But don't forget, this is the sea. How many people above the sea will be the opponents of these murlocs? It can be said that the murlocs occupy the right place at the right time and place. The death of the spell warrior set off a crusade against the spell warrior, because the power of the spell warrior can be returned into a spell. As long as you have this spell, you have the power of a spell warrior. Tiger's words can also be said to be full of helplessness. The once feared talisman warrior now attracts everyone, because this benefit is simply too great. Everyone wants to control the spell to become the invincible spell warrior. Boss Tiger, what should we do now? Jinbei's words can be said to be full of worry. After all, Tiger can only say that he is fighting against those ambitious people in the whole world by himself. There is always a solution to a problem. The power of the talisman warriors, they are still too careless. Tiger can be said to be extremely confident in his own strength. What if the strong human came to Fishman Island? You must know that this is where the sea belongs to him. You have the power of Lord Lalo's spell. At this time, in the palace of the North Sea Empire, Smoky Gadge looked suspiciously at Rebecca in front of him. Cyrus stood behind Rebecca with a long sword in hand. You should know that Lalo died in the kingdom of Dracrosa, and his spell power was transformed into a spell and controlled by me. Although her heart is full of worries, but under the guidance of Cyrus along the way, Rebecca also knows what kind of crisis she has at this time. To know how many people in the whole world are full of covetousness for people with this power, at least all of the four emperors want to have such power. Whether it is the end of the four beasts Kaido, after they learned that the power of the spell warrior can be turned into a spell and controlled by them, everyone's heart can be said to be full of greed. The four emperors and the beast Kaido have long been ready to hunt and kill the talisman warriors. Do you want to control the entire North Sea Empire? The words of Wensmagage are full of angry gods. JD. At this time, the entire North Sea Empire was nominally controlled by the Vinsmoke family. You should know that after losing the deterrence of the spell warrior, your Vinsmoke family can't control the entire North Sea Empire at all. I think countless countries in the entire North Sea Empire are already ready to rebel. By Cyrus, the former army commander of the Dracrosa Kingdom, he can also be said to be a well-informed existence. The reason why he brought Rebecca to the North Sea Empire was because he knew that the Vinsmoke family did not have the power to control the entire North Sea Empire. The Vinsmoke family needed the power of the spell warriors to help them deter the entire North Sea Empire. You and I can be said to be complementary. The North Sea Empire is simply not under the control of your Vinsmoke family. You need the power of the spell in Rebecca's hand. Cyrus can be said to have broken through the current situation of the Vinsmoke family. Are you so sure that I need your strength? Vince Morocco is an old fritter after all. It can be said that it is extremely difficult for him to easily express his weaknesses. It's a big deal. I'm wandering around with Rebecca, relying on our strength to protect ourselves. But your Vinsmoke family easily gave up control of the entire North Sea Empire. Do you think the forces of the North Sea Empire will easily let go of your Vinsmoke family? Without Lalo's deterrence, the Vinsmoke family is worthless in front of these forces. The North Sea Empire exists due to the existence of the spell warriors. The North Sea Empire, which has lost the spell warrior, can be said to be extremely fragile. Cyrus' words were full of ridicule. The North Sea Empire is already in turmoil. Chapter 437 Battle against Sabo. Are we going to challenge other spell warriors next? At this time, it was above the sea not far from the Dracrosa Kingdom. After repelling another attack, the red-haired Shanks raised his head and asked Whitebeard, I need to regain the number 1 position in the world. Only in this way will I be deterrent enough. Facing the red-haired Shanks' question, Whitebeard's face was full of seriousness. In the end, the whole world is questioning his power. Only after he shows his power to the world and proves his power to the whole world, these people will be afraid because of fear. To regain the number 1 position in the world, then you must defeat all the spell warriors to prove your power to the whole world." The words were full of helplessness. At this time, the situation of the entire sea can be said to be incomparable crisis. It can be said that it is extremely difficult for Whitebeard to regain the number 1 position in the world. After all, the strength of Nico Robin in front of them at this time is not something that Whitebeard can easily defeat. "No matter what hardships I have ahead of me, I will become the strongest existence." Whitebeard's words can be said to be full of unquestionable expressions. He also knew that it was extremely difficult to challenge all the spell warriors, but at this time the entire sea could be said to be eyeing the power of the spell warriors. Only after defeating all the spell warriors and proving to them that Whitebeard is the strongest existence, at that time everyone's eyes will turn to the spell warriors who were defeated by Whitebeard, because these people are not fools. If Whitebeard has the strength to defeat all these spell warriors, doesn't it mean that Whitebeard is the last and most difficult existence to deal with? Tiger, Fishman Island, Khorasan, one of the 7 Wuha under the king. Lieutenant Admiral Sabo, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. Red-haired Shanks kept telling the names of those spell warriors. Each of them can be said to be a powerful being. Fishman Island. Even if I used to have an old friendship with the king of Fishman Island, the current Fishman Island can also be said to be in a precarious state. Hearing Fishman Island Tiger, Whitebeard shook his head seriously. "In the end, the only thing you can challenge now is the Navy. Think of the number of spell warriors the Navy has." Red-haired Shanks shook his head helplessly. "It should be said that he is indeed the overlord of the sea in this world, and he has the largest number of spell warriors. Sabo should be in the new world by now. I didn't expect that one day I would bully that grandson of Garb, but back then, that kid almost wiped out all of my Whitebeard pirates." Thinking of the time when Sabo became a spell warrior and went to the new world to challenge the 4 emperors under the protection of Garb, how high-spirited Sabo was at that time, and defeated the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates by himself. And the most important thing is to capture Marco and start the battle for the top. If it wasn't for Nico Robin and Tiger's help, the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates have long since died in the Navy headquarters. This is also the reason why Whitebeard is reluctant to go to Fishman Island to challenge Tiger, because Tiger is the patron saint of the entire Fishman Island. If something happens to Tiger, the entire Fishman Island can be said to be in danger of being destroyed. First of all, Tiger is kind to the Whitebeard pirates. Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, and Whitebeard are old friends again. These 2 things are enough to prevent Whitebeard from provoke Fishman Island easily. Lieutenant Admiral Sabo, grandson of naval hero Garb, also at that time, he was also the supreme commander of the new naval base in the new world. At this time, the new base where he is located is not too far from where we are at this time. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the red-haired Shanks nodded, then set off for the naval base. "I will challenge Sabo, the kid who once challenged me. That guy came to the new world to challenge the 4 emperors and established his reputation as an undefeated spell warrior with the majesty of the 4 emperors. Then today is my turn to challenge him." His eyes were filled with endless fighting intent. Beep beep beep. A shrill siren rang throughout the naval base. A new base established in the new world as the naval headquarters, and it is a new base led by Sabo, and the soldiers here can be said to be the elite of the Navy. After all, they were all fighting against those terrifying pirates in the new world. But just today, the entire base suddenly fell into a screeching bell. When the bell rang throughout the base, the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired Shanks pirates suddenly appeared outside the base. Chapter 438. The Oppression of the 2 Emperors. The Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired Shanks pirates. When Sabo came to the highest point of the naval base, his face could be said to be full of dignified expression. After looking at the 2 pirate ships docked not far away, his eyes can be said to be full of seriousness, because that is the pirate group belonging to the 4 emperors, representing the top power above the sea. But today, the most terrifying pirate group on the sea is gathered here, and the most worrying thing is that the matter of Whitebeard becoming a spell warrior is already well known in the whole sea. "When I became a spell warrior, I once challenged you, and I became my spell warrior with your prestige. I didn't expect that it would finally be your turn to challenge me today." Sabo's face can be said to be without the slightest worry about the situation at this time, because he can be said to be full of confidence in his own strength. "Whitebeard never thought that one day I would accept your challenge." Sabo's face can also be said to be full of seriousness, because he knows that the next battle can be said to be extremely difficult and even has the danger of death. After all, as far as he knew, Nico Robin was standing beside Whitebeard at this time. Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell warrior, plus the Whitebeard with the power of the spell, and even the red-haired Shanks who has the peak strength of the 4 emperors. The strength of of these people can be said to be extremely terrifying. Sabo can also be said to know that this battle will be extremely difficult. That kid from the Munch family didn't expect that we would meet here today in this way. At this moment, Whitebeard, who was standing on his pirate ship, was full of endless fighting intent. After looking at Sabo on the base fortress, Sabo was in high spirits when he challenged the entire 4 emperors. But no one thought that it would be his turn to challenge these spell warriors today. Should I say that you are bold, or that you are indeed the strongest man in the world? You are the first person to take the initiative to challenge the spell warrior, and you are also a complete spell warrior. Sabo can also be said to be full of admiration for Whitebeard's behavior. You must know that since the death of Liluo, everyone has known that the power of the spell in the body of the spell warrior can be extracted. On the other hand, Whitebeard dared to challenge the complete spell warrior with the help of the spell that he had not yet completely unsealed. From here, you can also see how huge the courage of Whitebeard is. Because I am Whitebeard, infinite domineering erupted from Whitebeard's body, which can be said to be the powerful domineering of anyone else. Then let me experience your strength. Sabo is also not the kind of person who likes to talk nonsense. I saw his body turned into a 100-meter-long dragon. The long dragon quickly rammed towards Whitebeard. The strength of the shaking fruit is maximized. Whitebeard raised his right hand to shake the fruit instantly. Don't forget, I have already copied your devil fruit. In the face of the power of the shaking fruit that was launched, Sabo, the 100-meter giant dragon's huge horn, can also be said to be the power of the shaking fruit that erupted. The powerful force kept colliding with each other. The unparalleled terrifying power of the talisman warrior was once again displayed in front of the world. Boom boom boom. Although I have seen it countless times, but every time I see this power, it can be said that it is shocking. Seeing the red-haired Shanks in front of him, he could say that he shook his head with emotion. This is the power of the power spell of the world's top powerhouse. I believe that with your ability, you can also become a spell warrior one day. If we say that our first generation of spell warriors just showed their power in front of the world, then the second generation of spell warriors represents the real elite. Out of the countless powerhouses, the elite who can control the spells stand out. There was a slight smile on Nico Robin's face. She looked at the red-haired Shanks with a smile. This can also be said to be something that the Holy Master should have known long ago. With the continuous appearance of spell warriors, there will also be conflicts between spell warriors, resulting in battles. This will also cause damage to appear among the spell warriors. In order to compete for the power of the spell, the whole world can be said to fall into a slaughter, but only the real elite can wield the spell. Become the strongest terror in the world. Just like raising goo, only the strongest can survive. His eyes were filled with endless fighting intent. For Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell warrior, she can be said to be able to accept everyone's challenges. Chapter 439, Hunting for the Spell of Whitebeard. Whitebeard challenges Vice Admiral Sabo. The two fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end the two were tied. What the hell is going on? What exactly does Whitebeard want to do? Does he want to challenge all spell warriors to achieve his reputation? On top of the central tower of the Holy Land Marijoa, the center of this world government. On the bright side, the 5 old stars who control the entire world government. Their words can be said to be full of infinite anger. You must know that for the world government, they cannot tolerate the power of Whitebeard's real control of the spell. The power of Whitebeard, who truly controls the power of the spell, will become extremely terrifying. This is also the reason why the 5 old stars came to the Warring States Marshal this time. Warring States, you already have 319 talisman warriors at this time. Could it be that with these 3 talisman warriors, it is impossible to kill Whitebeard? The faces of the 5 old stars were full of anger, and they questioned the Warring States Marshal standing here. Could it be that Marshal of the Warring States period allowed Whitebeard to continuously expand his prestige and become a complete spell warrior? This inaction is arguably the greatest dereliction of duty. Lord 5 old stars, although our navy headquarters can clearly control 3 talisman warriors, but these 3 spell warriors can also be said to be incapable of being cloned. Khorasan went to the North Sea Empire to investigate the situation of the North Sea Empire. After all, the North Sea Empire has been out of control for a long time. If there is a chance, our navy also hopes to conquer the North Sea. Sabo needs to guard the New World. The New World has several spell warriors, and they are the strongest danger to the entire sea. That is to say, Aokiji is the only spell warrior we can mobilize. On the bright side, the Warring States Marshal shook his head regretfully. After all, there are too many places to take care of in the Navy headquarters. Don't you have any solution for this kind of thing? It can be said that the words are full of anger and the eyes are full of killing intent. For the 5 old stars, everything in front of them is nothing but inaction in the Warring States period. I don't care what you can do. I only need one thing, that is, I can't make Whitebeard a complete complete spell warrior. If there is a chance to convert the spell power in Whitebeard's body into a spell, that would be the best. Wu Laoxing's eyes can be said to be full of naked ambition. For them, the more spells they get, the better. For them, the spell represents a kind of power that is enough to make them stand in this world. Take the power of the spell in Whitebeard's body. The Sengoku marshal's face can be said to be filled with a helpless and bitter smile. After all, Whitebeard is a top powerhouse. It can be said that it is extremely difficult to capture the power of the spell in his body. That's right, we must capture the power of the spell in his body. The eyes of the 5 old stars are full of ambition. After all, it can be said that it is the best thing for them to obtain the power of the spell. If you say that you can control all 12 spells in your own hands, then the world government will have enough strength to traverse the whole world. The New World and the North Sea can be put aside for the time being. There is only one thing we have to do now: stop Whitebeard from becoming a complete spell warrior, and if possible, seize the spell power in Whitebeard's body. The 5 old stars can be said to be obsessed with the power of spells. After all, it represents the strongest power in the world, just like the 4 emperors of the past. The power that intimidates the whole world and makes everyone tremble with fear. I can only say that I did my best. After all, next to Whitebeard at this time are Nico Robin, who is known as the first spell warrior, and the red-haired Shanks, who is also one of the 4 emperors. The Warring States Marshal can only say that he nodded with a bitter expression. After all, this situation is not something he can decide. He also wanted to obtain the power of the spells in these spell warriors. But which of these spell warriors is not in existence with incomparably terrifying strength? It can be said that it is extremely difficult to hunt down these spell warriors. The Warring States Marshal can only say that he did his best. If you can get the spells inside these spell warriors, then I can expand your admiral's staff to 5. Slap a sweet date. This kind of thing 5 the old star can also do it. After all, as the master of this world, they can be said to be old fritters. There are only 3 people in the Navy headquarters admiral. Moreover, in the naval headquarters, it is not only the 3 people who have the power of generals. However, considering the strength of the Navy headquarters, lest the Navy headquarters threaten the rule of the world government, the world government has been suppressing the establishment of the admiral level of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 440th Naval Crusade against the fleet. Expand the admiral's establishment. The Warring States Marshal raised his head in disbelief and looked at the 5 old stars. After all, the establishment of admirals is not so easy to expand. The admiral represents the power of the world government's naval headquarters to deter the entire sea. That's right, as long as you can send the power of the Whitebeard talisman to us, then our world government will strengthen its assistance to naval supplies and agree to expand the admiral's establishment. The 5 old stars can also be said to have made up their minds. First of all, at this time, the situation in the entire sea was no longer fully controlled by the 3 naval admirals. The most important thing is that if the power of the spell can be obtained, what if the establishment of the admiral is expanded? A single spell can defeat several general-level powerhouses. If the world government controls enough spells, then the world government can confidently stand above the world and never give up. I can only say that I do my best. The Warring States Marshal did not dare to make any guarantees. After all, next to Whitebeard is Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell warrior. The red-haired Shanks was also by his side at this time. With the strength of the 3 of them, even if the 3 talisman warriors shot together, there is no guarantee that they will be able to kill Whitebeard. Whether the Navy can expand this time depends on your own efforts. There was a serious look in the eyes of the 5 old stars. The raison d'etre of the Navy is simply to serve the world government. If the Navy no longer has the power to protect the world government, then the Navy has no reason to exist. In the end, the Navy is just a tool of the world government. If the tool is not used properly, then the world government will not reuse the Navy again. You must know that the military expenditure of the Navy is entirely allocated by the world government. Don't worry, Lord Wu Laoxing. My Navy will not disappoint you. There was a serious look in the words. For the Navy in this matter, what he has experienced can also be said to be walking on thin ice. Is the Navy falling into silence or into glory at your hands? It all depends on your own ability. It can be said that the 5 veterans of the Navy at this time are full of expectations but also have a trace of sadness. The Navy has 3 spell warriors. This is enough to make the entire world government fear it. The 3 spell warriors even have the power to subvert the entire world. But if it is true that these 3 talisman warriors are allowed to crusade against the world government, how many of them would really be willing? After all, the world government represents the whole world and the justice of this world. I didn't expect that Whitebeard would actually become a spell warrior. There was a hint of helplessness on Lieutenant General Garp's face in the Navy headquarters. At the same time, his eyes can also be said to be full of smiles. After all, Whitebeard can be said to be his old opponent. Garp also fought against Whitebeard when he fought with Roger the Pirate King. He knew the incomparably terrifying strength of Whitebeard. After Whitebeard became a spell warrior, with the power of a spell warrior, he was enough to make everyone fear and fear. I don't know if I can become a spell warrior. Since Whitebeard can become a spell warrior, why can't Garp become a spell warrior? If Garp also became a spell warrior, then the whole sea can be said to be really fun. Don't give me those unrealistic ideas here, you guy. Master 5 Old Stars has given an order. We must behead Whitebeard. If we can kill Whitebeard and obtain the spell power in Whitebeard's body, then the world government will agree to the expansion of the Admiral. The Big Three will become the Big Five. Looking at Garp, who was saying these unrealistic words there, the Warring States Marshal also glared at him involuntarily. If the Naval Admiral is expanded, then your grandson Sabo will become the 5th Admiral. Wang Mazhao 1. This is the guarantee of the Warring States Marshal to Garp. After all, the crusade against Whitebeard at this time requires the strength of the Munch family. Whitebeard not only has Nico Robin, who is known as the first spell warrior, but also the red-haired Shanks, who has the top fighting power of the 4 emperors. This time, Marshal of the Warring States period will lead Lieutenant General Garp, the 3 major naval admirals, Lieutenant Admiral Sabo, and the members of Wang Xiaoqibutai to crusade against Whitebeard and others. This can be said to represent the strongest force under the world government, a top-level decisive battle. This battle can be said to determine the future of the red-haired Shanks pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, and it can also be said to represent the future of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 441 Dark Fruit and Blackbeard. Why did I meet you at this time? It was now into the night, on the deck of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, Blackbeard's eyes can be said to be full of madness. He is holding a dagger full of blood in his right hand, and a devil fruit with strange lines on his left hand. This is Blackbeard's dream to bring natural dark fruits, known as the most powerful nature-type devil fruit. It turned out that in the first battle today, he saw the dark fruit that he had longed for, but this dark fruit, which was like a dream for Blackbeard, actually fell into the hands of Sachi, captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. According to the rules of the Whitebeard Pirates, whoever owns the spoil has the right to dispose of it. In other words, Sachi has the right to dispose of this dark fruit, but for Blackbeard, this dark fruit is his dream. For the dream in his heart, Blackbeard finally turned to his partner. When Saki was not paying attention, he pierced Saki's chest with the dagger in his hand. It's all your fault, but I killed Thatch. This is an unbearable sin for the Whitebeard Pirates. After the madness dissipated, it could be said that Blackbeard felt an infinite crisis at this time. All the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are like brothers, and Whitebeard is like their father. In the Whitebeard Pirates, there is a bottom line that no one can touch, and it is also the only iron rule of the Whitebeard Pirates. That is, the members are absolutely not allowed to kill each other. This can be said to be the most forbidden order of the Whitebeard Pirates. But where in the whole sea is my shelter? Looking at this jade dark fruit in his hand, after thinking about the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates at this time, Blackbeard's heart can also be said to be full of fear. You must know that Whitebeard has become a spell warrior, and Nico Robin, known as the strongest spell warrior, is also his ally. The 4 emperors red-haired Shanks is also his ally. On the navy in the world today, only the navy can defeat the Whitebeard Pirates and their allies. At this moment, the navy can be said to have appeared in Blackbeard's heart. After all, there are 2 spell warriors in the navy under the bright side, and one of the spell warriors, Khorasan, is also a member of the world government's king, Shichibukai. With such a powerful navy, it has the power to defeat the Whitebeard Pirates. But if I want to join the navy, I need a registration certificate. I have to convince the navy that I have really betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates and joined the navy. At this time, Blackbeard can also be said to have remembered a crucial question, the question of whether the navy trusts him. Then I'm sorry, Captain Thatch. I not only want your life but also your head. He went back to the room where he assassinated Thatch again. Looking at Sachi Blackbeard lying in a pool of blood, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and he saw that he walked step by step towards Sachi in the pool of blood. When I have the power to control the whole world, your existence will be remembered by future generations. With the knife in his hand, Sachi's head was chopped off by Blackbeard. Looking at Sachi's head with Blackbeard's eyes in his hand can also be said to have fallen into madness. At this time, he can be said to have completely embarked on this road of no return, a road of no return that never returns. Puff puff. With the head that kept dripping blood, he held the dark fruit tightly in his hands. Blackbeard, whose eyes were full of madness, jumped directly from the pirate ship. At this time, the entire members of the Whitebeard Pirates will not know. After Whitebeard gained the power of the spell, and tied with several spell warriors, the Whitebeard Pirates marched towards the peak. Such a big thing happened in the Whitebeard Pirates. What? The next morning, a cry full of infinite horror horror resounded through the entire Whitebeard pirates. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates who got up and inspected finally found Sachi, who was hidden by Blackbeard because of the smell of blood. Looking at the man in the chef's costume in front of him, everyone knows that he is the captain of the 4th division of the Whitebeard pirates. Thatch. Damn Titch, how dare you do such a thing? Time passed by when all the members of the Whitebeard pirates came to the deck. I only knew that when only Titch didn't return. He looked at Sachi, who had lost his head on the deck. Seeing all the Whitebeard in front of him, his face can be said to be full of anger at this time. What if it had the power of a horse charm? Sachi, who lost his head, was not saved by the power of a horse spell at all. Chapter 442. Marco's Guarantee. Dad, we can't let that bastard go so easily. He actually killed his brother because of a devil fruit. I already knew that home dude is not a good thing. The words can be said to be full of anger. Looking at the headless corpse in front of him, Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, stood up angrily. Dad, as the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, I am also responsible for this matter. I will personally carry that guy's head and come to you. Marco's face was full of seriousness, as the entire Whitebeard pirates existed under one person and more than 10,000 people. He can be said to be in charge of the entire Whitebeard pirates. Are you really going to take all the responsibility for this matter? Whitebeard's face can also be said to be full of seriousness. After all, this can be said to be an incomparable responsibility. Marco wanted to take this matter completely, but he also wanted to capture Blackbeard in front of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. Take Blackbeard to the Whitebeard pirates and publicly execute him in front of everyone. As the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, I have an undeniable responsibility. I didn't see that Sachi had such a wolf ambition. Marco's eyes can also be said to be flickering with a hint of coldness. Injuring one's own teammates is the most intolerable existence in the Whitebeard pirates, because in the hearts of all the members of the Whitebeard pirates, these teammates are their brothers and families. If that's the case, then you will bring Sachi to me. I'll let him know that the only iron law of my Whitebeard pirates is that no one can break it. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Whitebeard couldn't stand the fact that his pirate group would actually kill his comrades, because in his heart all the companions can be regarded as his children. How many parents can see their children killing each other? Whitebeard's heart can be said to be full of pain, and this scene in front of him can be said to be the last thing he wants to see. After all, for him, it was two children killing each other. Do not let me down. There was a trace of anticipation in Whitebeard's eyes, and he hoped that Marco could capture Titch alive in front of him. Even if Tiki committed such a crime, Tiki was always his child in front of Whitebeard. Your own children must accept their own punishment. Dad, don't worry, I won't let you down. Marco's face was filled with a serious look. He believed that with his own strength he could capture Blackbeard back to the Whitebeard pirates. You guys remember it to me. No one on my Whitebeard pirate ship can harm their companions, because in my heart you are all my children. The words were full of endless domineering, and Whitebeard looked at the members of the Whitebeard pirates with a domineering look. For Whitebeard, it is unbearable for the people on his own ship to have this kind of cannibalism. Dad, we know. The faces of the members of the Whitebeard pirates can also be said to be full of moving expressions, because they knew it was Whitebeard's love for them. If Whitebeard didn't treat them as his own sons, Whitebeard wouldn't be so angry. I definitely don't want this kind of thing to happen again. At this time, Whitebeard was extremely angry. After all, he couldn't tolerate the second occurrence of the previous situation. Blackbeard can only be the only Blackbeard. The Whitebeard pirate ton can't do such a bad act for the second time. But what Whitebeard didn't know was that facing the entire Whitebeard pirates would be an extremely severe challenge. This challenge even almost subverted the entire Whitebeard pirates. The second battle of the top is about to break out. It can be said that the world government and the Navy headquarters are all ready to go. 3 spell warriors belonging to the Navy and the world government. The strength of each of them can be said to be incomparably terrifying and despairing. What's the matter? Suddenly let me go back. Khorasan, who had just arrived in Bihai, could be said to be full of doubts after hearing the summons from the warring state's fate. After all, according to his understanding, Lalo's spell has returned to the North Sea Empire under the leadership of Rebecca. With the power of this spell, he regained control of the entire North Sea Empire. In this way, it will be extremely difficult for the Navy to retake the North Sea. Is there anything that needs to be urgently summoned? Although his heart was full of doubts, after hearing the worries in the words of the warring states marshal, Khorasan hurried to the naval headquarters without any hesitation. If you have time, you can comment on whether Whitebeard will die or not. Little. Chapter 443. The meeting of Blackbeard and the Navy. You said you were a member of the Whitebeard pirates. You plan to abandon the darkness and surrender to our Navy. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku looked at the black-bearded Tiki with a black box box in his hand with a serious look on his face. Yes, I am Tiki in the Whitebeard Pirates. Although I am not well known in the Whitebeard Pirates, I think you should also know what happened to the Whitebeard Pirates recently. I killed Sachi, captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Opening the black box in his hand, Sachi's head appeared in front of the Warring States Marshal. 650 Never thought that a traitor like you would appear in the Whitebeard Pirates. General Kizaru, who was sitting beside him, saw Sachi's head in the black box in Blackbeard's hand. The corner of his mouth could also be said to have an inexplicable smile. The unity of the Whitebeard Pirates can be said to be a remarkable existence in the entire pirate world. All the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are almost like children of Whitebeard. These people can be said to be like brothers. In other words, Blackbeard almost beheaded his own brother. I think your navy should be able to accept my application, right? Although there was a trace of anger in his heart when he faced General Kizaru's mockery of Blackbeard, he still raised his head and looked at Marshal of the Warring States. Why do you think we will accept you and anger the entire Whitebeard Pirates because of it? The eyes of Marshal Blackbeard Warring States, who looked at him, were full of ridicule. Because you want to fight the Whitebeard Pirates, and even want to kill Whitebeard before he has become a real full-body spell warrior. Before the spell warrior appeared, Whitebeard was the man known as the #1 in the world, but since the appearance of the spell warrior, Whitebeard has been squeezed out of the world's #1 title. But no one thought that the Holy Master would actually choose Whitebeard became a spell warrior. With the former #1 in the world and the current spell power, none of us know what terrifying power Whitebeard possesses. I think your navy is also influenced by the fear of Whitebeard becoming the strongest in the world. The words are full of confidence. Whitebeard is a headache for the navy. Even so, what? Tell me the value of your existence. Otherwise, we will kill you on the spot here without hesitation. The eyes of the Warring States Marshal were full of murderous intent. He looked at Blackbeard with murderous intent. If Blackbeard had no value in his existence, then the Warring States Marshal would not have kept him until now. I killed the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard will definitely not let me go easily. As far as I know, the one who hunted me down this time was Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates, a Phoenix Fruit power user whose devil fruit side effects were removed by Whitebeard. What if I could use Marco as a bargaining chip? Whitebeard once launched a decisive battle with the Navy headquarters because of Marco. I think if Marco is publicly executed by the Navy again this time, do you think Whitebeard, who has become a spell warrior, will choose to back down? At that time, with the power of the talisman warriors possessed by your navy, killing Whitebeard in that battle can be said to be an easy task. Blackbeard's words can be said to be full of bewitching looks. Do you want to use Marco as a bait to start another top battle? And your value is the bait to attract Marco. The corner of the Warring States Marshal's mouth was full of disdain. He looked at Blackbeard with disdain. I don't think your navy will easily pass up the opportunity to kill Whitebeard before he has fully grown up. Although the corners of the Warring States Marshal's mouth were full of disdain, Blackbeard was full of confidence because he believed that the navy would not easily let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to behead Whitebeard. Once Whitebeard becomes a true complete spell warrior, it will be countless times more difficult to kill him. What do you think? The Warring States Marshal turned his head to look at the 3 admirals of the navy, especially Admiral Aokiji, one of the 3 naval admirals. As a spell warrior, his status is no longer under his admiral. Wanting to kill Whitebeard before he grows up and sees the power of the spell in his body can only be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Aokiji finally nodded. After all, it could be said that it was not too long before Whitebeard completely unlocked the spell seal in his body. If you can't kill Whitebeard when he unlocks the spell seal in his body, then it will be extremely difficult to kill Whitebeard. Chapter 444 Ambush Marco. With Marco's strength coupled with the weakness that his Phoenix Devil Fruit has been completely removed by Whitebeard, I think you can only capture him alive if you go out in person. After thinking for a while, Marshal Sengoku nodded. After all, the Navy headquarters and the world government were looking for an opportunity to fight the Whitebeard pirates. Only when Whitebeard hadn't unblocked the spell power would they have a chance to kill Whitebeard. Once Whitebeard really unblocks the power of the spell warrior, it can also be a headache for the Navy and the world government. The power of a complete spell warrior can be said to be extremely terrifying. If that's the case, then let me go. Aokiji is also a point nodding. If Marco, who had lost his weakness, wanted to escape, even the admiral couldn't keep him there. Blackbeard, you can lure 19 Marco into our trap. The Warring States Marshal finally turned his head to look at Blackbeard. After all, the first thing to do to capture Marco is to lead Marco into their ambush trap. Do not worry. At this time, although Blackbeard was full of curses in his heart, he still pretended to be respectful and said to the Warring States Marshal, But for Blackbeard at this time, he no longer has any right to choose. Killed Sachi in order to take the dark fruit. In order to prevent himself from being killed by the people of the Whitebeard pirates, he had to join the navy, which caused a great war between the Whitebeard pirates and the navy. At the same time, Blackbeard has a huge ambition in his heart. A huge ambition. Whitebeard's shaking fruit and the power of the spell have now become the greedy targets of Blackbeard. The shock fruit without any weakness adds the dark fruit without any weakness and then adds the power of the horse charm. The position of Blackbeard, one piece with such abilities, can be said to be just around the corner. One day I'll be on top and make all of you look up to me. On the surface, he is full of respect, but in his heart, Blackbeard is full of ambition. One day he will completely absorb Whitebeard's ability to become the strongest spell warrior. The dark fruit without any weakness, the shock fruit without any weakness, and the instant healing of the horse charm. This power can be said to be incomparably powerful. Twilight Cloud Town. Blackbeard didn't expect you to be hiding here on a deserted island in the first half of the Great Route. At this time, Marco, who just flew down from above the sky, at this moment he took out a piece of paper from his arms. This is the life paper that belongs to Blackbeard. That is, with this piece of paper that can guide Blackbeard's direction. Marco came here from the second half of the Great Route, but when Marco came here, he found that Blackbeard had stopped his escape. Are you not going to run away anymore? Looking at this uninhabited island in front of me, Marco's eyes can be said to be full of anger. This is the first time this has happened since the Whitebeard pirates were established. Blackbeard, just wait for me to take you back to the pirates to accept your father's punishment. The words were filled with endless killing intent. For Marco, Blackbeard's sin is an unforgivable existence. Moreover, he can also be said to be extremely confident in his own strength. After eliminating the weakness of the phoenix fruit, Marco has completely possessed the terrifying power that rivals the admiral of the Navy headquarters. He believed that with his own strength he could defeat Blackbeard. Tap, step. Walking on this uninhabited island, the crisp footsteps can be said to be particularly conspicuous. At this time, Marco's eyes can be said to be full of alertness. Captain Marco, do you need to chase me like this? Just as Marco was walking on the island, Blackbeard suddenly appeared behind him. 650. Blackbeard, how dare you dare to stop me here? Do you think you already have the strength to defeat me? Looking at the Blackbeard that appeared behind him and seemed to be waiting for him, Marco's face can be said to have a trace of doubt. How dare Blackbeard dare to wait for him here like this? Did he think he could defeat himself with his strength? Captain Marco, of course I know that with my current strength I'm not your opponent at all, but what about them? The corners of his mouth are full of smiles, and Blackbeard's heart can be said to be full of ambition. At this moment, Aokiji can be said to have walked out. Admiral Aokiji didn't expect you to join the Navy. Looking at the Aokiji Marco who appeared here, it can be said that there was a trace of panic in his heart. After all, Aokiji is a talisman warrior. In the beginning, he was captured by Sabo. Chapter 445 Battle against Marco. So all this is a collusion between you and the Navy. I saw Admiral Aokiji who suddenly appeared here. Marco's face can be said to be full of anger. At this time, it can be said that the entire Whitebeard pirates is in a process of constant transformation. Only when Whitebeard becomes a real complete spell warrior can his Whitebeard pirates be able to once again become the world's #1. But what Marco didn't expect was that everything in front of him was just a bait. Do you want to start the second battle to the top and completely end our Whitebeard pirates? Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, after seeing everything in front of him, he was enough to guess the plans of the world government and the Navy headquarters in an instant. If the Whitebeard pirates can be one-sided and become a small pirate group, we may not destroy the Whitebeard pirates. But who made Whitebeard for the spell warrior? Aokiji's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. As a spell warrior, of course he knows the horror of a spell warrior. The only dead spell warrior Lalo, his death can be said to be full of endless coincidences. Really, if you want to capture me alive here, let me see what you can do. Marco's eyes were filled with infinite anger, and the power of the phantom phoenix fruit was activated instantly. Cyan flames entwined Marco's whole body, and an incomparably huge phoenix appeared in front of the two of them. Admiral Aokiji, I can only say that I leave it to you. Looking at this incomparably fierce phoenix in front of him, even though Blackbeard, who had eaten the dark fruit, couldn't help but feel a wave of fear in his heart. You must know that this is the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, a terrifying man whose combat power is comparable to that of the naval headquarters. You just stand aside. For the black-bearded Aokiji in front of him, it can be said that he did not have the slightest favor. However, considering that Blackbeard had surrendered at this time, the Navy Aokiji didn't say much. Once you were defeated by Sabo, so today you will be defeated by me as well. As a spell warrior, every spell warrior can be said to have their own pride. Sabo is just a descendant of Aokiji. Although Sabo became a spell warrior one step ahead of him, Aokai, who also became a complete spell warrior, believes that he has a strength beyond Sabo. The me now is not the me I used to be. I have eliminated all the weaknesses of devil fruit users. Today, let's show you the horror of my Whitebeard pirates. Infinite momentum is constantly erupting like the rolling ocean waves, just like the rolling ocean waves constantly sweeping in. As the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco also has his pride. Yes, the corner of Aokiji's mouth brought a sinister smile. The power of the evil Aokiji can also be said to be an instant explosion. If one day Whitebeard is beheaded by you, I don't know how you will feel. The evil power of the tiger talisman possessed by Aokiji erupted instantly. The black eye swept away and shot towards Marco above the sky. Boom, boom, boom. As the owner of the general level of combat power, Marco, his strength can also be said to be underestimated. The cyan flame was wrapped around the huge body of his phoenix. The fierce battle can be said to have erupted on this island. Is this the horror of spell warriors? After Blackbeard, who was hiding, saw the battle in front of him, his eyes could also be said to be full of desire for power. Marco, who has enough combat power to rival the general level, can also be said to be extremely passive when facing Aokiji. The power of the green pheasant is not something that Marco can shake at all, and the most important thing is that with the constant contact with the green pheasant tiger charm, the evil power, Wang Li's, is constantly eroding Marco. At this time, Marco needs to fight against Aokiji on the one hand and at the same time against his own demons on the other. This battle is inherently unfair. If I also possess the power of a spell, then I am the invincible existence in this world. The black smoke of the dark fruit that raised his right hand appeared in the palm of Blackbeard's palm. At this time, Blackbeard's heart can be said to be full of desire for power. If he also possesses such a powerful strength, who else would be his opponent in the world today? The title of One Piece is nothing but a matter of hand. Chapter 446. The Second Top War. Marco, captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, will be formally executed at the Navy headquarters in 10 days. The news quickly spread all over the world. This can be said to be the second time the Navy has issued such a message. The first time Sabo challenged the 4 emperors of the New World and defeated the red-haired pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. He captured Marco himself. At that time, in order to wipe out all the Whitebeard pirates and the red-hair pirates, the world government and the Navy headquarters planned to formally execute Mark at the Navy headquarters. But what I didn't expect was that Doflamingo, who was imprisoned in the deep-sea prison, actually became a spell warrior. Doflamingo destroyed the entire deep-sea prison and brought 8 strong generals under his command to the naval headquarters. At that time, he changed the pattern of the entire battlefield and let the whole world see the 650 horrors of the spell warrior. But now it's different. The Navy and the world government already have 3 complete spell warriors. Tiger was also unable to leave Fishman Island because of the recent attacks by the spell hunters. Moreover, the members of the CP organization under the World Government Conference can also be said to be ready at any time, ready to drag Tiger to Fishman Island. It is impossible for Doflamingo to help the Whitebeard pirates. After all, his ally Lalo died there because of the Whitebeard pirates. But because of the relationship between Doflamingo and Khorasan, Doflamingo will not help the Navy and the world government. But Doflamingo has an appointment with the dragons. Determined. Doflamingo's status can be said to be extremely embarrassing. But no matter how you count the Navy, it can be said that it is full of advantages in victory. 3 spell warriors and countless other terrifying powerhouses. You should know that this is just a bait for the Navy headquarters and the world government. Just like the last battle on the top, if it wasn't for Doflamingo's sudden appearance, I might have died there. At this time, on the Whitebeard pirate ship, the red-haired Shanks looked at Whitebeard with a serious face, and as for Nico Robin, she stood there as if nothing had happened. Nico Robin, the world's #1 spell warrior, has her own pride. Although she couldn't defeat the 2 spell warriors by herself, it was not an easy task for the 2 spell warriors to kill her. Nico Robin, he went out to hunt down Blackbeard, but he obeyed my orders, and he's my child. Whitebeard's words were full of seriousness. He also knew that since he became a spell warrior, the naval headquarters and the world government can be said to have deliberately wanted to kill him. He also knew that this battle might also represent his death, but if his own child died JD because of his own orders, he is indifferent as a father. This kind of thing he couldn't do with Whitebeard and couldn't do it either. Another top battle. Looking at the Whitebeard with a serious face, the corner of the red-haired Shank's mouth could also be said to have a hint of a smile. Is he the kind of person who is greedy for life and fears death when he can become the 4th emperor? Moreover, the killing along the way has long tempered the red-haired spirit of not fearing death. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates and the red-hair pirates were allies, and also the kind of ally who lives and dies together. You should also know that this is a road of no return. I'm not even sure that I can come back alive. Damn it, are you planning to get involved? There was a slight smile on the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, and he looked at the red-haired Shanks with a smile on his face. It's easy to add icing on the cake, but it's difficult to give charcoal in the snow. How can we say that we are also allies? The Whitebeard pirates are already friends for my red-haired pirates at this time. How could my red-haired pirates just sit back and ignore my friends when they are in trouble? The corners of the red-haired Shank's mouth were full of a smile and a spirit of no turning back. Even if he knew that this was a dead end, he would accompany Whitebeard on it. The last time the red-hair pirates were able to accompany the Whitebeard pirates to attack the Navy headquarters, so will they feel hesitant this time? Kindness without saying thanks. As expected, he was the kid on Roger's boat, and he didn't disappoint. Looking at the red hair in front of him, Whitebeard can also be said to feel that life has no regrets. You two don't need to be so pessimistic. Have you forgotten that there is still me? Looking at the scene in front of him, Nico Robin suddenly felt a little hot. However, considering that the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates helped her collect a lot of historical texts during this period, plus the care for the former O'Hara scholar, Nico Robin still stood up and said such a sentence. The imposing manner of the world's #1 spell warrior and the #1 powerhouse is enough to make the white-bearded and red-haired two look sideways. Chapter 447, Prelude to the Great War. I didn't expect that another war broke out between the Navy and Whitebeard. What will the new world look like? Whitebeard, who has obtained the power of a spell, can he really repel the Navy headquarters? When the news that Marco was about to be executed once again spread throughout the world, everyone would know that a shocking battle would break out in the naval headquarters next. Before Marco was arrested by Sabo and was about to be executed at the Navy headquarters, Whitebeard was so moved that he launched the first battle of the top. Now that Marco is about to be executed by the Navy again, will he be afraid of Whitebeard, who has just been promoted to a spell warrior? As a spell warrior, Whitebeard's strength has been unusually enhanced, and this time the battle on the top will become even more tragic. This time, the Navy and the world government can be said to be well prepared. The three talisman warriors have long since gathered at the naval headquarters. This time, the Navy headquarters can be said to be fully prepared. The 100,000 elite army has long been ready to go. It can be said that the elite high-level generals of the naval headquarters are all gathered together. The most eye-catching are the three spell warriors owned by the Navy headquarters. Admiral Aokiji Tiger Charm Warrior of the Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Sabo Monkey Charm Warrior. One of the King's 7 Wuha Khorasan Rabbit Charm Warrior. When these three people appeared in the central square of the naval headquarters, everyone's eyes can be said to be attracted by them, because this represents the top power in this world, the power that finally made everyone fear it. Is this the biggest legacy of the Navy, or is it his biggest trump card? When these three people appeared, the members of the King's Shishibukai were specially recruited, and even the middle and high-level generals of the Navy headquarters. At this moment there was a trace of fear in his heart. At the same time, it is more fortunate that the Navy can have such a powerful force. With three spell warriors, will our Navy still fail? The appearance of the three spell warriors can be said to have brought confidence to the Navy to win. The hearts of all Navy soldiers can be said to be full of yearning for victory. Could it be that with the strength of the three spell warriors, it is still impossible to defeat Whitebeard, the spell warrior who has not yet become a complete spell warrior? The three of you are really eye-catching. At this time, the sky can also be said to be gradually darkened. 5 chairs were placed under this tall execution stand. The people sitting on these 5 chairs are the 3 admirals of the Navy and the other 2 spell warriors. Although neither Sabo nor Khorasan are admirals, their strength has even surpassed admirals. These 5 positions represent the 5 most powerful people in this battle. It is also the backbone of the Sea Navy. Lieutenant General Garp and Marshal of the Warring States period stood on the high platform of the execution platform and stood beside Marco from left to right. The guards of 2 peak powerhouses of the 4 emperors. How many people in the world today can break through the cooperation of the 2 of them and rescue Marco from the hands of the 2 of them? I didn't expect that because of you, we, and the Whitebeard pirates would have 2 battles. Garp, who was standing on the side, looked helplessly at Marco, the Phoenix, who was kneeling there. At this time, Marco can be said to be extremely embarrassed. His hands and feet were tightly bound by Halashi handcuffs. It stands to reason that the Navy should also know that the side effects of Marco's Devil Fruit ability have been eliminated by Whitebeard. Halashi handcuffs are just ordinary handcuffs to him. 0. But the Navy seemed to not know the news and just bound Marco with Halustone handcuffs. Okay, don't provoke him anymore. The Warring States Marshal gave Garp a sullen look. Why don't you just stay here with me? This guy. Don't say so much. Alright. Lieutenant General Garp shrugged helplessly, as if he had succumbed to the obscenity of the warring States Marshal. But is Lieutenant General Carp so easy to give in? Whitebeard, this time, let me see how you rescued Marco from my hands. The face of the warring States Marshal can be said to be full of solemn expression. In the last battle of the top, under the intervention of Doflamingo, Marco was rescued by Whitebeard, and the Navy's plan to destroy the Whitebeard pirates can also be said to be completely broken. How could his Navy tolerate Marco, the general of the Whitebeard pirates, and leave this time? This time the Navy will keep Whitebeard here entirely. Let the whole world know the horror of their Navy. Chapter 448. The Scary Whitebeard. Dad, all the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates have assembled. This time we will let the whole sea see the terror of our Whitebeard pirates, and let them know that our Whitebeard pirates are not an existence that anyone can easily provoke. At this time it is above the sea, not far from the naval headquarters. It can be said that countless pirate ships have docked on the sea surface. The flagship of the Whitebeard pirates and countless pirate ships under the Whitebeard pirates have all assembled here. This represents the terrifying power that Whitebeard possesses. Little guys, the Navy's repeated 650 is too deceiving. Do they really think that my Whitebeard is completely old? At this moment Whitebeard stood up angrily. This kind of repeated provocation is simply intolerable for Whitebeard, and he also knew that Marco was actually just a bait. It was just that the Navy headquarters and the world government wanted to kill him as a spell warrior in advance, because the world government Navy headquarters is afraid of the spell warrior and also fears that Whitebeard really exerts the power of the spell to the extreme and becomes the complete spell warrior. Once Whitebeard has become a real complete spell warrior, how many people in the world today can confidently believe that they have the power to defeat Whitebeard? You must know that it used to be the #1 in the world, and it used to be the strongest in the world. Captain Marco of the Blood Attack Navy Headquarters Rescue Society. We want to let the sea know that our Whitebeard pirates are too scary. The words can be said to be full of infinite anger, and the momentum of the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be completely ignited. Once the world's #1 pirate group, they had their own pride. Today, the Whitebeard pirates will show their power in front of everyone. Tell the whole world that the Whitebeard pirates are the strongest existence in this world. Everyone is ready. Today, Whitebeard will prove to the whole world that we are the strongest existence, and our Whitebeard pirates are not easy to provoke. Whitebeard's words were full of anger. He will tell the Navy headquarters and the world government that even if Whitebeard has not yet become a real complete spell warrior, he still has the power to protect his children. This is the world that once belonged to First Pride. No matter what difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, he will resolutely prove his strength to the whole world. Is the Whitebeard pirates coming? At this time, the warring States Marshal in the naval headquarters was looking at the sea in the distance. At this time, he can also be said to feel the solemn air of the whole sea. The black cloud weighs the city and wants to destroy it. The whole sea is full of dignified breath. Navy headquarters, bear my wrath. At this moment, the huge fleet led by the Whitebeard pirates can be said to appear in front of everyone. This is an incomparably huge pirate fleet. Nearly 100 warships were densely populated by the entire sea. At this time, Whitebeard led his flagship and appeared in front of everyone. And next to Whitebeard is the flagship of the red-haired Shanks pirates. The atmosphere of the whole sea can be said to be extremely solemn, and the momentum of the Whitebeard pirates is enough to make everyone tremble. Earthquake. At this moment, Whitebeard raised his right hand, which was wrapped with the power of a powerful shaking fruit. The power of the shaking fruit was instantly activated. Boom. At this time, everyone knows what is the real shaking of the earth. The sea water in the entire sea was so turbulent that there were even partitions. The island where the Navy headquarters is located feels like being dragged out of the sea and being pinched in the hand. How many of the 100,000 troops in the Navy headquarters can stand up? As expected, it is the monster that was once known as the #1 in the world. After possessing the power of a spell, he will become extremely terrifying. Sitting on the seat, Admiral Kizarukazuya of the Navy headquarters has a wretched face, which can also be said to be full of horror. If it is said that Whitebeard's strength has made people feel extremely desperate before, then Whitebeard at this time can be said to be enough to be called a real natural disaster. The power of the horse charm can be said to eliminate all the weaknesses of the quake fruit, and by virtue of the self-healing ability of the horse charm, Whitebeard can be said to be unscrupulous and unhesitating to burst out with his strongest power there. Now is not the time to talk nonsense here. As one of the spell warriors, Aokiji stood up immediately. He knew that only the spell warriors could stop Whitebeard here. Otherwise, with the strength of Whitebeard, he is enough to overturn the entire naval headquarters into the sea. Chapter 449. The Power of Sabo's Dark Fruit. Absolutely frozen, the figure of the green pheasant instantly appeared in front of the huge waves. Countless cold air erupted in an instant, completely freezing the entire sea. It's you, Ice Cube Kid, again. After After seeing the frozen sea in front of him again, Whitebeard's face can be said to be full of anger. Is it you again? Long time no see for Whitebeard. I didn't expect that even you have become a spell warrior. Although Whitebeard's face was full of anger, but Aokiji's face was still full of smiles. He looked at the Whitebeard in front of him with a smile on his face. It's as if he didn't destroy Whitebeard's attack before. You little devil. It can be said that the words were full of anger. Whitebeard raised the big sword in his hand, and the big sword contained the power of shaking the fruit. Give me a damn kid. The big sword wrapped in the Zhen fruit's power of 19 slashed towards Aokiji without hesitation. Does the old guy need to be so grumpy? At this moment, Sabo appeared in front of Whitebeard at an unknown time, and a dark aura appeared on his right hand. This is the power of the dark fruit belonging to Blackbeard. When Sabo came to the naval headquarters and saw Blackbeard, he was attracted by the power of the dark fruit in Blackbeard's body. Sabo, who is curious about this power, can be said to have directly copied the ability of the dark fruit in Blackbeard's body. Whoosh! The power of Whitebeard's shock fruit can be said to be completely absorbed when it touches this dark power. The ability of the natural dark fruit can be said to be incomparably perverted. After seeing the power of Whitebeard's Zhen fruit being absorbed by himself like this, Sabo can also be said to be extremely satisfied with the power of the dark fruit that he copied. What kind of ability does this belong to? After seeing that the power of his shaking fruit was absorbed by Sabo like this, Whitebeard's face can also be said to have a hint of curiosity. What kind of ability is this? Can you actually absorb the power of your own shock fruit? This is the ability of the devil fruit that belongs to that guy Titch from your Whitebeard pirates. But I seem to have heard that it was because of this devil fruit that he killed the members of your Whitebeard pirates and defected to you, Whitebeard. Sabo's mouth was full of smiles. His right hand was covered with a powerful domineering armament, and his right hand directly pinched the blade of the Whitebeard broadsword. The blade that had previously been covered with the power of the shaking fruit was completely pinched in Sabo's hand at this time. Don't go too far, little guy. At this time, Nicole Robin can also be said to have a shot. Like a teleportation, he quickly appeared beside Ace. The power of the bull charm was activated instantly, and it seemed that it had the power to tear the whole world apart and infused it into Nico Robin's right hand. Nico Robin's right hand bombarded Sabo directly. Crush me. The right hand held the blade of the Whitebeard's broadsword, but the left hand was wrapped in the power of crushing the fruit. The left hand wrapped in the power of the crushed fruit directly bombarded Nico Robin. Boom boom boom. It just lasted for less than 3 breaths. Sabo's figure quickly flew backwards. As expected, the bull talisman warrior represents absolute power. Sabo, who took a few steps back and managed to stand firm, he can be said to be looking at this peerless beauty with a graceful figure and a peerless face with a lingering expression on his face. No one would have imagined that there is such a powerful force under this body. The dignified Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Sabo, the spell warrior, was kicked back by her. You must know that Nico Robin represents the bull spell of absolute power, and Nico Robin is the strongest 650 existence above power. No one can match Nico Robin in power. You don't think we are easy to bully. The red-haired Shanks, who was holding a long sword, could also be said to have led the members of the red-haired Shanks pirates over quickly. But do you think our naval headquarters is also easy to bully? Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru of the Admiralty followed closely behind. At this time, the only one sitting there was Khorasan, who was one of the 7 seas under the king. It's not that Khorasan doesn't plan to take action, but he suddenly feels that he doesn't seem to have the need to take action now. But don't forget that he is an assassin. An assassin, then he has to do what an assassin should do. The fight on the opposite side was not suitable for Khorasan. The mysterious assassin Khorasan, he will show his reputation as the world's #1 assassin in front of the whole world. Chapter 450, The Awakening State of Zhen Fruit. Nicole Robin, known as the strongest spell warrior, I actually wanted to experience your power for a long time. I can't forget how I was defeated by you back then. General Aokiji stopped in front of Nico Robin. When Aoki and Akainu executed the demon-slaying order together, he was defeated by Nico Robin in O'Hara. The initial failure can be said to be deeply imprinted in General Aokiji's heart. Nico Robin became a spell warrior and defeated the entire naval slaughter order by himself. The powerful strength can be said to be deeply engraved in Aokiji's heart. Aokiji will never forget how he was defeated by Nico Robin. That terrifying power made everyone despair. One punch can break all tricks. Any attack can be said to have no effect on her. Do you want to defeat me to take back the shame you once had? Nico Robin looked at Admiral Aokiji with a smile on his face. Even though Aokiji has become a complete spell warrior at this time, Nico Robin can be said to be full of confidence in her own strength. She believes that with her own strength she can defeat Aokiji. What if Aokiji has become a complete spell warrior? Nico Robin is the strongest spell warrior. If that's the case, then Whitebeard will leave it to me. Sabo's mouth filled with a smile. The power of the dark fruit can be said to be the big sword that instantly wraps the hand of Whitebeard. Countless dark forces are constantly sweeping towards Whitebeard. Fuck me, damn bastard. When this dark fruit kept swept away towards Whitebeard, Whitebeard immediately let go of the big knife in his hand, and the power of the shaking fruit was wrapped around his hands. I saw a roar, and the power of the shaking fruit wrapped around both hands quickly bombarded Sabo. Don't forget, I also have the power to shake the fruit. Facing the iron fist from this bombardment, Sabo can be said to have no fear at all. The power of the shaking fruit is also wrapped around the fists. The collision between the power of the shaking fruit and the power of the shaking fruit, boom. The deafening roar can be said to have caused the entire naval headquarters to shake. At this time, the whole island was shaking. Little devil, didn't think you could use my power to such a degree. Whitebeard, who took a few steps back, had a look of shock on his face at this time. Unexpectedly, under the collision of devil fruit, he is not even Sabo's opponent. You must know that he is the one with the ability to shake the fruit. Whitebeard, you didn't think that I actually developed the fruit's ability to such a degree. Sabo's face was full of smiles. Under the duplication of the monkey charm, he can be said to have completely developed the ability of Whitebeard to shake the fruit, plus the combination of other devil fruit abilities. Sabo's ability to develop the quake fruit can be said to have reached the extreme level. Damn little devil, do you think I can shake the fruit like this? Look at Sabo with a smug smile on his face. Whitebeard can also be said to be completely angry. As a person with the ability to shake the fruit, owner of, will he still be defeated by this imitation of inferior quality? Awakened state of shaking fruit. With the horse spell, all the wounds on his body have been repaired, and even the previous dark wounds on his body have been repaired. Whitebeard's strength can be said to surpass his young peak state. The awakened state of Zhen fruit can be said to represent his strongest power when Whitebeard was young. It's just that with the increasing number of scars on Whitebeard's body, his body functions are also aging. At this time, he can no longer bear the side effects brought by the awakening state of the shaking fruit. However, after the horse charm healed all the dark wounds on Whitebeard's body, he reached his peak. It can be said that the awakened state of Zhen fruit appeared on Whitebeard's hand at this time. Is the Zhen fruit awakened? But Wang Li, how? Even so, you can't escape my copy. The ability to replicate the monkey charm can be said to be extremely perverted. When Whitebeard exerts the awakening power of the shocking fruit, the power of the monkey charm can be said to replicate the power of the shocking fruit in Whitebeard's peak state once again. Is this the awakening state of Zhen fruit? Sabo also raised his hands and shook the fruit's awakening power around his body. As expected, he is a talisman warrior with perverted strength. I saw Sabo, who just copied the awakening state of his own shock fruit. Whitebeard's heart can also be said to be full of speechlessness. Chapter 451, Whitebeard vs Sabo. Then let's see whose shaking fruit is more powerful. As a true fruit shaker, Whitebeard, he can be said to be full of confidence in his own strength. When he entered the awakening state of Zhen fruit, he could say that he felt the power that he even possessed to easily destroy the whole world. The awakening state of the Zhen fruit has the power to easily control the shaking fruit, and even the power of the wave is enough to cause the ground to shake. Then let me experience your power today. Sabo can be said to have completely copied all of Whitebeard's abilities except for the power of his horse spell. The horse charm has the ability to eliminate all devil fruits, which means that the negative effects of the shock fruit possessed by Whitebeard have been completely eliminated. At the same time, the power of the shock fruit copied by Sabo is also the same, which eliminates the shortcomings of the devil fruit and the power of the shock fruit. This is the metamorphosis of the monkey charm. Except for the power of the charm, the monkey charm has the ability to replicate all powers, and it's still at the peak of the most powerful 653 players under your control. You damned brat. As Garp's grandson, Garp's bastard never had such trouble back then. At this time, Whitebeard can be said to be full of helplessness. After all, the ability of the monkey talisman to copy everything is too perverted. He finally awakened the power of the shock fruit and was easily copied by Sabo. Some people with bad mentality will even collapse. The back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves, and the front waves died on the beach. At this time, my strength has surpassed my grandfather. On the right hand, the awakening power of the shaking fruit was instantly released. Like the power of destroying the world, a powerful force attacked Whitebeard. Little devil, I am the real owner of the Zhen fruit. Whitebeard let out a roar, and Whitebeard's hand also burst out with the power of shaking the fruit. The power to destroy Kukulaxio erupted towards Sabo. Boom 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 boom. The space where the two collided exploded instantly, and what everyone felt was that the whole world seemed to have been completely turned upside down. Sure enough, they are a group of perverts, and they are also powerful perverts. Those high-ranking navy and those pirates who saw Sabo fight fighting Whitebeard. At this time, their eyes could also be said to be full of fear. What a powerful force this is. Two powerhouses in the awakened state of the shock fruit. At this time, the battle between the two of them can be said to have truly caused the disaster of the whole world. It's as if a catastrophe has come to the entire human world above this world. At this time, the Chambord Islands, not far from here, can also be said to feel the town like an earthquake. The families of those high-ranking admirals who moved from the naval headquarters because of the war. At this time, they looked at the huge phone bug screen above the Chambord Islands and felt the shock of the Chambord Islands. Their hearts can be said to be full of fear. Is this the power of these monsters? Even in the Chambord archipelago, they could feel the shocking force from the naval headquarters. The people and journalists who felt all this. At this moment, his heart can be said to be full of fear. After all, this power is really too powerful and at the same time too unbelievable. You must know that the Chambord Islands are a certain distance from the naval headquarters. But beyond this long distance, the Chambord Islands can feel the aftermath of the battle from the naval headquarters. For the aftermath of this battle, their hearts can be said to be full of shock. Is this the power possessed by the world's top powerhouses? Unparalleled terror power. It's really too amazing. The aftermath of Lieutenant General Sabo's battle with Whitebeard can actually be spread here. Lieutenant General Sabo, the monkey spell warrior, has the power to replicate everything. Even the awakened state of Whitebeard's Zhen fruit can be copied. Lieutenant General Sabo is the strongest existence among all spell warriors. The words were filled with endless emotions. At this time, all the reporters who saw the scene were filled with endless admiration in their hearts. In the face of Whitebeard, the once strongest powerhouse, even though Whitebeard has the power of a spell warrior at this time, Sabo still has the power to resist Whitebeard and pirates. In the hearts of ordinary people, the Navy is the righteous soldier who guards them, and Lieutenant General Sabo is the guardian who guards the peace of the whole sea. Come on, Lieutenant General Sabo, you will definitely defeat Whitebeard. Come on, Navy. Come on, Navy soldier. At this time, there are countless family members of naval soldiers in the Chambord archipelago. These family members can be said to cheer for the Navy soldiers there. Chapter 452 The Real Power of the Tiger Talisman. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters didn't expect us to meet again. Nico Robin looked at the Admiral of the Navy headquarters in front of her with a smile. When she was 8 years old, Aokiji and Akainu attacked O'Hara, but Nico Robin, who just became a spell warrior, with her powerful strength, let the whole world see the horror of a spell warrior for the first time. Today I'm going to be ashamed. Aokiji's eyes can also be said to be full of seriousness. Black and white burst out from his body. This represents the good and evil power of the Tiger Talisman. At the same time, the power of the Aokiji frozen fruit is constantly strengthening. Really? It seems that you still forgot how powerful my iron fist was back then. Raised his hands. Although the hands are as pale as jade, but no one dared to underestimate these jade hands. This is a jade hand with a terrifying power that destroys the entire world. Ice bird. Aokiji waved his hand quickly, and the severe cold air broke out instantly, and a huge ice bird with a wingspan of 100 meters quickly charged towards Nico Robin. Break it to me. But for Nicole Robin, she has always had a reaction. Raised his right hand, and the right hand bombarded down heavily. Crack. The small fist collided with the huge ice bird, but he exploded with a huge roar like a meteorite hitting the earth. The huge ice bird exploded instantly. Sure enough, it's still that unparalleled terrifying force. Aokiji's mouth twitched slightly. Facing this absolute power can be said to be enough to give everyone a headache. But I will also show you the power of my tiger charm. At this moment, the two black and white rays of light wrapped around Aokiji instantly swept towards Nico Robin. These two forces represent the power of the Tiger Talisman. Boom! The black and white light instantly hit Nico Robin. The power of good and evil is constantly urging in Nico Robin's heart. Boom! How is this possible? Why are there two Nico Robins? When the light dissipated, everyone looked at the scene in disbelief because it was two Nico Robins who appeared in front of everyone. This is the ability of the Tiger Talisman to differentiate between good and evil. Is this your ability? The two Nico Robins spoke at the same time, but it meant that the evil Nico Robin actually walked towards the green pheasant gradually. Nicole Robin, are you ready to fight yourself? At this time, Aokiji can only stand there and constantly control the power of the tiger charm in his body, thereby controlling the evil avatar of the two avatars. I didn't expect that the power of your tiger talisman would actually be able to control my clone. The kind Nico Robin's eyes at this time can also be said to have a trace of surprise in her eyes. As expected, each of the complete spell warriors has the power of their own characteristics. That's right, although I can only control the evil Nico Robin, but he has all your abilities. Playing against him is equal to your own right. Aokiji controlled the power of the tiger talisman in his body. He stepped back continuously and handed over the entire battlefield to to these two Nico Robins. Now here belongs the good Nico Robin and the evil Nico Robin. I didn't expect Aokiji's abilities to be used in such a way. Standing in the middle of Garp on this high platform of execution, at this time there was a hint of surprise on his face, and he applied the power of the spell to others. Differentiate good and evil clones and control one of them to fight. When good defeats evil, it means that Aokiji will completely control the spell warrior. It should be said that every spell has unexpected abilities. At this moment the warring states marshal who was standing beside him was full of surprise on his face, because at this time they discovered that the power of the green pheasant and tiger talisman, it's not as simple as they thought. If the green pheasant uses the power of the tiger charm to control the 5 old stars, then the green pheasant can completely become the master of this world. At the same time, their hearts can also be said to be full of joy. Fortunate that when Aokiji became a complete talisman warrior, the good Aokiji was willing to sacrifice himself and the evil Aokiji to perish with the evil Aokiji to let the real Aokiji return. Otherwise, facing the world government and the Navy headquarters will be a monster that makes them feel extremely headache. Is this the horror of a complete spell warrior? People all over the world who saw the scene in front of them through the phone bug, once again they were horrified by the power of the spell warrior. Chapter 453 Peeping Eyes. I didn't expect that kid to have such terrifying strength. Seeing the white beard in front of him, at this moment he could be said to have a trace of horror in his heart. Sure enough, no spell warrior is simple, and each of them has extremely strange abilities. I'm the real Nico Robin. Do you think you can really stop me with this fake in front of you? Nico Robin's eyes were filled with the power of the angry bull charm, and the whole body was drawn. You and I are one body. After all, I also belong to Nico Robin, and I also have the ability you have. 653. The evil Nico Robin can also be said to be full of the power of the bull charm, because she also belongs to Nico Robin, but she represents the evil of Nico Robin. Wawa's fruit turned into a huge hand. At this moment 2 huge arms that covered the sky appeared on the island. Nico Robin and the evil Nico Robin can be said to be a real battle together. Boom boom boom. It was like 2 giants fighting fiercely there. The huge arm with the bull charm even destroys the entire island with ease. Between the swings, the ground was enough to cause the entire island to shake, and the huge collision of the 2 arms could be said to have emptied everything around. This monster is not something I can sneak attack on. Khorasan, who was hiding in the dark corner, looked at the battle in front of him, and the corner of his mouth could be said to twitch slightly. After all, this battle is really too ferocious, and the ferocious one can be said to have no trace of humanity. Even Khorasan, who was also a talisman warrior, could be said to have no confidence in his heart when he saw the fierce battle in front of him. And when Khorasan just became a spell warrior, he tried to challenge Nico Robin, but Nico Robin suppressed Khorasan with his powerful momentum. So when facing Nico Robin, Khorasan would have a subconscious fear, but it's not easy for Whitebeard to interfere for a while. At the same time, Khorasan also turned his gaze to Whitebeard. It can be said that the fierce battle of the 2 awakened fruit awakeners caught everyone's attention. Both Sabo and Whitebeard use the awakening state of the shock fruit. Whitebeard possesses the power of the shake fruit that can be used recklessly there with the power of the horse charm. Although Sabo doesn't have the instant healing ability of the horse charm, don't forget that he once copied Kaido of the 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts. At this time, what he used was Kaido, the immortal body of the 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts. The battle between the 2 can be said to be even more ferocious. Even if Sabo hits Whitebeard with a punch, it can be said to be an instant recovery under the power of the horse charm. The immortal body of the 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts Kaido can also be said to be incomparably terrifying. It looks like he's waiting for that chance to kill with one hit. Khorasan chose to continue sneaking. After all, this was not the time for him to take action, and since he attacked Lilugo and killed Lilugo, all the spell warriors were extremely vigilant towards Khorasan. After all, he was the only one who killed the spell warrior. At the same time, his ability to assassinate can also be said to be the strongest existence. The battle is such a fierce outbreak. The spell warrior and the spell warrior fight each other. The Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired Shanks pirates attacked the navy under the leadership of red-haired Shanks. However, under the resistance of Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru of the navy headquarters, it can be said that the 2 pirate groups and the navy came together in a fierce battle. This battle can be said to be extremely tragic, makes countless people timid. The blood even dyed the entire battlefield red. Countless pirates and naval soldiers died in this battle. The tragicness of the entire battle can be said to be unparalleled, attracting the attention of countless people. People who saw the scene through the phone bug, their eyes can be said to be full of fear. Compared to the first battle of the top, this battle of the top is even more tragic. Countless people died in this battle. Whitebeard, Nico Robin, Sabo, Aokiji. The strength of these 4 talismans marksman warriors can be said to be enough to destroy the entire island with a wave of their hands. The collision between forces can be said to be extremely tragic, sweeping countless people into it. This place has completely become the home ground of these 4 spell warriors, and even the admiral of the Navy headquarters cannot easily blend in. Powerful forces collide with each other here, bringing everything close to their forces crushed. But I believe that when you enter into exhaustion, you will definitely reveal your flaws. Khorasan, who was hiding on the side, could be said to be full of endless killing intent in his eyes at this time. Chapter 454. Arrive at the execution platform. Captain Marco, we're here to save you. Captain Marco is holding on. We'll be here soon. Under the leadership of the red-haired Shanks, the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be constantly charging towards the Navy headquarters. Although there are 2 admiral-level powerhouses in the Navy, Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru. However, for the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates, the general and the strong are not invincible terrorist existences. With his terrifying strength, the red-haired Shanks led the 2 pirate groups to move forward continuously. At this time, when the warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General Garp were sitting on the execution platform, there was no one in the entire Navy who could stop the red-haired Shanks. The red-haired Shanks is like a sharp sword, constantly cutting the battlefield of the Navy. The long sword swung down in his hand was enough to set off a bloody storm. No one could stand in front of the red-haired Shanks. Red-haired Shanks, don't go too far. The Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, holding the sword of clouds in the sky, turned into a burst of light and stopped in front of the red-haired Shanks. But at the moment when the sharp sword in his hand collided, Kizaru's body involuntarily took a step back. There is always a little difference between a general-level powerhouse and a 4-emperor powerhouse. Although the general-level powerhouse can temporarily rival the powerhouse of the 4 emperors, but after the real battle, Kizaru can say that he felt the terrifying power of the 4 emperors. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, do you want to die at my hands? Armed with a sharp sword, the domineering arrogance covers the long sword in his hand. The words of the red-haired Shanks can be said to be full of infinite domineering. Facing the dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters Kizaru, he directly questioned the life and death of Kizaru. It was as if he possessed the power to decide the life and death of Admiral Kizaru. Red-haired Shanks, don't be too arrogant. Do you think you already have the power to rule my life and death? After hearing what the red-haired Shanks said, Kizaru, everyone's faces could be said to have a trace of anger. After all, he is also a dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters, but not an existence that can be bullied by others at will. Whether I have the power to kill you, you can come and try it. With a trace of bloodthirsty killing intent on his face at this time, to the red-haired Shanks, anyone who dares to stand in front of him can be said to be his enemy. Really? Then I'll see why you have such confidence. The golden rays of light erupted from the body of General Kisaragi, and the aura of the peak of the general can be said to be unobstructed. Bang 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 bang. Although the red-haired Shanks is a top-level expert at the level of the 4 emperors, he is facing a man who is a natural type shining fruit person who is at the pinnacle of generals. Although his strength is enough to defeat General Kizaru, it is impossible to defeat General Kizaru in a short period of time. Although the power of the 4 emperors is stronger than that of the generals, this is not the kind of crushing power. Kill everyone. We will definitely rescue Captain Marco. The Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates, under the leadership of those top cotters, launched an attack again. The outbreak of the battle can be said to be extremely motivating and tragic. You leave here first. Otherwise, if the 2 of us are guarding here, how can the Whitebeard pirates rescue Marco? Looking at the fierce battle below, the warring States Marshal turned his head to look at Lieutenant General Garp, who was standing beside him. With 2 peak powerhouses of the 4 emperors guarding here, even a spell warrior might not be able to leave Marco intact. The 2 spell warriors, Whitebeard and Nico Robin, can be said to be entangled by the naval spell warriors. Understood. Lieutenant General Garp raised his head and glanced at the warring States Marshal with a helpless look, and then he quietly left here. Unconsciously, the resistance of the Navy headquarters seems to be weakening. The naval forces headed by the red-haired Shanks seem to be constantly pressing the naval front towards Marco. The execution platform. This does not represent a weakening of naval strength. It seems to be a meticulous premeditated plan. Although there was a trace of suspicion in his heart, he looked at the execution platform that was so close to him and saw Marco being detained there. It can also be said that the red-haired Shanks led the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates to the execution platform without any hesitation. Warring States. The red-haired Shanks, holding a long sword, jumped onto the execution platform directly with his amazing bouncing power, and his astonishing tyrannical arrogance exploded instantly. Red-haired Shanks is a man who is known as the world's most powerful tyrant. Chapter 455. Marco who escaped. Red-haired Shanks. The whole body of the the Warring States Marshal shone with golden light. The phantom beast is in the form of a great Buddha of the human race. This is the ability of the Marshal of the Warring States of the Buddha Warring States. Bump. The sound of Buddha was entwined all over his body. The Warring States Marshal's body instantly inflated like an inflated balloon. Up. The huge golden body of the Buddha appeared in front of everyone. Bump. The impact of the Buddha. The golden hand of the Buddha, wrapped in a domineering armed color, pounced directly at the red-haired Shanks. Then let me see your strength, Admiral. Red-haired Shanks can also be said to have no timidity. He rushed towards the Warring States Marshal without hesitation. The two powerhouses at the peak of the four emperors fought together like this. The mighty aura is devastating. At this time, the defense force of the entire execution platform fell to a low point in an instant with the departure of the Warring States Marshal. Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard division, was kneeling there. He instantly raised his head and an inexplicable chill broke out in his eyes. Boom boom boom. Although the body is bound by the seafloor stone, but Marco was still surrounded by phoenix flames all over his body. It seems that the Navy doesn't know that Marco has been wiped out by Whitebeard to remove the shortcomings of the devil fruit. The blue flames spewed out instantly like the erupting volcano. Oh, it's not good now. General Kizaru's mouth was filled with an inexplicable smile. The wretched face can be said to become more wretched, as if something big was about to happen. You didn't think of it in the Warring States period, did you? The red-haired Shanks, who was entangled with Marshal of the Warring States period, saw the scene on the execution platform with a smile on the corner of his mouth. You bastard pirates. The Marshal of the Warring States period seemed to have turned into anger from embarrassment. At this time, his attack can be said to be more and more fierce, as if he wanted to escape the entanglement of red-haired Shanks. However, in the face of this situation, the red-haired Shanks can also be said to hold back an inch. Are we really okay with this? Lieutenant General Garp came to Lieutenant General Crane's side. At this time, it could be said that there was a hint of helplessness on his face. There is no way. After all, although Whitebeard is not a complete spell warrior, he is a horse spell warrior. He has the ability to instantly heal and eliminate all side effects. We can only have a chance of one hit kill. Look at the helplessness in Lieutenant General Garp's eyes. Lieutenant General Crane's eyes were full of determination. After all, Whitebeard's talisman power is just too weird. Can't kill with one hit, so Whitebeard has the ability to wirelessly restore the strongest state. At that time, they faced an extremely angry Whitebeard. I hope he doesn't let me down. At this time, Marco can be said to have become a presence in the limelight, and everyone turned their attention to him. The cyan flame continued to burn, and Marco's aura could be said to be getting stronger and stronger. Shhhhhhh. The phoenix chirping of the phoenix suddenly sounded. A huge phoenix appeared on this high platform. It can be said that Halashi's handcuffs were directly torn apart under Marco's strong escape. Although Marco's hands were also rubbed with blood, the blue flame of the phoenix can be said to heal his wounds instantly. Waving the phoenix with wings, it flew directly away from the execution platform. Captain Marco. Captain Marco is doing well. Everyone was cheering and cheering, and the corners of the mouths of all the white-bearded pirates could be said to be full of smug smiles. Because their Captain Mark has been freed, this war of their white-beard pirates can be said to be a complete victory. Next, as long as they can leave here safely and successfully, as expected of my child, I am the captain of the first team of the white-beard pirates. At this time, Whitebeard, who was fighting with Sabo, looked at Marco, who kept flying towards him, and the corners of his mouth could be said to be full of smiles. However, Whitebeard's heart can be said to be flickering with a trace of doubt. Is it really that simple? However, for the Whitebeard that his children believed in, he, Wang Lihao, still prepared to take Marco back to the Whitebeard pirates without hesitation. Mark, come back with me. After knocking Sabo back with a punch, and looking at Marco, who was about to fly in front of him, Whitebeard opened his arms as if embracing the return of his child. This is a father's love for a child. Private, the blood of the heart blooms like this. Everyone's eyes can be said to be full of disbelief. The members of the Whitebeard pirates stopped as if they were frozen in time. Their eyes were full of fear, disbelief, and doubt, because they couldn't believe the scene in front of them at all. Chapter 456. The final winner, Blackbeard. At this time, everyone can be said to be completely stunned. They believed the scene in front of them in disbelief. The sharp claws of the phoenix in the form of the phantom beast of the phoenix Marco directly penetrated Whitebeard's chest. The bright red heart was beating in Marco's hands. Whoosh! As if teleporting, Khorasan, who had been hiding there before, appeared. The dagger in his hand stabbed into Whitebeard's heart fiercely. Blood spurted out quickly. The dagger in Khorasan's hand pierced directly through Whitebeard's heart. Why is this happening? At this time, the heart was destroyed, and even the power of the horse charm, Whitebeard can be said to be unable to be resurrected from death. After all, horse charms only have the ability to heal and do not mean immortality. Such instant kills cannot heal until 657 with horse charms. But as he was dying, Whitebeard's eyes seemed to be asking such a sentence, because he didn't believe that Marco would betray him at all. You must know that all the pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates are like his white-bearded children, and Marco has been with him for a long time. Marco can be said to be the person who has followed Whitebeard the longest, because Marco was already under my control at this time. Admiral Aoki, who controls the evil Nico Robin, at this moment the corner of his mouth can be said to be full of a smug smile. Now the only thing to do next is to waiting for the power of the horse spell in Whitebeard's body to fall off. Next, the horse charm will become an existence that everyone is competing for. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Countless golden rays of light erupted from Whitebeard's body. A golden horse full of mighty power rushed out of Whitebeard's body. Is it there? It belongs to the power of the Whitebeard horse's spell. Everyone's eyes when they saw this horse can be said to be full of greed. You must know that this represents the power of the Whitebeard charm. Whoosh whoosh. When the golden horse appeared, countless rays of light erupted from the body of the steed. The horse's body is constantly shrinking. At this time, a primitive horse charm appeared in front of everyone. Whoosh. At this time, just as everyone was preparing to start, darkness suddenly wrapped around Whitebeard's body and the horse charm that had just appeared. Ha 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 ha. Darkness devoured Whitebeard's body and the Gamma charm completely devoured it. A frantic voice came from the darkness. I didn't expect that I would not only get the power of your shaking fruit but also get this spell at the same time. Blackbeard's voice came from the darkness. Blackbeard never thought that at this time JD, his long hidden plan, would actually succeed. Using the ability of the dark fruit to erase his own breath, he quietly hid on the battlefield. He was waiting here, waiting for Whitebeard's final death in battle. When Whitebeard really died in front of him, he could say that he pounced on it without any hesitation, using his body's characteristics and the power of the dark fruit to eat away the power of the shake fruit in Whitebeard's body. At the same time, he also controlled the power of the horse charm that Whitebeard had just fallen out of his body. All of this can be said to be the power that Blackbeard dreams of. Horse spell, remove the weakness of my dark fruit. The power of the dark fruit devours the ability of the shocking fruit in Whitebeard's body. With the uniqueness of his body, he can be said to be enough to hold 2 devil fruits. At the same time, Blackbeard's hand was holding the power of the horse charm. At this time, the power of the horse charm has been controlled by Blackbeard. A burst of light swept across Blackbeard's body. It can be said that all the injuries on Blackbeard's body have been recovered. The power of the dark fruit can also be said to have been eliminated. It really is this power. The power of the shaking fruit has been swallowed up by Blackbeard. It can also be said that the state of his own body has been raised to the peak by the horse charm. At this time, he has the dark fruit without any flaws, plus the shock fruit without any flaws, plus the power of the horse charm. At this moment, what Blackbeard felt was the kind of powerful power that surged from his body. The power of the shaking fruit is combined with the power of the dark fruit and then the power of the horse charm. This power is simply too powerful. I am the strongest being in this world right now. Even One Piece is very close to me. Words can also be said to be full of infinite situations. Feel the power in your body. Feel this incomparably terrifying and powerful force. Blackbeard is full of information about his future. Chapter 457. The Blackbeard that escaped. Who else is my opponent now? The powers of the dark fruit and the shake fruit are used on both hands. The horse charm was directly held in the palm of his right hand. Blackbeard can clearly feel the powerful power of the horse charm in his hand. Damn, Blackbeard didn't think that you would end up reaps Wang's Hilly. After the red-haired Shanks was forced back with one palm, the warring states marshal's face was full of livid looks. All the efforts made by the world government and the Navy headquarters were actually just to make a wedding dress for his Blackbeard. Do you think I really have allegiance, your Navy allegiance, to the world government? It's just that I want you and Whitebeard to fight each other so that I can gain Whitebeard's ability. Blackbeard's words can be said to be full of arrogance. Completely take the Navy headquarters and the world government as their pawns. At this time, all the people of the world who saw the scene in front of them through the phone bug could also say that they felt the deep humiliation of the world government and the Navy headquarters. The dignified naval headquarters and the world government were teased by one person. This is an incomparable humiliation for everyone. Damn, Blackbeard, hand over the spell, or this is your place of death today. Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Aoki, 2 strong generals and a spell warrior, surrounded the Blackbeard in this way. Lieutenant Admiral Sabo of the Spell Warrior Navy Headquarters. Khorasan, one of the 7 seas of Wuhei, the king of spell warriors. They could also be said to be standing beside Whitebeard, one left and one right. The red-haired Shanks pirates and the Whitebeard pirates were completely ignored by them. After all, for the world government and the Navy headquarters, if the spell in Blackbeard's hand can be regained, all the previous losses can be said to be enough to make up for. Dad. At this time, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be immersed in sadness. Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, actually betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Although all of this is just because of Aokiji's manipulation, the evil power of the tiger talisman eroded Marco's heart and controlled him to work for himself. But even if Marco finally regained his mind in the face of this situation, will the Whitebeard pirates be able to accept Marco again? And Marco knew that he could only survive after he killed his most respected captain, Whitebeard, with his own hands. I really didn't expect it, but do you think I have no backhand? Looking at these monsters that are stronger than each other, although possessing the dual fruit abilities of the dark fruit and the shocking fruit and the power of the horse charm, the Blackbeard at this time can be said to be one of the top peak monsters in the world, but it can be said that it is extremely difficult to survive from their hands. But with Blackbeard's IQ, don't you think he didn't have a good grasp of everything? Dark Cave. The power of the dark fruit instantly erupted and enveloped Blackbeard's body. At the same time, the ground beneath Blackbeard's feet seemed to be engulfed by the darkness. Bump. It was as if the earth under his feet was swallowed up by darkness and completely turned into nothingness. Blackbeard's body fell directly from the earth to the sea below the island. After using the power of the horse charm to eliminate the weakness of his devil fruit, the Blackbeard at this time can be said to be not afraid of the power of the sea. This is Blackbeard's plan. Using his dark fruit's ability to devour everything, he directly devoured the land under his feet and then made himself fall into the sea, absolutely frozen. When Blackbeard fell into the sea, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters could also be said to have acted in an instant. Countless cold air instantly froze the entire sea, as if to completely freeze the entire sea. The power of darkness. At this time, because the horse charm has eliminated the weakness of the dark fruit even in the sea, Blackbeard can use the power of the devil fruit. Facing the attack of the cold air, Blackbeard directly used the power of his dark fruit to completely swallow the cold air. Damn bastard, still let him escape. Everyone here can be said to be the top powerhouses who are domineering and domineering. They could clearly feel that Blackbeard's breath had disappeared into the depths of the sea. The red-haired pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, hurry up and evacuate here. As the only spell warrior in the red-hair pirates and Whitebeard pirates, Nico Robin, of course, refused to stand up. Previously, because of the green pheasant's dominance over Blackbeard, the effect of the horse charm on Nico Robin can be said to be quickly eliminated. The forces of darkness and goodness reunite and Nico Robin reappears in Little. Chapter 458. The Promise of the Holy Master and Blackbeard. I didn't expect Whitebeard to die here like this. Blackbeard became the only victor. He has the power of the spell of Whitebeard and the power of the shocking fruit. The matter of the war on top of it swept the whole world like a gust of wind, and everyone in the whole world was horrified by the news. The death of Whitebeard in battle has already made them feel extremely surprised, but what they didn't expect was that Blackbeard became the only victor in this battle, inherited the power of the Whitebeard talisman, and also inherited the power of the Whitebeard Zhen fruit 657. It can be said that the Navy and the world government have become the laughing stock of the world for everyone to laugh at. However, there is only one thing that everyone is curious about next, and that is whether there will be a new spell warrior. And the most important thing is that Whitebeard didn't completely unblock the power of the spell before he died. So can the power of the unblocked spell continue to be unblocked in the hands of Blackbeard? Blackbeard. Just when everyone was talking about Blackbeard on an island full of darkness in this new world, Blackbeard, who was cursed by everyone, was looking respectful at this time. Kneeled down there, because in front of him is a golden dragon statue with golden light shining from all over, and the golden dragon statue is the projection of the Lord in this world. Respected Holy Master, although I am not the spell warrior given by you, since the Whitebeard as a spell warrior died in my hands, it also means that he is not worthy of inheriting your power. I don't think you want your own power to be controlled by that incompetent. Blackbeard's face was full of flattery, because he didn't even know how powerful the dragon statue in front of him was. But as the master of 12 spell warriors, the power of the Holy Lord will be undoubtedly powerful. Blackbeard, you are right. The power of my spell can only be controlled by the strong. Whitebeard died at the hands of his son. It can only be blamed for his soft heart. But didn't Whitebeard be killed by you? When the Lord finished saying this, Blackbeard's face could also be said to be full of solemnity, because he knew that he was facing the Lord's judgment next. Whether he was beheaded because he angered the Lord, or was it really can control the power of this spell. Although you are nothing more than a despicable villain for me, all I need is a spell warrior who can unlock the seal of the spell. If you can unlock the seal of the spell, what if you control the power of the horse spell? Seeing the Blackbeard kneeling in front of him with a respectful face, the face of the Holy Master can be said to have not changed in the slightest. Even if the Whitebeard is the spell warrior chosen by him, the world is so cruel, because for the Holy Master, either. He just hopes that the Whitebeard can be unraveled. The seal of the spell. But who made Whitebeard die in the battle on top? The dead can be said to have no right to choose at all. From now on, you will control the power of the horse charm, but my only request is to completely liberate the power of the horse charm. The words of the Holy Lord can be said to be infinitely severe, because for him, he doesn't care who the spell warrior is, but he only has one request. That is the power to completely unravel the spell, because only by fully unlocking the power of the spell can he even truly come to this world. Don't worry, Lord, I will definitely become a complete spell warrior with the power to unravel the horse spell. At this time, Blackbeard's words were filled with a respectful look, as if he would fight and pursue for the Holy Master all his life. Don't say these words that the Holy Master doesn't believe it. Even Whitebeard doesn't believe it, but both of them can be said to be well aware that the Holy Master is just using these spell warriors. But for these spell warriors, they simply cannot give up the power given to them by the Lord. Promote the prestige of my spell warrior, unlock the seal of the spell and become the strongest spell warrior. The Lord's words rang in Blackbeard's ears, and the golden statue that appeared in front of the black room immediately turned into a golden light and merged into Blackbeard's body. Don't worry, I will definitely unlock the seal of the spell and become the strongest spell warrior. He looked at the horse charm in his hand. After feeling the power of the shake fruit and the dark fruit in his body, Blackbeard is full of confidence in his future and strength. Blackbeard, Chapter 459. Blackbeard's ambition. I will definitely become the strongest spell warrior. I will definitely become the pirate king, the strongest overlord in the entire sea. Looking at the spell in his hand, Blackbeard's eyes can be said to be full of greed. He believed that with this spell in his hand, he could become the strongest existence in the entire sea. What is my next goal? I will definitely occupy all the territory that the Whitebeard pirates once had. But Nico Robin is a huge problem. After thinking of the huge sea area that the Whitebeard pirates once occupied, Blackbeard's eyes can be said to be full of greed. The Whitebeard pirates, known as the strongest pirate group, once occupied the most powerful pirates in the New World, a huge sea. Although the territory of the Whitebeard pirates has been shrinking due to the rise of the spell warriors, there is no doubt that the territory ruled by the Whitebeard pirates is still the most powerful existence among the four emperors. However, considering the seriousness of Nico Robin, the so-called strongest spell warrior Blackbeard, it can be said that there is a slight hesitation. Now the so-called four emperors are completely subordinates who have become spell warriors. The rabbit charm warrior Corazon and the four emperor ants are allies. The sheep spell warrior Doflamingo and the beast Kaido are also allies. Nico Robin, the strongest spell warrior, is also allied with the four emperors Whitebeard and four emperors red-haired Shanks. And the most important thing is that Tiger of Fishman Island and the Whitebeard pirates have a very close relationship. Thinking of this, Blackbeard's face can also be said to be full of melancholy, because he found himself looking around the whole world and suddenly found that the whole world was almost occupied by spell warriors. Could it be that it was the spell warrior who fought at the end? Will there finally be a spell warrior who can put 12 complete control of the spell? Looking at the spell in his hand, Whitebeard suddenly had an idea in his heart, because it is obvious that there are many contradictions between the spell warriors now. The three major spell warriors in the Navy, pirates and Rebecca of the North Sea. These people have serious entanglements of interests among them. Even if it is a battle between spell warriors, I believe that I will still become the strongest existence. Blackbeard is an ambitious man. Even though he knew that his next challenge would be extremely difficult, he still believed that he could become the strongest being. In that case, let's start with the Whitebeard pirates. Can you, Nico Robin, really protect that huge sea area? Possesses the power of the dark fruit and the shock fruit, and even has the power of the horse charm. It can be said that Blackbeard is full of confidence in his future. Even though Nico Robin is known as the strongest spell warrior in the world, the sea area ruled by the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates is simply too huge. With the strength of Nico Robin alone, it is impossible to shelter that sea area. But what I have to do next is to find a group of like-minded friends. I will form my Blackbeard pirates, thinking that I will soon be able to rule the world. Blackbeard's eyes can also be said to be full of infinite ambition, but Blackbeard also knew that he could not occupy that huge sea area by himself. But the most indispensable thing in this world is the weak who can depend on the strong. The Whitebeard pirates. You'll be crushed by me like this. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. The boiling killing intent swept the whole world. At this time, the entire Whitebeard pirates were so missed by Blackbeard. Diamond Joe's. At this time, he was on the pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirates of the New World. 660. The red-haired Shanks looked at the burly man in front of him with a solemn expression. It can be said that the Whitebeard pirates have completely fallen from the peak to the trough. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard, died in the hands of Marco, which was unacceptable available to all the members of the Whitebeard pirates, although Marco was only manipulated by Aokiji. But the passing of Whitebeard and Marco's betrayal put the entire Whitebeard pirates into a trough. My Whitebeard pirates have the pride of my Whitebeard pirates, so what if everyone died in battle? It's impossible for the Whitebeard pirates to accept anyone's blessing. There was a strong fighting spirit in Diamond Joe's eyes. He also knew the kindness of the red-haired Shanks, but he was once the world's #1 pirate group. Diamond Joe's hopes that the Whitebeard pirates can burn themselves out brilliantly, instead of hiding in the shoal like the ending dragon. Chapter 460. The Honor of the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you really hope that the Whitebeard pirates will be destroyed like this? Nico Robin, who was standing by the side, can be said to be full of emotion in his heart at this time, but she knew that this was an internal matter of the Whitebeard pirates. With the death of Whitebeard, the pillar of the Whitebeard pirates, what the Whitebeard pirates are about to face is the challenge of the entire sea. After all, the most important thing in the sea are those ambitious pirates. Of course I know what my Whitebeard pirates are facing. Countless pirates for the territory ruled by my Whitebeard pirates. Even the careerists who are fighting for the throne of the 4 emperors. But my Whitebeard pirates have the pride of our Whitebeard pirates. At this time, Whitebeard died, and Marco betrayed Diamond Joe's and became the strongest and most powerful person in the entire Whitebeard pirates. But there is no doubt about Diamond Joe's. Diamond Joe's became the master of the entire Whitebeard pirates. He can represent the future direction of the entire Whitebeard. Hey. Also, as one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks certainly knows the pride that Diamond Joe's and others have in their hearts. But the pride of Diamond Joe's is equivalent to dragging the entire Whitebeard pirates into hell. The death of Whitebeard means that the Whitebeard pirates have lost their power. Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates who have experienced the battle just now can also be said to have suffered heavy losses. How many pirates are now eyeing the Whitebeard pirates? After all, the wealth possessed by the Whitebeard pirates is simply too great. How many people are full of greed for this wealth? At this time, the Whitebeard pirates can be said to have become the target of all pirates to annex. With the strength of Diamond George, it is impossible to guard the once wealth of the Whitebeard pirates. Whether it is the former 4 emperors of the New World or the rising new pirates, even spell warriors, they can be said to be eyeing the Whitebeard pirates. What if you die in battle? Can the Whitebeard pirates who lost their father still be called the Whitebeard pirates? I hope you can let us meet Daddy with the last pride of the Whitebeard pirates. There was a serious look on Diamond Joe's face. Although he knew his next challenge can be said to be extremely difficult and it can even bring the entire Whitebeard pirates into ruin, but Diamond Joe still hopes that he can face the dead Whitebeard with the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates. Even if the Whitebeard pirates were about to perish, they still hope that he would fall with a glorious splendor. I respect your choice. This is the pride of your Whitebeard pirates. The red-haired Shank's face was full of sighs. For him, he certainly didn't want the Whitebeard pirates to be destroyed, but he also knew that this was the pride of their Whitebeard pirates. As the strongest pirate group in the world, it was a humiliation for all members of the Whitebeard pirates to let him be blessed by the red-haired Shanks pirates. All Whitebeard members would rather die in battle to maintain the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates. Red-haired Shanks, I know what we need to face next, but we still want to face him as a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Diamond Joe's eyes were full of endless killing intent. Next, how many tigers and wolves will attack his Whitebeard pirates? The Whitebeard pirates have become the existence that everyone is fighting on this sea. But it's all thanks to your kindness. If my Whitebeard pirates can survive this crisis and regain the position of the 4 emperors, my Whitebeard pirates will still be your ally of the red-haired Shanks pirates. If my Whitebeard pirates were destroyed today, I hope you can take good care of Dad's grave. There was a serious look on Diamond Joe's face, because Diamond Joe's can't guarantee that he will be able to survive next Wong's, even if he is a famous big pirate in the whole new world, but their Whitebeard will face the peak of this world monster. I hope you can get through this difficult time safely. Looking at the serious Diamond Joe's in his eyes, the red-haired Shanks could also know that this represented the decision of the entire Whitebeard pirates. Although the red-haired Shanks can bless the safety of the entire Whitebeard pirates, this is a humiliation for the Whitebeard pirates, and it's a humiliation they simply can't accept. They will defend the honor of the entire Whitebeard pirates with their own lives.